Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Well, good morning, everyone. G'day, cricket fans.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go.
Woodville Oval here in suburban Adelaide. It's day 2 of the Australian Veteran Cricket's over 50s National Championships. Yesterday, just a handful of games were able to be played in very wet and stormy conditions across the city and surrounding areas. Today, far better conditions, and we're looking to get this game off on time and hopefully play the full 90 overs, 45 aside. Coming up, in theory, it's their second game, but neither played yesterday, so this is the start of the tournament for real for them. It's New Zealand A and Tasmania Ponting here from the Woodville Oval. My name's Phil Hurd, and very shortly we'll be joined by Peter Walsh and Kate Johnson. They're down on the ground. They'll give us an update of what's happened with the coin toss and hopefully have some pre-game interviews for us. In terms of the action yesterday, look, not a lot to report on. In the end, it was just the sole Division 1 game, and that was with ACT Fireballs and the SA Silverbacks. ACT, the game reduced to 29 overs a side. They ended up at 6 for 127. Interesting total. Thought maybe not enough, and that did prove to be the case. South Australia ending it in 18 at 3 for 130. So of the 8 teams in Division A, just that one game played. All the others were abandoned due to rain. We're going to take a short break, get ourselves set up for all the action. We'll be back shortly with Peter Walsh and Kate Johnson from down on the field. Hopefully have a couple of interviews and get ready for a big day of veterans cricket.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Welcome back, Woodville Oval, the scene for the Australian Veterans Cricket Over 50 National Championship. Day 2 officially, but for a lot of teams this will be their opening encounter, including here at the Woodville Oval, where New Zealand A are playing Tasmania Ponting. Can tell you that New Zealand A have won the toss. They have elected to bowl. So we'll see Tasmania Ponting up to bat first. We're going to go very shortly down to ground level. Just to give you other games on today, Victoria playing New South Wales at Glandore, Queensland are playing the Silverbacks at Goodwood Oval, and the WA Black Swans playing ACT at Port Adelaide. We'll try and give you scores through the day. But right now, let's go down to ground level. We've got Kate Johnson, our media manager, and Peter Walsh.
It's cricket season or isn't it? It's windy, it's wild, but effectively the Vets continue to rock and roll, and we're at Woodville this morning, the match between New Zealand A and Tasmania, the Ponting team, and the New Zealand skipper Richard Petrie has won the toss and he'll be bowling. Peter Walsh joined by Kate Johnson. It's an absolute thrill to welcome Kate to our coverage. And Kate, you weren't at the cricket yesterday. What were you doing?
I did get an opportunity to go to a music festival, and I did end up sliding in mud, the cricket style.
Now, you're here for cricket, you're here for the Vets. Part of your deal is that you're going to be running around and doing all sorts of interviews. What about cricket? In your life, is cricket playing an important part? When the Australians, for example, were at the Adelaide Oval recently playing against England, were you someone who lined up for tickets?
I was someone that hung around at the train station because you get a lot of drunk people come through, and they can be quite friendly and enjoyable.
Well, you're going to get a lot of chances, because one of the things we found out from yesterday is the players who have travelled from all over the place want to be interviewed, they want to be a part of it, because, for example, we've got a New Zealand team that's here today and they want to be here, so it's a long trip.
Yes, well, across the ditch and across the river, and we're a good, nice base here in Adelaide, and we're happy to have them.
You'll be doing some chasing, you realise that, with the breeze blowing as it is, but we've got our camera people who are there, we've got our scorers who are upstairs, and we've got our commentary team. It's full on. We are going to have a rest day tomorrow, presumably, but we're trying to catch up on what we lost yesterday with the rain, so it'll be a busy time for you.
Well, Peter, yes, I have dressed for the weather, and I'm ready to run and maybe catch some. Do you guys still do one hand, one bounce?
No, but still, that's a good thought.
Well, when I play backyard cricket with my dog, one ball.
Good on you, Kate. Looking forward to working with you right throughout the week.
Likewise.
Now, that's with Peter Walsh. Kate Johnson, now remember, what we need to know is it's not raining here. It's a beautiful morning, although it is a bit fresh. Phil Hurden is going to be the key man as far as our commentary team is concerned, and we'll be giving you all of the highlights of this match, plus filling in on what's been happening as of yesterday and what's going to be happening in the next few days. But stay with us. It's a magic time to be here with all of the veterans teams, and we're welcoming them, and welcoming specifically New Zealand A against Tasmania, the Ponting team, and that gets underway very shortly here at the Woodville Oval. Stay with us.
Thank you so much for that, Peter and Kate. The umpires are dressed and not too far away from getting underway. Looks like we're still looking for a Tasmanian scorer, which is going to be fairly important. We might try and bring up the teams for you shortly. just to give you the games that are happening elsewhere today. In Division 2, and there was only one game that got off, that was at the Grange Oval yesterday, where the Queensland Gold beat the New South Wales Kangaroos. Queensland Gold batting second, got there with about 5.5 overs to spare. All the other games at Williston, Ingle Farm and Anguston were abandoned, but the Division 2 games today sees Queensland Burge against the WA Sandgropers, that's up at Mount Barker, the Summit Recreation Park. Victoria 2 playing the New South Wales Waratahs, that's at Marion Oval number 1. The SA Silverbacks A, this is Division 2 as I mentioned, playing Queensland Gold. That will be at Kensington Gardens at Parkinson Oval down at the Kensington District Cricket Club. And not too far from here, Division 2, the ACT Fireballs Gold side will be playing the New South Wales Kangaroos. That game is at Matheson Reserve, which is home of the Woodville Recabites Cricket Club. So there's actually 3 Woodville cricket clubs. There's the Woodville District Cricket Club here at Woodville over where we're based. The Woodville South Club, which is just down the road at Ledger Road, that's a venue for these championships. And the Woodville Recabites, which is about a kilometre west of here. So we're not too far away. The teams are gathering. The umpires are gathering. We're about 5 minutes away. Probably time to take one last break, gather our crew together and start calling some cricket here at the Australian Veteran Cricket Over 50s Championships. Back shortly.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them when they're told are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
So what do we have here?
A record of a lot of Test cricketers that date back from 1877 to 1990. Photographs of them. It was given to me by the owner and manager Grant at the Rising Sun Hotel, and I've had it hanging in my garage now for a couple of years, and I thought it might be of interest in the forthcoming event on Sunday for the over 50s cricket game, which could be a lot of fun for a lot of people, and there'll be a few cricketers in here that have been over 50. I know that my own name, Ron Wall, and Tim Wall came from around this neck of the woods, and I believed he lived around here somewhere. I've been going to Kensington Oval now nearly for 8 years with my dog Gizmo, the singing dog. Most people know him, but it'd be hard to find anywhere in Adelaide a better kept oval than Kensington Oval, and the people all around the Pembroke School area. Wonderful site, wonderful spot, and credit to everyone associated with it. Good luck to everyone playing in the over 50s game on Sunday at Pembroke. You're playing on the best over in Adelaide, could even beat the Adelaide Oval. Good luck guys, take care. Ron Wall, see ya.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents 2 of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravan. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Welcome back, folks. You can see here the back of the Woodville Oval. We want to thank the Government of South Australia for their support of this event. Also, we'll have the West End scoreboard through the day. Our replays, there'll be plenty of those thanks to Explorer Caravans. The drinks breaks, looking forward to those thanks to S&W Seed Company. Also, Findex, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association and the South Australian Cricket Association. Should also thank the City of Charles Sturt and the Woodville District Cricket Club for the use of these fantastic facilities. The grounds people were out early. You would have heard the lawn cutter was fully in action just as we were about to go to air. I'm Phil Hurden, joined by Peter Walsh, and it's a good morning to Mark Finlayson. Double B, welcome to Woodville.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and what a day completely different to yesterday.
Yes, clouds going at a fair rate of knots over the oval. Sometimes Walshy in sunshine, sometimes in cloud cover. But given where these two teams come from, the cool weather wouldn't be too much of a distraction. There'd be something they'd be used to.
Oh, look, we're playing cricket. That's the whole deal. Everyone turned up today with their tracksuits on, and they're out there and they're ready to rock and roll. Richard Petrie and Neil Grice. And I must be very complimentary. I wandered down with Kate Johnson, who'll be rendering assistance with interviews throughout this carnival. And Neil came up and introduced himself as the captain and talked in glowing terms about what can we do to help the coverage. And we talked about, any players that might be available at certain stages. Wow. No dramas. And then, lo and behold, it was Stephen Fielders and Jeff Charlesworth, the two umpires, and they both came over and said, "Do you want us to be interviewed now?" I said, "Not yet. Give us a break."
They probably saw yesterday where we interviewed both umpires in depth because we had no cricket, but thankfully no such issue today. We're not too far. The opening batsman for Tasmania will be Simon Strebbings, and to face the first delivery will be Phil Fulton. And the bowler's name, to get us underway, John Cleland. And the umpires are ready. They're checking that the scores are ready. The scores are ready. Commentators ready.
Contact. Thunderbirds are
All
going.
right.
It'll be interesting.
I'm missing the countdown clock we have in the Big Bash. The 10, 9.
I'm missing the scoreboard.
That's true. We have a beautiful scoreboard here at Woodville, but not in action. You've got one right here in front of you here, Peter.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Just the bit small to read.
Be interesting after the weather conditions from yesterday, how the pitch is going to play. It looked pretty dry out there.
Yeah, what we've got at the moment is just a slight delay moving the side screen. So it will be Cleland from the southern end, the airport end of.
We'll call that the
Woodville
airport
Oval.
end. A left arm bowler too.
It was a little bit of a shuffle, and what are we ready to do now? And are we ready to go? And come on, boys, you've been here long enough. Let's get on with the show.
Good to see we've got 2 sight screen monitors, and they've had to move the one down the southern end of fairway over.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Cleland from the southern end. Hey, gets a clean bowl delivery first
Left arm bowler, left arm batsman.
Oh, they've been waiting so long to play and have delivered a knockout wicket to start off. And for Phil Fulton, his time at the crease is but a brief one. That'll be our first Explorer Caravans replay coming up in just a sec.
What can you say except ouch? A long way to come, a long way to fly, a long way to get your baggage tagged, and to get out here to Woodville and to turn around and walk back and say it's all over Red Rover.
Looks like the way he bowled it, he's played around it, and he's played for the leg side shot, and the ball swung back and come to the offside. Yeah, he's tried to play it down the leg side, and it's probably just gone straight on.
So 1 for naught. Oh, that's the Australian way of calling a score. Do New Zealanders call cricket the same way? Do they do it in reverse like the England?
Oh, I get too confused.
Yeah, we'll just call it
1 wicket, no runs.
1 for none.
1 wicket, no runs.
Now, we did our stats yesterday. We worked diligently at our tasks. And this now is a continuation of our chapters. First ball duck in veterans cricket. That's a tough one for you, Phil.
Oh, no. No, a centenary test is one thing. Well,
I know.
That is another.
And look at this, there's another left-handed batsman coming out.
Let's
see if he bowls the same ball again.
This will be Stuart Steele taking strike.
This ball wide of the leg stump, it's a wide.
Wide.
Yep. Just on the two sides, well done to New Zealand. We've got them here.
Yeah.
And it's just so exciting when they turned up at the function the other night, and you could see they were beaming. They were all excited, exuberant about this is the game that we want to play. We're ready to rock and roll, and what a way to start it. It's 1 for none, and this is the third ball now wide of the leg stump, and it's another wide. So, unfortunately, a little bit of tardiness. We had the first ball, which was exactly what you wanted. It reminded me, remember Mitchell Stark got a first baller in a test match at the Adelaide Oval?
Was it Harbelson for England at the Gab over 1 Ashes, where he bowled the first delivery, ended up at about second slip. Yeah. Set the tone for that series, as we finally have some back contact on the ball. Progress by the Tasmanians.
Wasn't it last year the Mitchell Stark bowled that guy around the leg stump, first ball?
I think you've been drinking too much coffee.
Yeah. I mean, there is, to be honest, a glut of cricket these days, and given we've seen so much between us, well over 100 years of cricket between the three of us, I'm sure, it does sort of merge together over time. As here comes the...
he's left that go.
He left that off the off stump.
Didn't Ricky Ponting get nutted for an LBW at the Adelaide Oval too, first ball?
You're a designated Tasmanian expert, Walshy.
Right. Well, he should be here. What's wrong with Ricky Ponting? The team's named after him.
G'day to Ricky if you're watching, and good to see the Cricket Australia My Cricket app. Even on the score, doesn't put a 0 for Foot. Next, he has a gold duck on the app. That's not great.
Try to flick it on the leg side.
So it's 1 wicket for 2 runs. The 2 runs being 2 wides.
I should make mention too. I said that Kate Johnson's joining us, and Kate will be here throughout the day and throughout the rest of this tournament. And we just had a wander downstairs, and it is very breezy. It is very cold, and some of our visitors from Tasmania and New Zealand, where both parts of 2 countries are a bit frosty, they were all saying, "It's so cold here." And they're looking around at my coat. There's no way knowing they're getting that, that's for sure. But it is fresh. You'd have to agree with that.
It is, and we're sheltered. I can feel it.
Coming from the southwest, the wind's
blowing straight into the scoreboard pocket if you know your Woodville Oval.
Yep.
And Cleland is at the moment, you can't call it a maiden open if you bowl 2 wides, but he hasn't conceded a run.
Now he has.
Until now. We've got Steele off the mark. That is one over in the books. A good one for the Kiwis. They've taken 1 wicket, conceded just 3 runs.
A good start. Couldn't be better than the first ball. And just a bit of a, you've got a feel for the Tasmanian batsman who was cleaned up first ball. It's a long way to come over. You're getting settled. You're in your hotel. You're in strange quarters. You're talking to your mates. You walk out. There goes the toss. We're ready to go. And he's back in the sheds already.
I'll ask you why. Why I feel sorry for him.
Okay. Well, I thought you felt sorry for him. But it's not about it over from Cleveland, although, you've got to say,
first up.
A couple of wides, so nothing out of the ordinary, but good start to the New Zealand team. We're going to find out, too, a little bit about them as we roll through what's going to be a magic day here. We're going to talk to Richard Petrie, who was kind enough to come up and chat.
Is he a relative of the Petrie that plays for New Zealand? He used to play.
Could be. He was on our show, on our The Sounds of Cricket, recently with myself and with Anthony Telfer.
Yeah.
And the Petrie connection is a strong one, so we'll have to do some digging. I'll get Kate to rush around and ask some investigative questions to find out what's going on.
Because when the sides came out, I saw a Petrie and I thought, okay, could be a relative or brother.
True, true.
Is this?
Yeah.
Is this a Fisa or is
See, well, we're getting information that's filtered through from our press box here. The voice in the background is Phil Herden.
So, my roster had 2 6s, which has just thrown me completely. But this is, just check with the scores, as you might have heard. Simon Clark comes in from the clubhouse end. Nice drive.
Well fielded.
And that's Stebbings. Simon Stebbings, who watched all the carnage down the other end, got his first delivery and got off the mark. Tassie 1 for 4.
And what we did discover leading up to the match, we weren't too sure as to whether or not we could get this dignitary on song, and that is Afisa Tonu, who has some significant credentials in playing other sports.
Rugby?
Yes. Now we need to be able to. We need to be able to pin him down. We will do that.
Yeah.
Put that on your hit list too, Kate. Number 9 for New Zealand.
Number 9.
And I know that Anthony Telfer, who's just worked so brilliantly at getting this all organised.
Sure has. Big credit to him.
We need to have the voice of Officer.
Yep.
So there's enough of us up here now, and we've got to do that. Not straight away, but that will happen.
But if he's played rugby, he's probably...
Umpire just adjusting the side screen at the clubhouse end.
Yeah.
It's 2 of the Tasmanian players at each end on sight screen duty. Fairly heavy one. It's got some tyres, but I'm not sure the tyres are fully pumped up.
No. Yeah, that ball is hit back down the ground, fielded on the follow through by the New Zealand quick bowler Simon Clark. So the toss was won by Richard Petrie, who elected to say to his bowlers, good luck. And John Cleland, yeah, okay, we'll see what could happen. First ball duck, so good start.
And it's a credit for the curator how he's got the pitch up, just to keep it dry.
Well, of course, it's going to be a busy week here. We've got games, I'm not sure about tomorrow, but certainly we're here Wednesday, and this is the championship game venue for the national title on Thursday.
Left
on the offside, and those 2 games were brought to you thanks to Filming Cricket. And today this is one of 21 games around the city.
Isn't that amazing? 21 games.
Biggest veterans carnival, I think, certainly at over 50s level.
Yeah.
It's a very fast growing, popular level of cricket.
It is. Good start by the visitors from New Zealand. And when you say visitors from New Zealand, you then have to think to yourself that the visitors from Tasmania have to cross Bass Strait. So they're actually also over the water.
Yep.
So we've got...
it actually might take same length of time, given there's not many direct flights Tassie to Adelaide.
No, that's true.
But you can fly direct Auckland to Adelaide.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do too if you get on a kite in Tasmania, as we see a bit of a hiccup on the run through there, and let's say turn around, do it again, Simon Clark. One of my favourite experiences, without question, is coming over to Tasmania. I did that plenty of times. But when I'd reached 10 times on the Spirit of Tasmania, I'd thrown up every time.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh,
Every
it's
time.
shocking.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, every time.
Oh, we went over there years ago and the captain said, the seas will be 1 to 3 metres.
Yeah.
The swell. Well, I think it was 3 to 6.
Simon Clark. In he goes, wide of the off stump, and it's punched off the back foot
For a
up
quick
towards
single.
mid-off.
Well
They
backed
run
up.
quickly, and they do, and good fielding in the deep there by Robbie Frew from New Zealand, and they get through for 1. And I'm not going to talk about chundering, but all I'll do is I'll say that it's well worth the effort, because what happens now is you can actually go from Tasmania, you go to Geelong.
Yes. Well, it's great
That's
for
right,
us.
yes. That's
shorter
really
drive. And I love Geelong
But
as
you're
a
still
place
going
to
across
stay.
the Bass Strait and it still gets rough.
I know. I went there in a catamaran once that Bob Clifford had organised. I think I lost 12 kilos.
Not the Melbourne to Hobart.
No. Let's get serious. because
Last
New Zealand
delivery,
are-
I think, of the second over.
Down
The
leg
attempt
side,
as well. He's got a little
buys.
bit of it, or it's buys.
Yep.
And again, this is a bit more of a lush field, I think, here at Woodville than at Kensington. They have
not
brought the
buys.
boundaries in a fair bit, I should add, which players will be grateful for.
Oh, he did get something on it.
Yeah, there was no signal.
No.
So there is one more left. Sorry. Yeah, Spirit of Tasmania took the family on it twice. The day trip was actually pretty good. We enjoyed that.
Was
was
your
a calm
face
day.
green when you got off?
No, we picked a good day.
Okay.
Got lucky.
I went there in
Solid
summertime,
defence.
New Year's Eve, and it's still got blowy and
Yeah.
still very windy.
But what a beautiful place it is.
It is.
And we'll talk about New Zealand, I'm sure we will, because we're getting towards the end of the second over. And Tasmania, I lived there for 15 years, and each morning when I climbed out of the cot in a place that I was living called Blackman's Bay, you looked through the window and you could see Mount Wellington, and there was snow almost every time.
And remarkably, about 3 or 4 doors down from where my wife lived.
I thought that was your wife.
At Crystal Downs Drive.
Was that your wife?
Well,
I apologise for everything I said.
She was a bit younger at the time. Well, it's all okay.
Oh, no, beautiful place.
Actually, I love watching the show Aussie Lobstermen.
Yeah.
They all come from Tassie.
They do. Don't they go to rough old places? Matt Syker Island.
Yeah.
Oh, dear
Stanley,
idea.
they come from Stanley.
Yeah, they do.
Can tell you, I've got the event who scores around the grounds. Victoria have opened up naught for 16 against New South Wales. We got the Black Swans 1 for 7 against the ACT. Early breakthrough for the Fireballs. And South Australia 1 for 12. Looking to go 2 for 2 today against Queensland. Here, 2 overs are in the books. Tassie are trying to settle after that opening delivery shock. They are 1 for 8. Stebbings on 2, Stebbings on 1, Steele on 2, which must make it 5 sundries, leading the way at the moment.
Well, I've got the staggers at the moment, but very early days.
Yeah, I think they've got to get
45
used to the
overs.
pitch, used to the ball. So it'll take a couple of overs to get used to it.
Left arm up.
Well
Picked up
played.
the wicket. Yeah, he'd be happy.
Bat and pad together.
No, when you talk about stats in cricket, and stats can be bounced around all over the place. You can use them according to what you think is worthwhile for the occasion. But getting a wicket with your first ball is a rarity.
Yeah.
But getting a wicket with your first ball of the match is also a rarity. But that's something you can talk about over a few frothies for the rest of your life.
Who would, in a test match or a one day, who's got a wicket very first ball of the test match?
Yep. Well, I'm reckoning, and I'm going with who got Ricky Ponting out at the Adelaide Oval leg before, when he was just about at the end of his test career.
He wasn't opening, was he?
Look, no, you're right. He might not have been. He might have been just the first dropper. But give him a call, will you? I've got his number.
You want me to look up Ricky Ponting's? I've had my mouse requisitions for the day.
Yes.
By a more important person than myself, our producer, who, if his stuff doesn't work, then the rest of us don't have anything to do. So my Googling might be a little bit slower as I try this modern thing called a touchpad.
Oh, touchpad. Sounds like a horse I backed at Swan Hill yesterday. Touchpad, still running.
1 for 8 into the third over. And
I wanted to make a mention too, and we'll be talking about all sorts of bits and pieces throughout our coverage. Well done, Stephen Fielders from the Gold Coast in Queensland, and Jeff Charlesworth. That's a significant sporting name. You wonder whether or not there's any connection with Rick. But he's from Wollongong, and the two umpires, they're so excited about being here. Yep. And that's what it's all about.
Well, they would have had a gig yesterday that probably would have got cancelled on them as well. So
they're representing the whole umpire fraternity.
Yep.
They've come out and they said, yeah, we're going to do over 50s. It does encourage other umpires. They can have a talk and say, how good was it when you were in Adelaide? And other guys in next year or the years after might say, hey, I might want to do it as well.
Last ball of the third over. No runs conceded from it. 1 for 8. Comes into Stebbings, who's quite happy just to get his eye in, so to speak. That's it for the third. Maiden. And after 3, Tasmania Ponting, 1 for 8.
How would you be? And I'm being very respectful when I make this comment about George Bailey and, of course, with Ricky Ponting and David Byrne. But when they were working through their careers in their early days, they would never have thought that they could be named after a veterans team over 50. And with substance, and I'm sure Ricky would love this because he just loves his cricket, and so does George Bailey, and so does David Byrne. But this is where there'd have to be an agreement. You just wouldn't do that. You'd have to be able to talk to the persons concerned, and what a thrill it would be for all of them.
Yeah. Well, all three are still very heavily involved in the game, so it wouldn't be too hard to find.
Could you organise for Ricky Ponting to fly down this afternoon, please, Phil?
I don't have his number.
How good would that be with all of the teams that are here if we got one of them?
What would be even freakier if he came in at the first drop?
It could be in disguise.
It could be. All right.
First shot in anger, fair to say, and it's a long one out to long on, and that is... Oh, it's going to pull up and stop within a metre of the boundary. That's Steele having a whack, and I reckon they've gained 2 out of that.
I reckon they could have run nearly 5 the way that the ball travelled across terra
Steele
firma.
still at the striker's end, so I'm pretty sure he didn't run 4.
You know, wouldn't it be good to have, like, say, Ricky Ponting and Bailey and other sides who's have been named after cricketers?
Yes.
Like, at the end of the tournament show, they all turn up.
Yep.
Stage just have a chin.
Well, we had Wayne Phillips and the Sportsman's Night tonight. Who knows? Are you involved in that, Walshy?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've got my pyjamas to wear for the loud shirt night.
You got a chance to regale some of your... I'm trying to think of the appropriate wording.
Well, be careful. It's a family program.
More of your late night stories, shall I say?
No, I've got a story, but it's not to be regaled by me. It's to be regaled by Mark, and I'm hopeful that, Mark, I'm not exaggerating or I'm not embarrassing you. But Mark was kind enough to buy me a coffee on the way in.
You found a petrol station with a coffee?
I found nothing. No, Mark did. But this is a fascinating story. And I'll embellish in a sec because we're almost through this over.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a shout for a bit of wishful thinking on that delivery just outside leg stump. Now, we're talking about players, etc., etc. I'm not going to steal your thunder, Mark, but you came up with a story which I thought was absolutely breathtaking, and that was
scary.
Jason Gillespie.
Oh, yeah.
I need you to tell this because this is the real cricket deal.
Well, it was my first game of B-grade district cricket at Port Adelaide, and I'd actually knocked off work. We'll just continued after this ball.
You're not going to get away from it. I don't care how long this story takes, mate. You'll tell it.
We've got 87 overs. We'll be fine. This is the last bowl. I might just do this delivery. It's the last bowl of the fourth over. As Clark comes in. Left alone. Double B.
So
B double.
it was my
floor's yours.
It was my first B-grade game of district cricket at Port Adelaide, and I'd knocked off at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get a phone call from the captain saying, you're playing B-grade today. I'm there, okay, so we're playing against Adelaide. And I'm up at the clubberies at this bar, talking to this old fella, and this guy's got this.
There's a lovely drive.
Through covers.
And again, I'm getting the feeling, gentlemen, we're not going to be calling a lot of full fours today.
No, it's a bit soggy.
And comfortable too. That is it for the over. I was a delivery early, 0 for 12.
So I'm taking the mick out of this bowler who's got this massive big long run up, and I'm talking to this guy, and I'm saying, "Oh, who's this clown with a big long run up?" And he goes, "I don't know." I'm like, "Fair enough." So I go out to bat, and I'm facing this guy, and he's got this massive big long run up, and I thought to myself, first ball, good length ball, I'll just play forward. Yeah, I've played forward, it's a good length ball, but it's reared at my throat. Hit me on the gloves, gone through the wicket's legs for 4, and I've gone to the non-striker. I said, "Did you see that ball?" He said, "No." I said, "Neither did I." "Who's the bowler?" He goes, "Oh, it's Dizzy Gillespie." And this is when he was coming back from injury.
Ah, you were his target practice.
Well, the next ball I've just stepped away, he's bowled me middle peg. So I've gone back up to the bar afterwards, and
as we've got delivery coming in. Attempted cut shot well off the gap.
Could be 4.
As soon as I said we may not see a 4 today.
That's gone for 4.
We've got a 4. Well hit.
So I've gone back to the barman. I've gone, "Oh, geez, who's that guy?" He goes, "That's my son. That's Jason Gillespie." I said, "So I've been bagging him, and you're sitting there copping it."
Saying that?
Telling me because I was enjoying the fun. And that was my first experience.
Was there a second innings?
No, because we actually beat them outright. But
So let's just reinforce this story. It was son Jason, and also involved father.
His father was the barman at the club.
That's extraordinary.
Strebbing's on strike after the boundary. Good forward foot defence.
After that game, I never faced Jason Gillespie again, thank God.
No, I think, who was that guy? Piers Morgan, who somehow got in an argument would face Brett Lee for an over. Yeah.
I love and it still brings a smile to my face whenever I Google that, just for a bit of fun.
Yeah, well, it's one person's version of fun. I'm not sure it was fun down the batter's end.
Well, didn't he get a cracked rib or some broken rib out of that? He got hit. I was
hoping it might have knocked some sense into him, but not to be. Anyway. So this is a slowish start. I mean, it feels like it's a slow start, but Tasmania actually have hit 17, so they're building.
Yeah, it's only with one boundary too, so they're just doing a bit of a graft at the moment, I think. Just trying to get used to the bounce of the ball and the wicket.
Attempted cut shot miss. So
there, and there's a wide.
So as I said, at the moment the Sundries are close to the leading scorer. We've got Stebbings on 5, Steele on 6, and I think Sundries are now up to 6. If you joined us a bit late, you missed a Fulton who was bowled first delivery. New Zealand, 2 fielders out deep at a long leg and a sweeper position. That one's head towards mid-wicket.
That's going for 4 as well.
Yeah, as I said, you won't see any boundaries today, gentlemen.
That's true.
And I think they've gone through their settling in period and now they're going to start playing a few shots.
You've just got to wait for the ball to come to you. Don't try and play forward because you can hit them in the air. And you just want to take it nice and easy.
Yeah, so Cleveland had been very inexpensive, but he's gone for 8 to this over. And 1 wicket, then a maiden. 45 overs per side. Well, it looks to be a decent day to get all those in.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's a nice Yorker.
Yeah, and well defended
Played
too.
it well.
Just making a mention too, we heard the name Kate Johnson, who will be with us right throughout our coverage of the cricket today and for the duration of the week that follows. It was not Phil falling out of the press box,
almost,
but a bit of social media stuff. And we'll be hearing regularly from Kate as to what conditions are like at the moment and how things have settled and how the game is shaping and how she is enjoying the game. And we'll get to Kate in the next few overs as we start to settle into this game now. And all of a sudden, with Tasmania at 1 for none in the first ball of the first over, Phil, they've started to, resurrect that tardy start and get themselves now into a reasonable spot, given the conditions aren't too bad.
Yeah, 9 off that. I got 1 for 23 is the score currently. And that last over, I think, went for 9. So they're chugging along. And at 23, run rate at 4.6 after the 5 overs. So they keep that going, they're going to have a pretty handy tally for the Kiwis to chase, of course. Very early days.
I've got another trivia question for you two blokes.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. You weren't too good with them yesterday, mate. We kept on
Just
answering.
before you go there, Peter, change of bowler. Captain Richard Petrie coming on from the Port Road / Clubhouse / Northern Inn.
Oh, I'm big on Richard Petrie. He came up and said hello. Myself and Kate were wandering around aimlessly. And he came over and, we won the toss, we're bowling. We'd spoken to him on the radio quite a few times, but just a gentle person. I wonder whether or not he changes from being a gentle soul to someone who's fired up. We'll soon know.
The white line fever.
So Petrie's coming in. What's he doing? Bowling right hand.
Bowled. Okay, it is with that trivia.
Yeah, look, I can't give you an answer because it's all about you give me your thoughts, and they could be right or wrong. But given that we've got a big audience from New Zealand who are hanging off every word that we talk about, I'll ask you that question in just a sec.
Keeping us in suspense. Well, she's going to be a great question, I know.
I think it's a loaded question.
It's to do with New Zealand.
Okay, good.
And it's to do with the players from New Zealand that we've seen in Australia, not necessarily at Eden Park or at Auckland or at Christchurch or Wellington. No, these players have come over to Australia.
Okay.
Now, I've got a few of my favourites, and I wondered whether you two fellows, Mark and Phil, had a thought as to who your favourite was. I love Richard Hadley.
Yeah, that's the one that comes to mind.
McAdam?
Growing up.
He was an attacker, and he made the game enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. I can't say yes or no because it's only someone's opinion. I loved and got to know him really well. I love Danny Morrison. I just enjoyed his company. And the other guy that I really had a lot of time for, and unfortunately, and this is a tinge of sadness, we lost him far too young, was Martin Crowe.
Yes, and he played Shield cricket over there.
He did, and played it so well. So I think of those players, and I think of John Bracewell. I think of when they were on song, and I think of the commentator over there who's a good friend, Brian Wattle. And he used to love coming out to Australia because we knew that Brian was going to give us stick. He used to love it.
Same as Ian Smith.
Ian Smith, the wicketkeeper. Yeah, very true. So there's my thoughts.
Yeah. My two that I would add to that as we've got the end of the over. And that was actually, was that a maiden? Because I don't think there was any runs. No, it was a maiden. 6 overs gone, 1 for 23. Tasmania Ponting. Lance Cairns, who could hit the ball as far as you could see it go, and Vittori was
Daniel Vittori.
Yeah.
Was it one of the Cairns has passed away not so long ago? Was it Chris or Lance?
Oh, look, when we were talking about this on the way in, Mark, and we're talking about how we've lost so many, and you just don't remember. You just Google and you think, we've lost him.
It was one of the Cairns, I'm pretty sure, passed away maybe a couple of years ago.
Well, we've got to find out because Phil's gone into Google search.
I'm actually just checking some other scores. South Australia 2 for 31 against Queensland. Victoria none for 41 after 7 overs, and WA 2 for 17 after 7. So ACT, after their loss yesterday, bouncing back with the ball.
Here. They were good yesterday. I know they lost, but gee, they were good.
It was a competitive game too.
Yeah. I thought they'd win, to be honest. I didn't think that they would stumble in the finish, but we were standing there when the rain was pouring down, and we just, off they went. South Australia.
This is Greg Stretch having a hurl at the moment. Quick single. So Going into the over, Stebbings was on 10 off 21, Steele 6 off 14, and that was Steele taking the single. Oh no, that time we've got a lefty-righty thing now. It's a bit worried we had a lefty-righty, they'd be moving the side screen every second delivery, but I don't. That might have been premature. I think we got 2 righties out there.
We should make mention too, we've mentioned Kate's name on a few occasions, we'll be down on the boundary line in the next 10 or 15 minutes, just a bit of a scene setter as to what the conditions are like.
Well, Phil, here we go. Chance for one out. No.
We'll just be able to talk to you just in case you've joined our coverage. Kate will be able to embellish as to what did happen on the first ball of the day, which is a little bit unusual, but it's in the scorebook.
That's right.
And we'll also be able to invite you to answer our trivia question, which I've just made up. In the coverage right throughout this week, how many players have got no hair? How many players are
520 players are here.
Which of nationals or
does that include the commentary crew?
Oh, well, I got a haircut for the occasion, and then I thought afterwards when I'd left and it took 3 minutes for the hair to be cut off, I thought, well, what occasion am I doing it for? There's a few that have got the bald look, haven't they?
Yeah.
Kerry O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yes. Skull.
Go to the barber, say, can I have a short back and sides? And they say, well, it's already pretty short.
No. But they're wearing those all black caps, and aren't they wearing them with pride?
Oh, that's a nice shot. Well
nice
fielded
shot,
too.
even better field. That's Simon Clark doing a great job guarding the point position.
And I must commend you, Phil, and I'm being very, very honest in passing on this comment, because our coverage, which is available on YouTube, and if you're watching, I hope you're enjoying, you're also being entertained with Phil Herden, who's giving us scores in the other matches. Now, we didn't do this yesterday because we didn't have any other matches.
We were it.
That was it.
We're looking around for scores.
No.
All this time looking for scores yesterday,
but
thinking, where are they?
Well, I'm loving the fact that what you're doing is you're providing information, which is what we think is the best thing. And you're telling us, for example, about how the ACT might be doing a little better than yesterday. And good on you. The reason I'm sucking up to you is, can you keep doing it for the whole day?
Yeah, that's fine. It's up to it's be up to my tablet. Can it keep going for the whole day? No. This is my second home, the Woodville Oval. Used to follow the Woodville Woodpeckers.
So we're actually in your bedroom now, are we?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And they were never the game of the day on radio. So I lived or died by the around the ground scores. So it's been.
That's probably because it was the Port Magpies.
Port were always on the game of the day.
Oh, nice shot.
So around the grounds has always been important. And to sit there by the radio waiting for that score update to see whether we were losing by 5 goals or 10 goals. That's pretty much the normal margin.
Look, we don't want to get involved in a discussion regarding the AFL, but we will after this ball, which is pushed away on the onside, back down the ground, and on the follow through it's cleaned up and there's no run. All right, we get another team in. We've got 19, and I'm always thinking about is Tassie going to be okay? Are they still going to have a viable competition? Like the statewide was there when I was there and that fell apart. Are we still going to have lots of teams that will continue because there's too much history in the setup?
That's close. That was exceptionally good throw.
That on the replay, I reckon.
Wicket taking by Matthew Everest.
That was good, wasn't it?
But the umpire had the perfect view, and no replays in this setup.
No.
Although we would have probably a pretty good angle. But yes, that'll be noted by the Tasmanians. The quick footing. Oh, we do have a replay.
That was close.
None the wise. You got the closest look at it, mate. As we head to we're in the 8th over at the moment. They're about 28 now, Tasmania. So, just under 4 and over, Peter.
Phil, I'm going to jump out and pop downstairs with Kate. A bit of a chat about what the conditions are like, and also for those that have just joined us, an explanation as to what did happen very early in the piece, and a chance to, once again, if you haven't heard the dulcet tones of Kate Johnson, Kate, a part of our team that's at Woodville, so we'll be back shortly.
No worries, Peter. As that is 8 overs in the books. Tasmania 1 for 28. Stebbings on 12. Steele on 8. Stebbings 12 from 28 deliveries has faced the majority this inning after Fulton was out first delivery, and Steele 8 off 19. Bowlers so far, the opening bowlers have both been replaced. Cleland 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Clark 2 overs for 8. Petrie almost unscorable at the moment, 2 overs for 1 run. He has really shut down the scoring from the northern end, and Stretch had 4 taken off his first delivery. He's about to start his second.
Around the wicket.
This is Steele on strike. Got the strong wind blowing right into his face at the moment. The fielding for New Zealand. I think, there's a cover sweeper, or a deep point, probably more appropriate. So there's a quick single out in that sort of direction.
They've got a deep square leg. Yeah, they did have a square leg.
Have they got one in front of me? I think it's just one out the deep at the moment.
Yeah, for the left-hander they had the deep square leg.
And they've moved one sort of to a deeper mid-wicket area now. So 2 in deep on the onside. It's actually a 5-4 field to the leg at the moment. So they've got a leg gully, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, cover,
on the leg side.
Wide is the call. So, I mean, one of the problems with the leg side field in this comp is you don't, Mark, have much room for error.
No.
Either being hit away, but also with the wide. Something you don't have if you're bowling on the offside. You don't see a lot of offside wides unless it's really wide.
But with the wind coming across you, you've got to really adjust your bowling. And they just seem to be not doing that at the moment.
And that one does get through cover.
Slowing down.
And probably just slowed it down enough for it to be 2 runs. Last delivery of the 9th over. Tassia 1 for 32. Oh, the attempted cut shot. Not too far away from the stumps on that occasion.
Nope.
9 overs are in the books, and is that? Oh my goodness! There's a bit of rain coming. We will take a break at the end of the 9th. We'll take a break. Yep.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W.
Number 10 just sneaks it around point. And some thought about 2. Glad they didn't go from a Tasmanian perspective, because that could have been wicket number 2. The breeze has brought in some rain. Are we going to go down to ground level? Okay, so bearing the conditions, let's go to Walshy and Kate.
Yeah, real pleased about the frost, because just as we hopped down here, it started to rain, which isn't all that good. Kate, importantly, something happened in the first over of a match which is most unusual. As a matter of fact, it happened quite quickly.
First ball of the first over, it was Cleland from New Zealand that was bowling. He had a nice little arm thing there and just got it straight through the stumps. Quack, quack. Duck for Fulton from Tassie. How amazing is that?
And a few sledges from the New Zealand group as to where we are. They're saying that it wasn't all that good a ball, but they were still pretty happy, weren't they?
I think maybe Fulton got caught off guard. It's understandable.
Now, when we arrived down here for a quick cross, it was okay. A little bit of rain, but it's going to blow away.
Well, if we were in New Zealand right now, they'd be looking up to the mountains for the snow, maybe even Tassie, but we're in Adelaide and might blow over eventually, I'd say.
Good on you, Kate. You'll have plenty of work to do. Kate's on the boundary line helping out. An early wicket to fall, and we're giving plenty of scores to you in the match down here at Woodville. It's the match between the New Zealand team and Tassie's Ricky Ponting. Back to our commentary team.
Thanks for that, Walshy. 3 deliveries in, no runs scored off of it. At the moment, the captain in Richard Petrie has bowled 2.5 overs and conceded just the 1 run thus far. Facing Simon Stebbings. We have asked some of the players to provide some profiles to us, which is certainly appreciated. Stebbings, or Stebbo, righty. Played for quite a few local clubs: Longford, Westbury, Claremont, Glenorchy. Won a number of premierships with the Glenorchy Cricket Club. So there's a nice little play towards fine leg. We'll bring another 2. So I think 2 runs is the order of business today. Highest score ever, 218 not out. It's his first trip. But looking forward to coming to Adelaide. Rest day tomorrow. Well, there really isn't going to be a rest day tomorrow. I was planning to go to see the Central Markets. Well, you get up early enough, they'll still be there. And we do have 11 o'clock start, so you might be back in time for the bus. And I think he's the youngest in the team, so he's the future of the team during his first tournament, and hopefully not his last. Just a couple of runs on the board there. If you have a look at the scores, yep, 10 overs, 1 for 36, so it doesn't take too much maths to work out that that's 3.6 runs an over. Just 8 runs scored off the last 4 deliveries. Petrie's figures 3 overs, 0 for 5 with a maiden. Just looking to give you some scores from some other venues, but we're rolling through the overs here. On this occasion, Stretch hit straight back to him. This is Stuart Steele on strike, aka Steelo. Also known to some as Super Coach, as he takes a quick run and the throw from Petrie just misses. Steele's played 300 plus games, life member at Linsafan. And a higher score, 146. Best bowling, he doesn't have any best bowling figures. He's never been allowed to bowl, he says. And he's enjoy playing with people own age and knowing you're still capable. He's certainly part of a building partnership here. 1 for 0, now 1 for 37. And he's very prophetic too. I asked what he was going to do on his rest day. He says, see where the weather takes us. Well, the weather has taken them to another match tomorrow.
I've just had a look at the sky to the west, and it's all blue sky. So
blue sky.
I don't think we'll get an interruption.
Yeah, that was a passing shower for sure and certain.
Full toss. Should have been
put away.
Very lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this oval, it's large. It's even larger normally for Woodville District, but they brought the ropes in, thank goodness, another 5 metres, I think. It's even longer for the footy.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's about 185 metres from goalpost to goalpost for the footy. And it really is an oval. It's a long shape. So Stabbings is on 16, Steelers on 11. We are through 11 overs, 1-4-37 here at the Woodville Oval. You're with Phil Hurd and Mark Finlayson. We've also got Kate Johnson and Peter Walsh. And Walshy, that was quite... I was very impressed by that. You went down and you brought the rain. Well
I'm glad you're impressed. Hey, guess what we found?
What have you found?
Very, very excited. The scoreboard.
Oh, it's down on ground level.
No, it's just here. A couple of rows down from where we are.
Okay, hang on.
And there's a couple of... I don't think that the guy who came over and said hello earlier on is from New Zealand.
No, the young lad,
Adelaide.
he's from Pontington.
Yeah. And he was really, really pumped. And I said, oh, can you tell us all of the New Zealand players and their surnames and how you identify? And he said, well, I don't come from New Zealand. But they've got people there. And, you know, when we talk about the number of people that are involved in this extravaganza, it's not just the players. It's people who can join in the chorus and walk away at the end of 4 or 5 days and say, how good was that?
Looking forward, I'm sure they are, to the Sportsman's Night tonight at the Adelaide Oval. And probably the big one will be the end of the third innings, or second innings, on the Thursday night, or the presentations. Quick single there.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll bid Mark Finlayson adieu for the moment.
I might go get a warm cup of coffee from somewhere.
Well, if you can find a warm cup of coffee, let us know. I'm not
pasty with sauce and a donut, thanks.
Pasty with dead horse?
I don't think they've opened the canteen for us today.
Oh, haven't they?
All right, no worries. Here's Kate.
There's another forward defensive shot. So Petrie really is. Let's just checking this is still... No, it's not Petrie now. They've changed the bowlers. This is Jason Campbell. Having the same effect as Petrie, really. Campbell, the fifth bowler for New Zealand today. Tassie 1 for 38. 2 deliveries left of this 12th over. Tries to flick it around, was Stebbings, unsuccessful. It's the wind. It's still windy out there, but it feels like it's died down a little bit. A bit more sunshine maybe, and a lovely textbook forward defensive shot. And Campbell's got a chance to deliver a 1-run first over. Yep. Thank you for the weather. And that
Who
is...
thanking?
Oh, I'm thanking the producer for putting the weather up on the screen for everyone. I think the viewers can see it more than I can. That is 12 hours in the books. We'll take a quick break. Back in a moment. To get this over underway, probably feeling like they're settled in a little bit now. Stebbings has faced 42 deliveries, Steele 27. That's usually Peter long enough settling in, Tom.
Well, I'm impressed. You lose 1 for zip. Long walk back to the club rooms, and it's hard to know about what sort of scores are relevant given the number of overs that have to be bowled according to play stopping and starting. But there's a lot of cloud cover, but it's only fluffy. It doesn't look like there's any rain about. I'm going to be careful when I say that. But it's not a bad start by the Tasmanians.
Well, it's now a settled start, I guess, Kate, that with just 1 wicket down and 12, 13 overs, they can now start to they've recovered from the initial setback and a chance to build something.
Yeah, definitely a change up from the first wicket there.
It was quite funny when Kate and myself were downstairs having a chat. And
Doing the rain dance.
A couple of the New Zealanders who weren't playing but were sitting there and enjoying themselves. And we made mention of the fact that, oh, Cleland, you know, what a delivery. And one of them virtually said, well, it was rubbish. So, he didn't say rubbish, so I've got to be careful, but he indicated that it wasn't the best ball he's ever bowled, but still it was workable, and he got a wicket.
That a shot by Steele. That went a fair bit further than I thought. It was just a little dab. Got within a couple of metres of the boundary. Adds 2 to the total. So they're not far off the 50 mark now, the Tasmanians. Still got no idea what a pass score is going to be. I suspect, I'm thinking 170, which is about 4, because boundaries are, okay, there are going to be boundaries today, but they're not going to be plentiful. So we've got 2 sweepers, they've got 2 wingers, one on the grandstand side and one on the outer side. And they're the 2 out deep. Everybody else pretty much is in the circle.
Yeah, Richard Petrie too, waving his arms around furiously, making sure that the players are aware, and he's making some alterations to the change now. On the offside, he's got a cover and a deep mid-off.
Well left, I think. That is the over. Tasmania 1 for 45-13 in the books. 2 overs from the first drinks break. And I love the pace of this game, that we have gone 54 minutes and already rated up 13 overs.
Well, that's good.
You know, we're well on track for that 15 per over mark, and just keeps the action rolling.
True. Now, speaking of keeping the action rolling, Kate Johnson is with us in the commentary box, and we'll be sharing the responsibilities of having a chat to some of the players and doing some interviews. And Kate, just for the benefit of those who haven't heard your voice before, background in sport as to any specific sport that brings you along to a cricket game?
I absolutely love netball. It's a bit harder on the knees than the turf out here, though. But I'm building up to this. Dad was on the couch teaching me what a wicket means.
So is Dad a cricketer?
Yeah, he watches it.
Right, you can sledge him if you like. He's got no right of reply.
No, but I've sent in the link to the overseas cricket game.
Oh, good work, good work. First ball of the new over is punched out towards wide, extra cover, and there's no run. So you play netball competitively?
Yes, I love the sport.
Who do you play for?
I play in the hills for Stirling.
All right, okay. And so the connection here with cricket, and we'll just wait till this ball is delivered and it's pushed away on the onside and there's no run. How did you get involved in this GIG, in this gig?
Well, actually, I was completing a journalism assignment and I wanted to get some people on my show, so I was knocking on doors and I ended up coming into Andrew Carthew.
Oh, so you knocked on his door?
Knocked on his door.
Right. So will this lead to anything further? Here we are now, you can do this job, you can have a talk to Phil afterwards, have a talk to me during the game and Mark, and we can say this, this and this, and you've had the chance to do something that's a bit different. Is it totally different what you're doing?
It's definitely out of my comfort zone for sure, but I'm ready to go in the deep end.
Well, that tends to be the only way. Peter mentioned some unfortunate circumstances and a late call up for his first Test cricket call yesterday. And my first Aussie rules footy call was because the landline didn't work. And, one of the commentators went home and the other commentator needed to take a breath, so I just filled in with no notice at all, because I bought the mobile charger, and that's what we were calling the game off of. So sometimes deep end is not a bad way to do it, because you just got to step up and do it.
Yep.
As the 14th over is in the books. Tassie still waiting to break the 50 over mark.
And what lies ahead for you, Kate? Is it too early to explore other avenues? Or what about if I was to say to you we had this conversation in 5 years' time, where would you like to be in the sporting field?
In the sporting field, well, just like you, Peter, I am a bit of a fan of radio, so wouldn't mind going and maybe even trying out footy next time.
All right. Do you want to stay in South Australia?
I like South Australia. Have a big soft spot for Adelaide, but
Right.
I'll go where the wind takes me, as it's
Yeah.
picking up today.
Well, that's a good call. Good call. Yes, in this day and age, fellas, we both know now there's a lot of people who have started out in radio and are staying in radio. There's a lot of opportunities that float around now with so many different radio stations that have an involvement, and so you're just never sure as to what the future does hold.
Well, a co-commentator of mine with the baseball, Fraser Fife, was a young lad pretty much out of uni, doing journo, and we were calling the baseball together. He got a gig doing radio in Swan Hill. And then he's now working for the ABC in Melbourne. He's reporting on the Melbourne Cup and the Australian Grand Prix and all these major events. And despite all the stuff I taught him, he's doing very well.
Well, it does have the opportunity for that. It can get you on a plane or a bus.
Some of my favourite memories, Peter, and I suggest you would be likewise, is when you do get to do a road trip. At least the first few times, as it's a novelty, it probably gets a little monotonous after a while. But often when you can travel with some of your commentary mates and do a road trip, they're the best ones, I found over the years.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think you get to learn things. We were talking to Kate downstairs earlier on that you're listening to the person who's responding to a question and then working in your own mind, because you've got to think on the spot, where do I go when this question has been answered? Because it's back to me then, I've got the microphone, I've got to ask another question. So that's a healthy thing, because you've got to be, for always, think on the stop, on the where you are.
Now that's 15 overs in the books. Tasmania have taken it along. Still one for. It is 1 for 46. We'll take a little bit of a longer break for a drinks break and be back, but to see how this game progresses. Hope you're enjoying the Australian Veterans Cricket over 50s National Championships.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on select seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Beautiful afternoon. Is it afternoon? I better check my clock. I've got 3 different clocks. Yes, it is. Peter Walsh and Phil and Kate Johnson. And it is a magnificent day. The weather conditions are so different than what we had to endure yesterday. It belted down and we still, fortunately, had a result. And that's good. And in this game, well, it's not like we're chuffing along at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The Tassie boys lost a wicket first up. And now, after 15, they're 1 for 46, which is not a lot, but they'd be looking at building a score. When you were down there earlier on, Kate, with conditions down there, a bit breezy still?
Well, it seems like we brought the rain when we came down, so we've got to stay up here to keep the weather all nice.
Yes, we're not sure as to what will happen as the first ball of a new over is driven down the ground and misfielded up at mid-off. The ball running quickly across the turf. That was Craig Gibb from New Zealand who couldn't pick it up, and they're through for 1. But the concept of New Zealand, Tasmania, have you ever seen a Tasmanian side playing with the netball? They haven't got one from memory, but is this all new to you?
This is a new thing for me. Tassie sometimes misses out with those national competitions. It's good to see them out here.
Enjoying themselves after an early hiccup. And there's an appeal for LBW out! A shuffle forward. And the digit is elevated, and if that's the case, that means see you later, you're on the move, and the Tasmanians lose their 2nd wicket with the score at 47. And the wicket was taken in the 16th over, the wicket taken, and a good breakthrough too, because New Zealand really do struggle at the moment, had been struggling after a wicket off the first ball, but they've been able to break through. Now, you've gone to your tablet now. The only tablet I had this morning was Panadol. So what have you got there, Phil?
I can tell you the wicket was Stebbings LBW to Campbell for 16 of 51 deliveries, including the 2 boundaries. Only 3 boundaries, I should add, so far. So still remains not out 20. And the new batsman coming out is Claude Orlando.
Claude Orlando. Can't tell you much about Claude Orlando.
I might be able to tell you something. Just give me a sec.
Give us a stat on, not on where your wife used to live at Blackman's Bay, but I want to know where Claude's from.
Port Sorell.
Oh, that's nice. Good fishing spot there.
Oh, I know Sorell. I don't know Port Sorell.
Yes.
Briars Cricket Club in New South Wales. Biggest cricket highlight was a come from behind win in the 2nd grade semi-final as a 19-year-old. And winning the grand final.
Yep.
What he likes about veterans cricket, interesting concept here you might want to elaborate on, Peter. Serious competitive fun without the bravado.
Okay, Claude. Let's see what you've got for us. Number 28. Blazoned across his back in the Ricky Ponting team. Claude Orlando. Pushes forward gently but effectively. Down the ground on the offside, and there's no run, so that's an important breakthrough. Stebbings and Steele were doing well. They took the score from none because they lost a wicket off the first ball. Got it to 47. I can think now that there's food coming too, isn't there?
Smells like it.
Yeah. Can you smell anything at all? You can't smell salad rolls, can you?
Not from too far away.
I'm getting a whiff of pastry.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got to be careful in saying that, Kate. We'll just expect pastry will
Yeah.
arrive.
There are some shops not too far away from here.
Yes, Phil. See you later. Off you go. Goodbye. Next ball. Forward defensively, working the ball away on the offside. That's the end of a successful over Simon Strabbings, LBW Campbell for 16. Wicket falling with a score at 47. 2 for 47. Earlier we had Fulton, who was bowled by Cleland off the first ball of the game. Correct. First ball of the game. Out without scoring. It's now 2 for 47. Now, I just can't believe this is happening out there. Pardon me.
The run rate is probably going to be a little bit of a concern as well, everyone. It's under 3 now at 2.94. Although, yes, expecting a lower total here than Kensington due to the bigger oval and slower outfield, but gee, you'd want to have it 3.5, 4, I would say.
Well, I've just witnessed something that I haven't witnessed. And we're going to see...
I think you got my phone there, man.
Greg stretches bowling.
Thought I was about to get a really important message.
No. But what's happened is Greg's taken his top off. And he's gone across to the umpire, which is fair enough. But he's really enjoying this sultry weather. He's removed the top. I reckon he's given it to the umpire. He has.
Okay.
So there you are. Instead of putting on wet weather clothing or whatever, he's just doing a little bit of flicking with the hands now to make sure that he's got some protection there. As
the players needed those plastic ponchos yesterday to play later in the day.
Well done to everyone who was out there yesterday at Kensington. It was just magnificent. Stretch starts in, tosses up, and it's driven back down the ground on the onside. There's no run. And these are these lookalikes that you can go with now, and this can be really, really dangerous. Particularly if you know a few of the Tasmanians from yesterday. This ball is hit off the front foot out towards cover point. So there's no run, fielded out there by Ben Warren. The bloke who's out there batting now, he looks a little bit like Danny Buckingham. Just a little bit like Danny Buckingham. Next ball is turned away on the onside. They start for a single. They better hurry, they do. Was there a bat in that or just a leg by? Leg by called by the umpire.
I was just thinking about that, Peter, that we're lucky that we're calling teams that have numbers on their back. Of course, Test cricket, that's a fairly new thing. Was your eyesight good enough and the players different enough that you could distinguish who was who calling a Test match, or did you sort of have the help of some close vision shots or something?
Look, that's a really good question. This next ball outside the off stump and driven off the front foot, wide of cover point for a single, and the return is strong and bold back to the wicketkeeper, who was named Matthew Everest. I wonder what his nickname is. Mount, maybe?
Don't have the New Zealand profile, so I can't tell you.
But this is a really good point, and it's something I don't want to labour on because it's something I get annoyed about. This ball is on the leg side. They run through for, I think, just the leg by. We'll wait and see. Umpire watches, and there might have been a bat. There is, so that's the completion of the over. Now, Phil, if you give me the over, and I'll give you a very, very quick summary of my definition of
well, that was the
numbers.
50 up for Tassie, that last run. It's taken them 17 overs. They are 2 for 50. The run rate just under 3 and over.
When you walk into a sporting event, my thoughts are simple. You need to know what's going on. Now, at long last, the Sheffield Shield have numbers. So if you go in and you sit down and you think, who's that? You've got a sheet that's given to you when you walk in, and you can say, oh, that's number 17, that's so-and-so. You are involved in the game. Similarly, that needs to happen in every sport. For example, Kate Johnson, who's our guest on our coverage, netballers don't run around and don't have nothing on their back with... You actually have centre player or wing attack or whatever, but people know who you are. Is that a fair call?
It definitely helps. It lets you know where you should run to.
And it has to happen. For me, it's information sharing. And I've been one of, this is my hobby horse, and then I'll leave it alone. I reckon in football, as this ball is tossed up and hit down the ground to mid-off and there's no run. Football, they should have the numbers on the front and on the back.
Talking about interstate trips, caught a few Sandford Waffle games in my time in the footy, and the Waffle are fantastic. They have the black numbers on the top front against the gold jersey, and the SA team doesn't. And I know that for us, okay, we learn a number, we can call a play if we've never seen them before, but the WA commentators have a fit because they're used to the numbers on the front and have no idea who these South Aussie players are.
Look, it's a sharing information, and here we are now with this Veterans Championship that's been superbly sorted, and we're enjoying it immensely. People walk into the Woodville ground, they need to know what's going on, who's doing what. Now, I'm not sure how they get access to the numbers, whether there are sheets that are being handed around, I don't know. But what I do know is that we wouldn't be able to be involved if we didn't know who the players were, if they didn't have numbers on their backs.
Should add that's 18 overs in the books, 2 for 51.
2 for 51, the men out today. We had Fulton who didn't score and Stebney's was out for 16. So what position do you play, Kate?
I'm a defender.
So do you go wing defence?
I love a bit of a goal defence. I just love defending because it's an excellent mind game.
All right, so do you sledge opponents?
What does sledge mean?
Oh, are you a bit lippy, chin waggy, to try and put them off?
Oh, no, kill them with kindness.
Yeah, well, no, you're not saying
Bless
that.
those that curse you.
Oh, I love netball. I was fortunate enough. Probably one of the best gigs I ever had was the World Championships of netball that were played in Auckland. And one of my favourite netball players in the world played for the New Zealand team, and she was a goal scorer, and she was the best in the world. Any clues?
No.
No? Come on, Phil.
Oh, sorry, I was checking the score here.
Oh,
Sophie. What was the question?
Question is, the best netballer that I've ever seen that played for New Zealand came from South Africa.
Oh, it was a Van something.
Irene van Dijk.
That's it.
And she was breathtaking. And to watch her play, it was so good. Australia won that championship, and that was just, for me, one of the most exciting things, because the netballers, and we've had some good ones in South Australia, you know, people like Erin Bell and people like Nat von Berto and Laura von Berto, and we just had so many good players, and there seems to be a pathway. Is there a pathway for you? Can you continue on with your netball career?
Yes, well, I guess you could go to like a association and a bit higher. It's usually more favourable to the children, though, playing.
Poor Orlando can't take the trick. He was 1 run off 14 deliveries. He got a run, then it was called a wide. So I'm not sure who gets credited with that. I think the sundry, not the batsman. There's another quick single onto mid-on. So Tassie is just sort of in slow motion. 2 for 55. Into the 19th over, coming up in 2 deliveries.
And on netball, the Australians recently defeating England, and of course having some stirring battles. They're no longer automatically the best country in the world, but it seems as if there's chances for players. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 22.
So 22 now, 22, was that a good age, or were you looking at being a better player at 23, 24, 25?
I'd say so. It's fun when you try hard and you win.
Yeah. And at Stirling, did you say you
Yes.
played? Okay, all right.
Now, Phil, what do you think makes a good netball player?
I'm probably the last person you've got to ask, is we've just seen a boundary off the last ball of the over. I was about to say Stretch has been pretty efficient. 7 overs for 27 now with that 4. Takes the total for Tasmania 2 for 60. Steele is 28 off 46. Orlando is 2 off 16, and there is going to be 1 more delivery of this over. I guess again it comes down to precision. If you're going to be a forward, you better be pinpoint with the shots. If you need a defender, I reckon being long and lanky would help, having really good arm reach, not physically intimidated. But you know, when I played netball, I was pretty glad. I only played a couple of work social games. It was more like sumo wrestling when I was out there than netball, but all fun.
Yeah. Tackling usually isn't allowed.
Yeah, well, a bit of bumping in the work social is not too bad, as long as you're all on the same work team.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You just remember the days when the Adelaide team in the competition, and they were playing out just near where Channel 7 is, their headquarters in that stadium, and that stadium used to just rock. They really did pump it up and played the game so well. We had people like Jane Woodlands Thompson, who was a coach, and of course her mum was also a coach, and it's just full of athletic people who bounce onto court, and once you see them on court you think, oh, they can play.
I wonder if there'd be a veterans netball, Masters games and so forth, or does the physicality of the sport mean that you haven't got much in the way of knees left by the time you get to that age? There's a swing ball. I reckon he's found the gap too. This is going to be pretty close. A bit of Socceroos style. We go live to Qatar, and that stops the boundary, much to the appreciation of Jason Campbell, the bowler. He sees a couple of runs less conceded. Now in conversation with Craig Gibb about where to pitch these.
Yeah, something's got to give when you're jumping on really hard courts. That's why we're here watching the cricket.
That's it.
Have you had any serious injuries at all with netball?
The knee.
Oh, what did you do? ACL?
It wasn't even during netball. It was at a party.
Oh, okay, we won't go there. Okay, so you fill that out on your CV, injured, ACL, at a party.
Yeah. It's just like when you're walking home from cricket practice and you break your ankle.
Yeah, you got to watch those fifth quarters. So that's the offside, no run.
Well, what is the setup when you're talking about Stirling? Is there a good competition in the hills?
Yes, you get to travel around, sometimes out to Ironbank, Piccadilly, Uradla.
Lofted shot to the onside where there is the two deep fielders, and one of the players has gone down and he's not too quick getting back up. I'm not sure if he's knocked it over the fence or he's done himself an injury there. He's up.
Yeah, I think on the roll, what's happened is it's just trickled over the fence and he's been able to tell his teammate that can't run any further because it's four.
Yes, usually when they stop, it's either I've injured myself and I don't care where the ball's gone, or it's gone over and it doesn't matter anymore.
There's a few smiles out there, Phil. I can't pick up those two, but there's a few that are smiling. There's a bit of damage done to the hand out there, and the player out there is John Cleland.
Well, he's going to be big because we've already seen the damage he can do. 3 overs, 1 for 13. He can bowl up to 9 overs, so he's got 6 that he can still come back with, and I think the Kiwis will want him out there late. Right now, Stretch has been bowling. He's bowled 7 overs straight for 29, and Campbell, that's the end of 5 in a row. He's 1 for 9. So we have seen from that northern end, Petrie had 3 overs for 5 and Campbell 5 for 9. That northern end seems to be where they can really tighten the runs up at this point. What are we? 19 overs through. No, actually, that's the wrong game. Hang on. 19 overs through, Tassie 2 for 67. I'll just give you a couple of quick scores around the rest of the venues in Division 1. Victoria and New South Wales 19 gone, they're 2 for 67, so just over 3 runs and over there. Queensland and the Silverbacks 17 overs gone, they're 3 for 96. Rankin 50, retired not out. So suffered a little bit of an issue with some wickets, but they're certainly doing well on the run rate. Over 5 and over there. And the Black Swans and ACT, 19 overs gone. WA are 3 for 42. So ACT there, 3 wickets down, and the run rate just over 2 runs and over. So looks like we've got ourselves a guest, which is fantastic.
We have, and I congratulate all of the teams, and I say thank you so much to the 12th man from New Zealand who was asked the hard question, please get in here and sit down immediately, and he responded, and that's Ben Warren. Ben is going to chat to us in just a moment, a representative of the very proud New Zealand team, and we're so thrilled that they are here with a couple of sides. Ben, Peter Walsh and Phil Herden joining you and saying thank you for popping up and saying hello in a game that's fluctuated.
It has, yes. It's been a conservative start by the Tasmanians, and our boys are just, I think, at the moment trying to contain them. They've had a couple of close chances early on, which I think they would have liked to converted, but a bit of early nerves, I think, with a couple of catches going down. But yeah, the Tasmanians seemed to have started to hit their straps a bit now in the last couple of overs. So.
Well, can you describe to our audience your emotional state? Had you got yourself into a position where the game was about to start, where you knew that the first ball was about to be delivered, or what happened?
Well, it's a bit different for me because my name got pulled out of the hat, so I'm the 13th man today. So I'm not as nervous as the other blokes out there, although I may get on the field. I think they were probably all a little bit surprised that JC, or John Cleland's first ball, slipped under the bat and took a wicket as the first ball of the match, which was a nice start.
Have you ever seen anything like that happen?
I'm sure he was just bowling a loosener to make sure he left the pitch. So I mean, he might correct me later on. But I used to play with JC up in Auckland at Cornwall many years ago, 30 years ago, and it's quite a nice surprise to be in the same team playing over here. I look, all the gents out there are very experienced cricketers. If you added up the amount of experience on that field, I think we'd all be surprised, and they've played a lot of cricket.
Well, what about your cricket? What about giving us a bit of a snapshot?
I haven't played first-class cricket. I pulled out of playing cricket when I was about 22 and I ripped my back.
Oh, that sounds nasty.
Yeah, but I did play lower-level representative stuff. Played most of my early days of cricket in a little place called Caddy in the Bay of Plenty, which is just up the road from where the New Zealand IPT will be played in a couple of weeks' time.
Caddy, that sounds like a beautiful place.
Oh, it's a lovely little place. The avocado capital of New Zealand, and very big area. We grow a lot of kiwi fruit as well. And just down the road's the home of two current New Zealand players, Trent Bolton and Kane Williamson.
Right.
Pride and joy of the area, although they didn't do so well. I mean, poor old, they didn't have a good run last night at the hands of India at the Bay Oval.
So that's the current series over in New Zealand. Well, the Indians, fresh from the 2020, have headed over.
Yes, and they put a few new faces in there, which they're probably regretting they didn't have in the World Cup, because they definitely performed last night.
Just very quickly, sorry, 21 overs gone, 2 for 70 the score here at the Woodville Oval.
And we've got a very special guest, Ben Warren, who's joining us for our coverage. Ben is the 13th man for New Zealand, and just a couple of questions for you before you dive out and have something to eat, because that's what we're hanging out of. What's it been like here and this competition? I know we had some rain yesterday, but how do you feel about what has been happening in the veterans?
Yeah. Oh, look, I mean, I joined the veterans in New Zealand only last year. I'm 51, so but coming over here and seeing 500 players line up in a competition is something very, very special, and I think we're equally pleased to see it's in Adelaide, because the facilities down here are just absolutely remarkable. I mean, the way that South Australian has set it themselves up for cricket and grounds is it just makes you want to move to Adelaide to play cricket the way.
Have you been to Adelaide before?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I came years ago to play in the World Police Games in 2005.
Oh, so you're a policeman?
I used to be, yes.
Okay. Many more questions, Phil.
There's a nice shot. There's two out there on the onside split them. Gone right for our cameraman or photographer over there. Would have got a couple of good snaps at that. So one of the rare boundaries, I think that is boundary number 6 on the day. Moves moves Tasmania 2 for 74. So just for those wondering, this isn't the New Zealand national side. This is the New Zealand A side.
Yes.
But still, some of the players here might be hoping that spots might open up for South Africa next year.
Well, they sent the Tri-Series they had earlier in the year. They sent over the first pick side from the recent last IPT in the North Island, South Island couple of games we had. So they're basically using this to send over the next tier of newer players that are coming through and see what they've got that will offer the team and offer the selection for what's going to happen in South Africa. So every player out of here has got the opportunity to prove themselves that they could make themselves available for that national side.
So you wear that proudly, the top that you've got?
Yes.
The colours of your country?
Well, yes, I do, and I could add a little bit of flavor. I was actually born in Dungog. So, and if you guys know Dungog, you probably do, because most Australians know who Dougie Walters came from Dungog. And
have you had a beer with Doug?
No, I haven't. I've only ever spoken to him on the phone because I've lived most of my life in New Zealand. But my mother tells me a few stories about him. She went to school with him.
Oh, did she
So,
really?
yes, and
Get your mum on the phone, will you?
I know.
Quick
I
play, that's going to be very close run out, not given. No replay to go to. So Orlando's going to be counting his blessings. The steel's going to go to 45, so he, having hit a couple of nice shots to the leg side for boundaries this over, probably one of the more expensive ones in recent times. He's only got 5 to go before he'll be retiring not out, which is a concept I haven't seen since my primary school days, but I think it works pretty well for veterans cricket.
Yeah, it's interesting. We don't do that in New Zealand. We don't retire, so it's a new concept for us as well. So you have to change your game plan around it. But yeah, they're definitely hunting for the singles out there a little bit more now. They've got a bit more urgency in the game, so it's because it is a big, spacious oval, isn't it? And there's a lot of space out there.
Yeah. And look, we don't want to hang on to you for too long because you've been kind enough to join us. We're going to try and get as many New Zealand people as we can to talk to us about the background that they've got in their cricketing world. Can you help us out? Is it Officer Tonuu?
Oh, Officer.
Officer, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank
Poor
you.
Poor old Officer. He contracted COVID the day before he's supposed to get on the plane, so he's actually not here.
Hence why you're the 13th.
Yeah, that's right. Today.
And you're glad that you probably picked a couple of extra for that.
Well, yeah, so Officer was our first pick keeper, and obviously there's Matt Everest out there who's got the gloves on now, so it's put us in a bit of a situation, but Matt's a very capable keeper himself, and there's a few other blokes out there who have kept, but we're really disappointed to not have Officer here, and I mean, I know he's probably listening. So we are missing him, and especially his personality and his ability to play.
See, we've heard, Ben, so much about him. We desperately tried to get him on one of our programs with Anthony Telfer, who's been the chief organiser of what's been happening, and he said, we need to talk to this man because he's got such a story to tell. So he's back in New Zealand now?
Yeah, he's back in New Zealand. His family, unfortunately, he got the COVID. He plays in the Black Clash, where they have the ex-New Zealand cricketers of your current one play the ex-All Blacks in a match every year, a charity match, and he's always involved in that. And he was an All Black when I was a young fellow watching him play.
What sort of an All Black was he? Really good?
Oh, he was a good All Black. Yeah, he's a very strong halfback. He's a very strongly built man, not tall, but he's
like me.
Yep, like you. But I mean, you'd know if you ran into him accidentally on the cricket field, you'd be finding yourself on your back pretty flat quickly because you bounce off. But no, he's a true gentleman, and I mean, I don't know him as well as many of the other players out here, but we're all disappointed he can't be here. But there's some interesting blokes you want to talk to that team. There's Robbie Frew out there, he's ex-Canterbury first-class cricketer, number 31. Ian Billcliffe has played some, international cricket in first class, and there's a good mix and makeup out there. And
Richard Peach's a good bloke.
Yes, Peaches has got some very good stories to tell. And
do you want to tell him while you're here with us?
I better not speak out of turn, but no, he's always full of surprises, Peaches, and he leads from the front.
Steele on 49 has collected his 50 and is about to get a call up, I suspect.
There's some applause. The scorers know because they're to our left.
Yes. He's saying, why are you applauding me? Yep. Oh, that means I've got to come off.
And if we look to our left, it's the Tasmanian scorer down there, Phil. He was the one who was applauding.
Yeah, well, he would be the one to know.
Yeah, true.
As Paul Smits comes on, and Tasmania Exchange. And it's an interesting concept, this retired night out, because everyone looks at the wickets and okay, it's only 2 down, but in reality, you've got 2 relatively new batsmen out there now for the Tasmanians.
That's right, yeah.
Ben, what do you hope to get out of this week? I know it's not all about win-loss, it's about camaraderie and friendship, but you walk away from being in South Australia, you meet a lot of friends, you make a lot of friends. Is that what it's all about?
Oh, it is. Majority, we come out here to play cricket and enjoy it, and you're right, we come out and you meet characters from all over Australia and you make some friends, you don't usually make too many new ones when you're in your 50s, do you? You make them when you're younger, but I've already been invited to a few places, that I haven't been where these guys are from, if you come back. Just and
be careful.
So, it makes it very worthwhile, it's like you'll talk to someone and they'll know someone that you know from a certain area and that sort of thing. So it is great. And look, the blokes are incredibly friendly. We all know how to play cricket. We enjoy it. We've all played at a reasonably high level, and so it does make it competitive too, no matter what grade you're playing in.
True.
Yeah.
Do you dare stare forward and think, oh yeah, when I get to 60, I might still be playing cricket. I might go into the next.
Oh, if I'm still alive, definitely.
Oh, I hope.
No, definitely. It's I think most of the guys out there are still playing regular club cricket and grade cricket. So I play in a team with 3 or 4 16-year-olds and a whole lot of 20-year-olds, and there's another 40-year-old who plays in New Zealand grade cricket, and so we've got a real range, and those young fellas, they put the pressure on us to keep on performing. So
right. One further question, then I'll throw to Phil, and I'm sorry to dominate this. I want to ask this one. We had a discussion on air earlier on. Now you can be the judge of our competition, and what we did was we discussed who was the best New Zealand cricketer that we've seen. And they would have had to have come to Australia and played either in test matches or in one-day internationals, etc. I'm not going to mention the half a dozen names that were thrown around, but I'd like you, Ben Warren, a member of this team, to throw around a few yourself.
Well, from my era, when I've grown up playing, you can't really go past Mr. Headley. He's fantastic.
Yep.
Martin Crowe for his batting ability was brilliant. I always enjoyed watching, the excitement of players like, more modern day players like Brendan McCullum and young Kane Williamson. I played against as a little kid. Didn't know who he was at the time, but he's class. In the right form of the game.
I put Danny Morrison in.
Danny, yes. Danny, one bowler would give you 120% all the time, never give up, and a very good bloke as well. So he was always very exciting bowler to watch. He's for a small man, he's not tall, and what he could generate is quite.
He was powerful, wasn't he?
Just in recent times, Neil Wagner, although he's not Kiwi born and he's a South African, incredible guy, and bend his back all day long, and he's put New Zealand, especially in Test cricket, in positions where probably not enough credit's given his way. But there's a new generation of sort of that these guys have created. But going back, I can remember being in Queensland when Richard Hadley took that 9 for 50.
Really? You remember that?
Yes, I was a young, 12-year-old travelling up there at the time with my parents, and we went past the ground when he was doing it. We didn't know it was on. We could have gone in and watched it. We were on it.
How incredible would that be?
But Richard, the man was professionalism to a T.
And an absolute gentleman too.
Yeah. You look at, if you read Ravi Shastri's latest book, and where he goes through the cricketers of his generations, and both them, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan and Richard Hadley, and that all-rounder group,
Wow.
And so there's some exciting cricketers that have been come out over the years in New Zealand, and they've all offered a lot.
It's not a bad lot there, Phil, with all those. We did pretty well there with our
We
guest.
did. Well, I think we both had Richard Hadley. That was the first name that came. He's got a Sir in front. It sort of does stick out a little bit.
We went Brian Waddle, the cricket commentator.
You did mention, we did get
He's
Brian.
the best cricket commentator, I don't know how much cricket Wadd's played, but he'll probably tell a few stories about how good he was.
Just to update the score here, Tasmania 2 for 89. Orlando 6 off 22 deliveries, Smith's 1 off 6. 24 overs in the book, so we're just past that halfway point, and I guess we're sitting in the 80 if they can accelerate a little bit. The 180 mark is possible.
We're looking at this wicket out here. We had a bit of a discussion. I probably shouldn't drop it too early.
No, please do it
No,
now.
we'd like the perspective.
You can't leave until you drop the story.
We reckon that you need 220 at least on this.
Really?
Yeah. That's what. That's what we would be looking at with our batting line at minimum. So we think they've gone a little bit too quiet.
And who's your key hitter in terms of batsmen that we'll be enjoying?
Well, both Robbie Frew and Bill Cliff are very good strikers of the ball. Richard, Mr. Petrie, of course, and there's at the top of the order, John Gary's a very good batsman as well. So you might actually see an interesting double today. I think JC John Cleland's actually opening the bowling and opening the batting.
Oh,
so
wow. Okay.
I don't know what he's done to get the captain in his back pocket, but it's obviously working. So. But
extraordinary. Look, we'll let you go in a sec, but I just want to ask one final question about, you're going to take away lots of memories. Those memories started when we were at the Adelaide Oval the other night, when there were happy snaps being taken by everybody. Did you get the chance to climb the roof at the Adelaide Oval?
No, I've actually booked into I think I'm doing the ground tour on Tuesday. I'm not that keen on heights of all things, so I watched how they were bending over the top there and leaning back, and I thought maybe not. I'll admit that one. I'm not the best on heights, but geez, it's a beautiful oval.
It's in the air and over.
Yes, I mean, I think we would have played an extra $500 each just to get to play the final in there if we made it, because it would have been fantastic. It's,
well, you know, Phil and myself.
It's only a Sheffield Shield game. Surely they could have moved that.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing that was really good at that ceremony. Young Jack, his welcome to country presentation. It gave me tingles, and his character and his comedy mixed in between it. I think that's something very special. And
well spoken, because we all made mention of it, and I was very fortunate when the presentation had finished. He walked away with a young fellow, and I walked over and I said, "Excuse me, I hope you don't mind, but can I take a happy snap?" And he said, "No problem." And the young bloke take a happy snap, and all he said was he wanted the crowd to be a bit more aware as to what he was trying to say, because there was a lot of chat going on.
Yeah, unfortunately there were too many people talking when he was talking, but I think, I mean, the one thing I'll give a lot of credit to New Zealand is cultural awareness. We are very much at the forefront of that, and I think Australia's opening up to it a little bit more, and he did his people an absolute credit. You know, it's I could see him on the international stage doing that very shortly. So
well, Phil, you've spotted something. Before we let you go, Ben, Phil, you're just going to tell us what's happened out there.
Yeah, Paul Schmidt's time at the crease has been a short one. He's out for 12. That's the third wicket down, plus a retired Knight out for the Tasmanians. 3 for 91. And, that's a handy breakthrough now, because the Tassies were starting to accelerate a bit. Got the run rate up to about 3.5, 3.6. But now it'll probably slow down again as a new batsman comes out, and that will be Darren Price.
Darren Price to the crease. And we've got with us at the crease Ben Warren, who's going to pop off in a minute, because as the 13th man, he's got some duties. Can you give us just in a little snapshot, what have you got planned for the rest day? Have you got anything specific organised?
Well,
you get
Mr. Telfer was actually saying that we might be replaying yesterday's match on Tuesday, so we're very hopeful of that. That'll go ahead, because we'd rather do that than not play. So if that goes ahead, we'll be playing Victoria, and their tall towers of ex-AFL players, they look like they've gotten their side. I noticed that they tower above us a bit, but
you will have the full support of the South Australian public.
I've heard that already.
If you're playing Victoria, we brag for South Australia and anybody who plays Victoria.
Victoria, no.
You know what the catch cry is? Now, I'm from Victoria, so I've got to be careful saying this, but you can tell a Vic, but you can't tell a much. Now, I didn't say that. You heard what I said. I didn't say it anymore.
As a Tasmanian, I think you have similar thoughts. Or in your time as a Tasmanian.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they would have similar thoughts.
True enough. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having Ben Warren joining us in our commentary spot in this match here at Woodville. Ben, representing the country that he enjoys living with, or living in, and that's New Zealand. And we say thank you for coming up, Ben. I know you've got other duties as the 13th man, but sharing some thoughts and giving us your time, I say thank you so much, and all the best for the rest of this trip and when you head back to New Zealand.
Thank you very much, gents, and hopefully we'll see you around the tracks.
See you at grand final day on Thursday, you never know.
Yep, we should be there, hopefully. That's the
And you've already drawn the short straw, so you're the one person.
That's right, I don't miss out on that one if we get there, so yeah. Might have been a cunning plan, who knows. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, and it is great to, cricket allows it that you're seeing the game on the screen, that we can chat to various people involved with the tournament, and great to have the New Zealanders over, our brothers.
Mate, that's just extraordinary. I don't want to get too carried away, but he's the 13th man.
Yep.
They called him to say hello, and then 20 minutes later he left.
Yeah, and I think we've still got thousands of questions we could have asked, but do appreciate the time. Game at an interesting point. The wickets are starting to... there's a turnover of batsmen, shall we say, between retirements and wickets now. And given what he said about the 220 they thought was a par, Tassie are a fair way short of that. Look, you need to get a serious wriggle on. As it is, they are 3 for 92 after the 26th over.
Yeah, if you do that, I could like sort of...
And that is 3.5 runs and over. What I might do, we've got Mark Finlayson's joined us. Are you going to take a break, Walshy?
No.
Or am I going to take a break?
I'm just saying that Kate Johnson, an outstanding performance. She's just done the big all right, what do we want to eat and drink? And I've said, are you going to get it for us? No. So no, that will take place in the next few minutes. But Kate will be with us, as you have heard us welcoming Kate to the microphone here at the cricket, and really enjoying her spell. And it's good to see too, because as we all know, once you start off in the media, it can grab you and you can think to yourself, hey, this is good, I'm enjoying this, and we hope Kate is.
How old were you when you first did a media role?
4.
4.
No. No.
Yeah,
No.
that's how I was a young kid, and I used to ring up KG and Hooksy, or whoever KG was with at the time, and sprout off something, because he always used to get stuck into Woodville, so I'd get stuck into him back. You can start young.
Well, I can share. And I'll share
Anything more official, Walsh?
My dad, God bless John Patrick, who passed away on the 9th of October 1994, Dad smoked log cabin tobacco.
Okay.
And when he'd finished the log cabin tobacco in a tin, he would give me the remnants of the tin with no tobacco in it.
Okay.
And he'd say, you can keep these.
Okay.
So I then made a collection of marbles.
Right.
And put the marbles in their different colours into the tins.
I'm intrigued where this is going, Peter.
Oh, it's the best thing that I've ever done, because what it did was, I then had, say, the red ones were Essendon. Remember, this was before we had the AFL. This was VFL.
Yeah.
And then we had Collingwood was a little bit of white, and the Western Bulldogs, or Footscray they were. And I would figure out my own game with the different marbles taken out of the log cabin tobacco tins.
Okay.
And Dad's punishment for me, if I left the marbles lying on the carpet, was he would take one of the marbles and put it away, because if you stand on a marble, it hurts.
You'll know about it.
I did this, and I did this for years, and I absolutely loved it. And as I said, the punishment wasn't Peter go and cut the wood or bring the briquettes in or wash the car. The punishment was give me the log cabin tobacco tins with the team that you support, which was Hawthorn, and you won't get it back for a week. And that's how I got it. I just had their names, and I started calling them, and it became for me a real, a real highlight. And then I did the cricket, and the cricket was a matchbox, and that was the wicket.
Yep.
All about just enjoying what you were doing, and the enjoyment factor. And we mentioned this to Kate. You're doing it because you want to do it, and that was it. No, very true. Very true. I'm tired now.
Wonder when we were going to wear you out.
No, a long time.
3 for 95 is the situation after 27 overs.
We've had the big question: do we want a coffee?
I'm a social outcast. I actually don't drink coffee, so I've got my litre and a half of water. I'm set for the day. 3.5 and over. At that rate, it's going to be something around the 150, 160 mark.
Well, Kate's worked brilliantly, and we've got coffees on the way.
We've got a coffee run. Fantastic.
Yeah, coffee run.
She's found a petrol station that sells coffee. Fantastic. That's going to be the inside joke the whole week, Pete, I think.
Well, all I'll say is my driver, when he arrived to pick me up this morning, does that sound good?
It sounded like, yes, I need one of those.
Well, unfortunately, I stuffed up yesterday and went to a different suburb and almost went out of South Australia. But Mark found me, and this morning he zoomed past and we found a service station, and we're happy, and now we're very happy because Kate's going to get a coffee for us.
Yeah. Well, I found a petrol station just off the bus stop near Woodville. I grabbed an egg and bacon roll to get me through the morning. Got a bit early for all the setup. Right now we're 1:45 local time, so it's probably mid-afternoon over the ditch.
Where's Telf today? Is he here?
A wide.
Food? Okay, well, it's no good being over there because I'm hungry and I'm here.
Oh, okay. No trip to the Woodville fish and chip shop? At Woodville, yeah, absolutely. Free plug there. Not a sponsor of the tournament, but should be.
Now, I must say too that hopefully we're not, well, I'm not raving on too much, but the sadness that came out of the discussion that we had there was a very effective Ben Warren, who spoke so well, and that was the fact that officer has COVID.
Yeah.
And that he didn't come there. He is an All Black. And he was selected, and I was just looking forward to seeing him and chatting to him because we'd done the spade work, and we had been telling us, unfortunately, he contracted COVID and wasn't able to make the trip.
And of course, this was the 2020 National Championships, now 2022, and COVID impacted everybody in various ways, this tournament getting delayed. That's why we're so glad, relieved, and just happy to see it back in action.
To get then abandoned or shut down and then get it back up again.
Yep.
It's just
Well,
great.
you can only do this a few times before you just get exhausted with the processes. There's 28th over in the books. 3 for 98, so 2 off the ton. Well, actually, that might be 99.
93.
They ran a single off the last delivery, which the scoreboard hasn't updated yet. Yeah, 3 for 99, so keep an eye on that. Tassie 1 off the ton. Might just quickly do some score updates. 26 overs, Victoria, New South Wales at Glandore. Victoria 3 for 91, so they're under 4 runs and over there. Queensland and the Silverbacks at Goodwood, 27 overs gone. South Australia 4 for 131, so that's charging along there, I think. Although Goodwood's a pretty small oval in patches, so it might be one for a run fest.
So how many overs was that after?
I'll go back to that in just a tick. That was after 27. So they're well over 4.5 and over there. And the last one up at Port Adelaide, WA Black Swans 3 for 78 after 25. So that's 3 runs and over that the Fireballs are holding the Black Swans to at the moment. We'll know more how that all works out once, of course, the team bats second.
The comments that were made by Ben, he was very forthright in thinking, this is going to be a very gettable target because they're not just pushing them around and not pushing them around quick enough.
200, 220 I thought was a par.
Speaking of par, can I digress for
why not, Peter? Why not? Could I actually stop you if I wanted to?
You'll understand.
By the way, that's the 101 up for Tassie, so well done there.
Speaking of par, we'll be able to see my 3 granddaughters tomorrow.
Oh, that's your rest day taken care of.
That's it. Ashley, Michaela, and Addison. What did you bring me, Pa?
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Well, I've just become a grandpa 6 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's lovely little Eloise. Brings a smile on my face every time.
Well, I've got 5 granddaughters.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why.
You got a women's basketball team all set to go, Pete?
Well, a sneaky run.
Yeah, not too far away, maybe a few years off, hopefully.
A mixed bag. You're going into a lolly shop and getting some mixed lollies because I don't know where this game's going to go from here.
Yeah. They were starting to open it up, the Tassies, and then
a lot of peak and troughs.
Steele retired night out. Smits is 8 off 18. I think he's not out. And I did get that wrong before. I said that Smits was the one that was bowled. I did have that incorrect. It was Orlando that was out for 6 previously. Smits 8 off 18. Price is 3 off 14. 29 overs going, and I think that those tally of overs are starting to get up. One more over before the drinks break, just to warn you good people. 3 for 102 after 29.
We're sitting here in the stand and really feel the wind that is buffeting, but it's a glorious day considering what we had yesterday.
Completely different.
Yeah. Still a very picturesque surrounding here at Woodville. I mean, we do have the factory sort of in the background, but you get a wonderful view of the hills.
Oh, yeah.
And just there's a lovely gap here between the trees. You can see the city CBD as well if you sit in the right spot.
Yep.
Up here in the northwest suburbs, sort of halfway between Adelaide and Port Adelaide. Some of our western beaches not too far away. Nicely dabbed onto the onside for a single, and I mean that's what Tassie have got to do at least every delivery.
Yep. Start picking the singles out.
And what do you think, fellas? We talked about Ricky Ponting and about George Bailey and about David Boone. You reckon that they'd firstly have to give their permission for the, for their team to be named, and they just leave it at this one. What about would they meet and greet at some stage and say, well done, and you're being named after me? Would there be any interaction at all from the Tassie boys, do you think?
I think there should be.
Well, it depends. I reckon there's probably a better chance with David Boone and Bailey, given I think David's back in Tassie now.
He's working full time there now.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you say there's a slab on the end, he'd be there, wouldn't he?
Well, he featured, my brother-in-law made a movie.
What sort of movie?
No.
Can I buy a copy?
Hear me out. Under the Cover of Cloud. And David Boone was the star of the movie. He was about a journo in his search to go to Tassie and find David Boone and interview him.
Is that on Netflix?
SBS was on. It's still on, actually, SBS, Under the Cover of Cloud.
It's like that...
there you go, Ted, I got the plug-in.
It's like the film Borat. He had to chase Pamela Anderson.
No, not quite. No, it was more a family. And in coming home, he rediscovered family in the process. That sort of serious thinkers movie. But Booney was quite in on the whole thing, and he came to the premiere at the Melbourne Film Festival and was a bit nonplussed by all the fuss, I think.
Absolute genuine guy. Which leads me to another trivia question.
I've missed him. Come on, hit me.
Well, it's to do with around Australia, and they're going to have a drinks break, are they?
Yeah, that is the 30th over in the books. We're 2/3 of the way through the Tasmanian innings, and they are 3 for 104, which is a run rate of 3.47.
You need to get a scooter.
And I'll just do what 3.4 I can do some sums in my head, but 3.47 by 45 I can't. That comes to 156, and that seems a little on the low side.
Okay, folks, here we go.
All right.
Think about the Australian states and territories, and we're thinking about cricket. We're thinking about Sheffield Shield cricket or Test cricket or whatever. State by state, our opinions only on who has been the most important cricketing person from each state. It can go back as far as you like, but for us, let's only go back to those that we've actually seen play, and we'd start with Tasmania.
So how many people can you pick?
No, you can pick one.
Only one.
Who's the most important Tasmanian who has played cricket for Australia?
Oh, Ricky Ponting.
David Boone.
Oh, David Boone had the title.
Yep.
And then Ricky Ponting went above that. And that's no respect to David, just the reality.
Guts and glory, you'd have to say Ricky Ponting.
Okay, well, we've gone with Ponting. All right, let's go to South Australia.
Oh, well, we can't claim Bradman, can we?
No.
Can you claim Greg Chappell?
Well, he's played with Queensland, but he's played with South Australia.
You claim Ian, I'm pretty sure.
Who did he first play? What state did he first play with?
South Australia.
Okay, I'll go Greg Chappell.
Okay, and now Phil?
I'll probably say Ian.
All right, okay. New South Wales?
Bradman.
Yeah, we didn't see him, though.
Oh, sorry.
I'm being unfair.
Oh, no,
okay.
Steve Waugh.
Yeah. I mean, there's been so... the blue cap equals the green cap sometimes, we know. So
it's a hard one to beat, though. Steve Waugh's a good one.
New South Wales to play cricket for Australia. But no, I'd say Steve Waugh.
Well,
no bowlers so far.
Again, I didn't see Richie Beno play. But
what about Glenn McGrath?
Well, his batting was sensational.
See, Steve Waugh could bat and bowl.
Okay.
Where Glenn McGrath was just, that's why they call it
Yeah, as I said, there's no right or
pitching.
wrong. No.
Yeah.
Let's go to Queensland.
Alan Border.
Yeah, see, sometimes it's like you threw that one out.
But
I
see-
wouldn't even think of Alan Border,
Yeah.
but I do
He
now.
played for New South Wales.
He
New
did.
South
True.
Wales?
Yeah.
I mean, there is a field named after him.
That's
That's a
true.
pretty good sign.
Oh, we'll leave that one.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that's
not bad. What about Jeff Thompson?
Oh, that's who I was going to say. Jeff Thompson, AB,
Yeah. And we head to Western Australia.
DK.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Hard to beat.
Yeah.
And we're not, please don't think that we're leaving out the ACT for reasons, but
We've
the
left out
ACT.
Victoria.
Oh, they've got Victoria.
The SKW.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yep.
Right. Okay. Now, the second part of the question, how are we going so far?
That's a great way to use up a drinks break, Walshy. You've done well.
This is unfair because, again, it's no right or wrong. And we've talked about the New Zealanders, and we had a wonderful chat with Ben Warren, and we do thank you, Ben. And in case you're not aware of the fact that we are, Officer Tonuru, unfortunately not here because of COVID. And he's an All Blacker, and we're really getting excited about him being here, but let's hope he's okay.
Umpire just advising new stage of the power play. I think you're allowed 5 outside, which should open up for some singles, you would think. Tassie need to get a wriggle on. Single there to Darren Price, who moves to 5 off 18 deliveries. If you've joined us late, give you a quick call to the card maybe. Fulton out first delivery, bowled Cleland. Stubbings out for 16 off 51, LBW to Campbell. Still retired not out, 50 off 64. That's played on to the onside, no run. Orlando bowled by Gibb for 6 off 23. Right now we've got Smits 10 off 24 and Price 5 off 18. The extras 18, and that was one of the things New Zealand have had an issue with today. Their extras have been probably a bit larger than they would have liked, but 3 for 104 off 30 is a pretty good defensive effort for mine.
Brilliantly done, Phil. Brilliantly done. Now, the last part of the question, and I reckon this will be a unanimous choice, you know. I've just got this funny feeling before we have our coffees that will be sent to us by Kate Johnson, doing a wonderful job. The question is, all right, we've gone for states and territories as to who we think was the most valuable player in how we've watched the game unfold. All right, who would be captain of those players that we've mentioned?
Greg Chappell?
Does the captain have to be the best player?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I wouldn't have minded seeing Warney captain. I reckon that would have been very interesting because he had quite a brain about him, but due to, shall we say, some off-field things at the time, was never
Yeah, that little
considered
black mark past him.
considered he had all the responsibility to be captain. But I reckon he would have been a very creative one.
Well, I'm with you, Phil. I'm with you. We had a chat on the way in the car this morning, and we were talking about players who would have been good cricketers, etc. And Mark was saying to me, we were talking about Jason Gillespie and Jason's dad. Be warned for me, the captain. I just say, yep.
I think you've got to take it into perspective of what they can do on the field. Like Warney, he could bowl, he could bat sometimes, and he wasn't a bad fielder. But then you got Greg Chappell, who could bat, he could bowl, and he was a classic first slip fielder. And to me, a captain should stay at first slip or mid on or mid off, so they can watch the ball and what the bowler's doing. That's my choice.
Yeah, oh, look, it's a tough one. And look, we'll leave this alone. I was just saying at the finish that the Warren movie that was to be presented will now be presented. There was a bit of an angst from some of the Warren family about, no, it's too early after the tragic demise of Shane Warne and the loss of Shane, but it looks as if that has been sorted now, and there will be a Shane Warne movie that's going to come up very shortly.
Okay. Yeah. It is a fundamental question about, you know, when is it too soon to go from a memorial segment to a documentary to something Hollywood? Because as you see with a lot of that, and maybe with Warning you don't need to, but to have the entertainment value of a movie, sometimes you need to embellish stuff and expand on stuff that's not really there. I'm seeing that probably with the Crown series at the moment. But with Warnie, his life was a movie. I don't think you need to go too beyond what he did.
You know, people are going to say if it's too soon, they'll criticise you. But if it's not soon enough and a bit too late, they'll say, why didn't you bring it in earlier? So it's, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, we are coming in the car this morning. We stopped and had our coffee, and I have to say, Mark and myself both came up with the same word. We felt cheated by the fact that we've lost Warnie, because he was such an important part to our lives through cricket and through St Kilda and his love of football and just the man himself. And yeah, it was a poignant moment or two just to think about it.
He's the reason, I think, why people went to Test cricket.
Yep.
Because you must admit, people were going to more one-dayers than Test cricket, and Test cricket numbers were dropping. As soon as Warnie came on board, what happened? They all went up again. People wanted to see Shane Warne play cricket.
Yeah. Well, I hope we're not talking too much lying, but talking about other things other than the cricket. But we're trying to keep you posted with what's going on with the cricket as well, because we've had Ben Warren, who has joined us, and that was a real thrill for the 13th man to sit down when the game's underway. He has to focus in on what's going on, and he spoke so well, and he was so passionate, and so much pride oozed from the oral cavities of Ben Warren because of his link with New Zealand.
Well, and he's representing his country, isn't he?
Not too bad an over there for Tassie. They've been sort of going at a bit of snail's pace. 6 off that over, 3 for 112 off 30. They got 13 overs left, 7 wickets in the sheds.
Yep.
You can see if they can try and accelerate the pace a bit.
Very exciting news has just come through. Very exciting.
You've seen the coffees, no?
No. Well, you're close, you know. Kate Johnson's been spotted in Stirling, and she's got a big cardboard cutout with coffees required to be taken to Woodville.
Oh, your binoculars are good, Walsh. I didn't think they were that good to see Stirling from here.
So they could be on the way, or it could be a figment of my imagination.
Sorry, folks, we're raving on about the coffees, but anyway, it is definitely a coffee kind of day, I think. Might just quickly go through some of the New Zealand bowlers because we haven't given them much of a mention. Cleland 3 overs, 1 for 13 was very good early. Got that first wicket, set the scene for the day, I think. Clark 2 overs for 8. Petrie 3 overs for 5. Stretch 7 overs for 29. So you're allowed to have 9. You can bowl up to 20%, but they've already used 6-7 bowlers. So I think Stretch 7 for 29, Campbell 7 for 19. That's 1 for 19. Probably done. Mason 6 for 21, none for 21, and a Gibb 4 overs, 1 for 13. At the moment, it's Scott Mason working his way through his 7th over.
They've 7 bowlers, so they've mixed and matched, haven't they?
They have. None of them have been, bar maybe Cleveland, of any sort of real pace, I don't think.
No, we've all talked about.
Here we go.
Chance of a thrown out.
Oh, he was dead to rights if that hit.
Gone.
Craig Gibb will be replaying that in his mind a couple of times.
You know, we talk about cricket. There's so many avenues that you can deviate to, and we've got Ben Warren chatting about. Well, you know, Ben Warren's talking about Dungog with Doug Walters.
Yeah.
And you think, hang on a minute, are we supposed to know that? And we did. We did.
You did.
But it's just amazing what little places and cricket and what it does. And the comment that was made by Ben, who's just turned 50, and Ben said, I'll be playing in the over 60s if I'm still around.
Yeah.
He's looking forward to that 10 years away.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Well, I think there's something about enjoying the moment when you get to this age level.
Where did he say they were going tomorrow? Oh, they've got to play, haven't they?
They've got to play.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there's the ones I feel for the Western Australians. They'd organised. There's a brewery, not the brewery that's now in pieces. I might add, driving past it today, but there is a sort of a, what do they call it, craft brewery that they'd booked a lunch for tomorrow.
Are we going?
No,
we're working.
I'm working tomorrow, Pete, unfortunately.
I'm having a day off. Well, today's my last day.
No rest for the wicked. I'm back in my day job tomorrow to catch up on 5 days work and 2 days where there's no cricket. Nicely tweaked around for a single. Got to keep that scoreboard ticking, the Tasmanians.
Well, they've got to really start ticking it over now to get up a good score. Make it competitive.
Well, the biggest advantage that they have is the number in the shed. They've got plenty of wickets left.
Exactly right.
Because what you're never sure about is the depth side of things. So it looks like we have another guest joining us. Stewart, number 33. So the bowling comes in, that's a little cut shot. Quick run, could be a problem, but no, just not the cleanest of takes, and the fielder there he was going the wrong way to throw it. Had to settle himself, get his footwork right, and we've got a news update in Washington.
Well, I just can't believe how people are so aware as to what we're trying to do, and that is provide information. I've just had a visit from the Tasmanian team, and Stuart Steele will be joining us during the lunch break. Yep, he'll be there. We'll go down and we'll have a chat to him on the boundary line.
And he's tried to sweep, bowled, and Tassie have just lost their 4th wicket. And we'll have the replay come up in a sec, thanks to Explorer Caravans.
And a big plug to Explorer Caravans. So how good have they been with what they've punched into the dollars and cents that have made it all happen?
Yeah, supporting the replays, which we're sure the people at home enjoy, coming up on your screen right now. So we don't have the zinger bales for this week, just the normal ones. Coming out is Shane O'Brien. Just waiting for the... And out on that occasion was Price, bowled by Gibb. His inning finishes on 12 runs from 28 deliveries. So interesting veterans cricket, Tasmania. Spread around the state. They've got 2 main northern clubs, the Twilighters and the Ulverston Rovers.
I know the Ulverston Football Club, but the Twilighters, the only Twilighters I knew, were a band.
Yeah.
That's the Twilight.
maybe they went from music to cricket. Ulverston's a lovely place. Had a couple of lovely night there with the kids. Yeah. Caravan Park by the beach. And Peter, we're glad we got you here because I know what it is, but you can explain it. They're one of the southern clubs. Well, firstly, the last over 11, which is good, and then the Thylacines.
Sorry, could you repeat that and speak in English?
Hang on, have I got this right? The Thylacinians.
Does that sound like a flower?
That's the Tasmanian tiger.
Oh, I think I'm talking about, and you're talking about what the skeletons that are left over.
Yeah.
Something like that?
That's it. And they've got a few occasional clubs, Midlands, Lotus, Weymouth, Marawa, and the Port Sorrel Sharks.
And there's I think it's one of the most favoured spots, and if you're ever in the vicinity, I mean, you go to Mount Wellington, of course you do, but you need to go to Queenstown because Queenstown's the football ground, but there's no grass.
Yes.
And that's the old mining town.
Yes, and I've actually been to Queenstown, and it's an amazing place where the players run out and train, and there's just gravel,
So
and that's it.
So how do you play cricket on a gravel pitch? That sounds to me like a problem.
That's a good question. I don't know whether they play cricket. They probably would, I presume.
You'd have to put a concrete or a mat or something.
Well, that is magnificent. But there are so many places to see. Hastings Caves, just down the road from Hobart.
Yes, I've spent a lovely day there. The caves are spectacular, but there's some hot springs.
Yes. And in the middle of winter, you jump in there.
Yeah, and it's raining, and you're perfectly comfortable
Yeah.
in this very warm hot spring.
Well, we were there, and the cattle, the cows that go get milk there, they're actually going for a massage before they get milk.
Those little things on the
Roll
side of the
brushes.
barn, the brushes,
Yeah.
yes.
And what they'll do is, the farmer's got it marked them like a little chip on them. If it was being milked, well, it won't get you milked again. But so what they do is they come and get a free back rub, then go out the other gate. So every time they want a back
Mate,
rub,
if you're into
they go in there.
giving back rubs to animals in another place, that's good. Yeah.
These
Stay
were
with
by
it.
the rollers. That wonderful cheese. If you ever go there, try the King Island smoked cheddar.
My good wife is from Tassie, as we've alluded to before. Get to go down there every couple of Christmases. And we've pretty much covered the whole state by now.
Here we go.
Oh, direct hits! Umpire's thinking about it. No.
I've got to tell you, the umpire was in absolutely magnificent position to get across there so quickly.
Wow.
Had to run backwards virtually. Gee, that was good umpiring.
Yeah, that's right. He made position very quickly and very well. This one played down, and this an easier single. Did have a shy at the stumps.
Umpire's getting a bit of a workout.
Yep. Well, you would have to think that the game's going to need to accelerate. 4 for 121, 34.3. So after the next 3 deliveries, it's going to be 10 overs to go.
Now this is where they've got to really start putting the pressure on the fielding side to start pumping out the runs each over.
This is a Pool A game. The other teams in Pool A, Victoria and New South Wales, playing at Glandore today. For all of them, it's game 1. They'll all play tomorrow. Pools of 4, 3-round robin matches. The pool winner will be here on Thursday with us in the final.
Did we move from Woodville at all now?
No, we're here.
We're in.
You brought the sleeping bag, didn't you?
I'm not sure what I bought actually. What did I have in the back of your car, Mark? Did I have a sleeping bag?
No, I did that.
I've done a couple of. I have done in my time a couple of all-nighters under the Barry Jarman grandstand, building cheer squad banners and the like. There's Barry Jarman, a Woodville player who played Test cricket.
Yep.
You know, you're talking about Tasmania, you're talking about places there which you like to go and see. David Foster's one of our good friends, a world champion wood chopper, and David used to go to the Burnie Oval in Tasmania on New Year's Day for the wood chopping, and as long as David Foster was there, also Danny Clark, the cyclist, turned up. And he made those tyres smoke. He was spectacular. And that's one of the best sporting events. Unfortunately, it dropped off, but the Coastal Carnivals, they were called.
So I know that like Adelaide has the Bay Sheffield and the Bay Sports Carnival. Tassie was very much the same up the north. Latrobe had one.
Yes, they did. Devonport had one.
There was one each sort of different night, like a travelling circus type of arrangement.
Now we've got a very, very big call here. Kate Johnson's arrived with the coffees. Thank you, Kate.
We're not worthy.
Very much.
O'Brien's out there, 1 run off 5 deliveries.
Oh, nice little
Maybe
shot.
not now.
That's 4.
He's found a good
Slowing
spot
down.
there. Yeah, that's it.
Yep, just made it.
4 for 121 in the 36th over.
And we talked about, you know, the places that you go to see. I wonder what or who decides. I suppose Anthony Telfer would have a lot to do with it as to. He's watched the next ball push down the ground and there's no run. Who makes the decisions as to where they go on their rest day? Well, unfortunately, they go to a cricket ground.
They do now.
I shouldn't say unfortunately, but.
Well, we're very thankful because
that's great catch.
Beautifully done. That's not the easiest one to catch.
No.
In the sort of leg gully position.
Very good catch.
So that's not, leg gully, because you only get to see it late. And now the wickets are starting to tumble for the Tasmanians. We asked a lot of the players what were they planning to do during their rest day, and a lot of the South Australians said, I've got to go to work.
Yeah,
so if they were playing cricket tomorrow, thankfully they're not because they got the game off yesterday, they may be in a bit of strife. Captain Neil Grice is the new batter for Tasmania. I think it's Petrie with the catch. I'm just going to give, Peter says it is Petrie. That was a well taken catch by the captain.
Yeah, he was very affable beforehand. Popped over and said hello, and we won the toss, and we're bowling, and then he wanted to talk, etc., etc. So
that's a big wicket for New Zealand actually. That's Schmitz, who was 21 off 43, caught Petrie, bowled Gibb. So Brian's out there on 1. The captain, Grace, has just gone out there. So we've got 2 batsmen that between them have 1 run on the board. At a point in time when Tasmania are running out of overs.
They've really got to start making some runs now, and even though they've lost 5 wickets.
And it's still...
Really got to
that photographer on the far side of the field is confusing me all day. I can't tell... I thought if it was the photographer or a fielder. It actually is a fielder. So they got 2 deep. And again, interesting concept here. Woodville is a long oval, even with the rope in. And they've got two wingers, for want of a better term. 2 sweepers really square on each boundary. And that's it. Everybody else is inside the circle. Usually at this time of the game, often you'll see 3 or 4 out. But New Zealand think they've got Tassies on the ropes here a little bit with 2 new batsmen, and are going to put the pressure on and not allow easy little dabbing singles.
what's a gettable score, do you reckon, Phil?
What are we, 120? We've got 9 overs left. I reckon it's got to be about 160. That's right.
To be safe. 70?
180 is probably the par. I don't think it... Ben Warren from New Zealand said they thought 220. I'm not sure he's had a good look at how soft the balls are holding. Oh, there was a stumping chance. Or might have got a dab on it. We'll see. No, that is a bye. They'll take the runs anyway they can get them. Just a quick chat with the producer. Make sure we've got things in the right order. This is Greg Stretch back at work. Just play down the line to mid-off for a single.
This is the first for me, and I'm pretty sure that I might fit into the situation of others. Embellish in a sec after this ball. Just pushed down the ground on the offside, and there's no run. I didn't think I'd ever see a New Zealand team playing cricket at Woodville.
No.
And I'm seeing it right now. I don't know how you felt about that, Mark. I didn't think I'd ever see it happen.
No, and as I was just saying before,
he was a long way down, but looks to be straight in front. And now, with that, wicket number 5, I reckon. No, 6 for.
6.
Because they do have one retired not out. So this is the number 9 batter coming out for Tasmania, and this is a Lindsay Roberts. Of course, they've got to go through everyone before Steele gets to return. And, there's rules in play to say, you know, there's penalty runs if a tail ender sort of semi-deliberately gets out.
Okay.
To get the retired not out in, back in.
But how can you say whether it's
like
a deliberate out?
Like what you did when Dizzy came in, step away from the stumps.
Exactly.
Have a free shot.
I still have nightmares about it.
Now, don't forget too, we did mention earlier on and the dulcet tones of Ben Warren. We'll get to Stuart Steele when the overs have been bowled or wickets have been tumbling. We'll be having a chat to the Tasmanian connection. I'll be popping downstairs with Kate Johnson.
So this is stretches in his final over. Attempted shot, did not connect. I think he's got one delivery left of his 9 overs spell stretch. 1 for 34 his figures. So he's going to go less than 4 and over, which is pretty good, and 1 for 34 it is, as we have now got through.
Just a quick one. Just imagine like ex-Test cricketers playing, who are over 50 playing in this sort of competition. How would they go? Well, at least you guarantee the fast bowlers wouldn't be bowling fast because they'd be riddled with arthritis.
Yeah.
But the batsmen, they could still play, couldn't they?
I reckon fast bowlers would be the first to slow down. I think your eye-body coordination would probably stay for a little bit longer. And part of that is experience of knowing where the ball's going and getting the footwork right. And
just getting the ice baths ready for you at the end of the day.
What part of your body goes bang first?
Yeah, I mean, what I've been really impressed about so far has been the standard of the fielding.
For your lower back and your knees.
And your hamstrings and your groins and your ankles,
Not them as
necks.
Oh, just knees and back.
Calves.
Or shoulders.
Yes.
So the whole body.
The whole body is just disintegrated.
It's
Pulverisation.
Yeah, well, mind you, if you don't use it, you do lose it. So another
I've
good
got a
reason.
trivia question for you too, Phil.
Not a medical one, I hope.
Well, this is impossible to answer, but we can throw it around.
Okay.
But who'd be the fastest bowler in this tournament?
In this tournament?
Oh, yeah.
Really wasn't conducive to fast bowling yesterday.
No, wasn't. And clause B, how fast could they bowl?
Timmy
You're
Sargent.
not allowed to bowl full throttle, or you weren't allowed to do that yesterday, were
No,
you?
you were not from the southern end.
You couldn't.
Not from the parade end where there was a bit of a mud patch on the popping crease.
Timmy Sargent pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll give that. He steamed in from the southern end yesterday. I mean, we've
Tim
only
Pelham?
seen
Yep.
we've only seen half of the team so far. We'll see Queensland and WA here on Wednesday, and that's where I'm going to be leaving you good gentlemen to commentate a lot, because I'll be trying to keep track of who's in the final. If that was not going to be out, because you need to have the ball in your gloves when you take the bails off. So that'll be a big day. Queensland WA is our Wednesday broadcast game here at Woodville, and then who knows?
Yeah, well, I'll be heading down to Geelong those days, so today's my last day.
Today's your last day with us?
Yep.
Well, it's been fantastic having back with us. Enjoyed calling those South Australian veteran cricket grand finals.
Oh, they were great.
Campbelltown.
Yes.
Cameron.
Adelaide
Did
did
you
won
go
the
to
over
Geelong?
50s in the last ball.
So yeah, and I mean, Chelsea certainly knows how to get good venues for us.
Geelong, of course, still celebrating the premiership, so you'll be able to go down there and have a few quiet ones, and they'll still be jumping
Just as
around.
long as I don't mention 2007.
Is that prepping for the over 60s?
Yeah. Yep. That's the over 60s national comp down there.
And just on that too, what about the news that filtered through Joel Selwood?
What's Joel done?
He's joined Melbourne Storm.
Yes.
He's not playing, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but he's now jumped on board and he's going to give of his knowledge, which is
On how to
vast.
duck.
Now.
I mean, you know, the professional sport looking for that little edge.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of, you know, coaches and so forth go to the States and see. They used to go and look at soccer teams, and then they realised that, in essence, Australian and especially American sports was way ahead of the whole science thing compared
you
with
look at
English Premier League
Travis
back in the
Boak.
day.
He goes USA every year, folks.
Yep.
And he's actually taken a couple of players with him this year.
Well, I watched a show on Netflix last night before I fell asleep, and it was about the World Cup and the skullduggery that existed in the World Cup for so many decades, plural, and thought to myself, well, in a week's time Australia's playing France, and they've started their campaign.
Less than a week now. I
Yeah.
think it's Wednesday.
And what they had some of the footage in this Netflix program. It was scary what you were looking at. The amount of money that, in question marks, was being laundered.
Yep.
Oh, it was amazing, and I just hope the Socceroos can be about the place.
You know, that's why in many ways, look, elite sport is there to enjoy for sure, and there's nothing like a full Adelaide Oval or MCG on a Boxing Day Test match. But I get as much thrill from a commentator's perspective of calling community sport, and even I really like calling some junior sport from time to time as well, because every sport has politics, don't get me wrong. I'm sure veterans cricket has its fair share too, but as we mentioned before, the spirit of the game tends to lie here. And whenever I get a bit jaded by the politics of things, I go and watch the Oz kickers play.
That's a good call.
It's the camaraderie.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we haven't seen yet, and I don't think we will, but when we had Anthony Telfer giving his brilliant "Let's welcome everybody" at the Adelaide Oval, and he talked about let's play the game and let's do it correctly and properly, etc. And then he added, if there was a decision that needed to be questioned, and it could have been turned over, it might have been a caught behind, and the umpire said, no, not sure, it could be turned over by fieldsmen who involved themselves in talking about the decision and turning it over, because this is all about cricket and it's the spirit of cricket. And I thought, hey, nobody was upset about that. They all warmly applauded that was going to happen. We haven't seen it happen yet. We haven't needed to.
No.
Tassie's starting to run out of overs here. 38 are in the books. 45, so what is that? 6 and a bit. 5 overs. Doing my head in now. Not a lot left. Work it out in a sec. 1 left of the 39th. After that, there'll be 6.
Some pretty cunning bowling out there from Richard Petrie, by the way, too.
Yeah, he's changed ends. And he's about to finish his 4th over and give up. Well, he had 7 runs conceded, make that 8. So that's 2. That's 2 and over. That's a leg bye. And that's it. The over tally keeps on going. At the moment, Tassie look like they're just trying to make sure they bat out their full 45. 39 are in the book, 6 for 131.
Yeah, Phil, if you can help me, I'd be thrilled by this. Just a quick call of the board so I can make sure that I've got all the bits and pieces.
Let's do a call of the board. So Fulton out for a duck, Stebbings 16 off 51. As we wait for this delivery from the clubhouse end, a big swing and a quick single, and a decent throw might have been trouble.
Would have been gone.
So Stebbings was 16 off 51. Steele retired not out, 50 off 64. Orlando was bowled by Gibb for 6 off 23. Schmitz, who was I think the last man out, caught Petrie bowled Gibb for 21. Over the top into a bit of a gap, but sweepers coming around, this will be an easy 2. Smits was 21 off 43, Price 12 off 28, and O'Brien LBW stretch 1 from 8. Currently the batsmen here, let me just give you an update on them. Grice is 2 off of 6, and Roberts is still got a 0 on his name after 11. So he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. The captain Neil Grice is facing. Puts that to mid-on. Hits it to a spot that usually gets you a run, so now the pressure is probably going to be on young Lindsay Roberts, well not young Lindsay Roberts, but Lindsay Roberts, aka Linz, to try and get off the mark.
Still not.
What eventually happens, you get to a point where you have a rash swing, and that's when you're heading back to the interchange bench. And that's a wide. That's going to be a wide with a couple, maybe.
No, still single.
So you get one for, in that situation, you get one for the wide and one for the run, I assume. Otherwise there really wouldn't be much point running.
Yeah.
It also gets the scorer back at the scorer's end, which helps Tassie a bit with a long shot, but man there at long on. There's 4 Kiwis out deep. We mentioned the 2 sweepers on either side, on and off side, then we've got a long on and a long off.
He's got a big shot.
And there we go, off the mark. With a shot to long on. 6 for 139, and that is 40 overs gone. 5 left. He mentioned 160. Well, 21 off 5 is about right. So, yeah, just a touch. We've lost part of the Adelaide Hills to our right. Game going at 5 overs to go. They're going to do this under 3 hours at the moment. We've gone 2.5 and they've bowled 40. Someone from the ICC needs to have a look at these games and take note.
They probably look at the run-ups and go, yeah, well, that's half.
Yeah, that probably explains a part of it. It's the captain, Petrie, bowling again. Bowling figures so far. We know Stretch is done. He's bowled his full 9, 1 for 34. Campbell 7 overs, 1 for 19. Gibb has been the big one, 3 for 27 off of 8. He's got the wickets. Cleveland has some left. Haven't seen him come back yet. 1 for 13 off 3. Petrie 4 overs, 2 deliveries, and that's just the 8th run he's conceded. So he's going less than 2 runs and over at the moment. So you get the feeling he might bowl out one end. It's a case of who's going to see it out from the northern end. Long way down, but gone. And that is it for the captain, Neil Grice. Captain gets captain.
I don't think he's disappointed with the decision because he's not shaking his head saying, oh, it was down leg side, huh?
Yeah. No dissent, remember. Nope. Christian Farley, aka Charlie Farley, is making his way out to the middle of Woodville Oval.
Tall man, Bryce is doing, you saw him beforehand when they were doing their warm-ups, and then when he was bouncing about, he's probably, I'd say, the tallest man in the team.
The tallest man in Tasmania?
Yeah, he's a tall man, all right.
So for Petrie, that's his first wicket. He's 1 for 8 with 3 deliveries left of his 5th over. Run partnership. So given it's now, this is the number 10 batsman with 7 dismissed and 1 retired not out. For the wickets today, 1 for 0, 2 for 47, 3 for 91. So a couple of good partnerships there at the top of the order. The first one, of course. Price was out 4 for 117, and Smiths went out 5 for 125, 6 for 127, and now 7 for 140.
Pleased to report that we do have a dog being walked at the ground. We like it when they're given the exercises, don't we?
At least we didn't have that dog that decided to be the to sit it long off.
No, I love it when the canines are looked after by either mum and dad or the kids and taken for a stroll.
Well, some sporting organisations have a thing called Bark in the Park, where
I've had a bark in the park from time to time.
Yeah, after a heavy night.
where bring your dog to the ball game.
Oh, I love that.
Actually, I used to do the home match promotions here at the Eagles for a few years, and I did bring up the idea of when we played Central District, the Bulldogs, could we actually have a day at the Dogs or something? I think they were a bit more worried we might have a dog of a day, and I got voted down.
Oh, those creative juices. And look, you see in the park, you see the puppies going for a stroll. It's all good. I think the mums and the dads and the kids are enjoying it just as much as the dogs.
Oh, my dog, I don't tell my dog when it wants to walk. My dog tells me when it wants to go for a walk.
Yeah.
Just make sure you take the doggy bag with you. That's all you need to do.
Yes. Good fertiliser.
Now, are we getting rain heading in our direction?
Did sound a little bit like there's nothing in the window
Look
there.
at the radar, I reckon. If you've got to call some cricket, I'll have a look at the...
I can tell you, 740. Started a new over just outside the off stump, a play and miss. It's flicked through to the keeper and there's no run. So it's been a very enjoyable morning heading into the afternoon. We started when the toss was won by the man who decided that his team would bowl, Richard Petrie. And they'd be pretty pleased, one would expect. Next ball just outside the off stump, a play and a miss. So it goes
I reckon we're about to get something. Just a small little shower coming in. We might be on the edge of it. It's whether we can see to our right now.
Yep. Well, we're not too far away. How many overs to go, please, Phil? You've got the computer.
Yeah, about 3 and a bit.
Okay. So we'll just make lunch, I think. And don't forget, during the lunch, I'll pop downstairs with Kate Johnson and we'll find Stuart Steele from Tasmania.
3.5 overs to go.
3-dot ball.
And even that 160 is looking a little bit too far away right now. Even 150 is maybe the next target.
The clouds are looking as if they'd like to weep.
We were
There's a bit of precipitation that's about
Slowly
in
but
place.
surely our backdrop is disappearing on us.
Yeah, it was raining all day.
Certainly raining in the CBD.
Not too bad out here at the moment, but there's a dab just behind square on the offside, no run. Keeper standing up, Matthew Everest, very busy, very, very busy indeed, as are all keepers.
He's a lot busier than he thought he would be as well.
Yeah.
Because with Afisa Tonu out with COVID,
that's a good call.
He's got the gig for the tournament.
Next ball outside the off stump, a play and a miss. There've been a few of those.
5-dot balls so far.
That was well bowled too from the Kiwi man Simon Clark.
And I wasn't sure if Ben Warren was having this on. I wasn't going to ask. He's the 13th man because he pulled his name out of the hat, or his name got pulled out of the hat. That's an interesting way of selecting your team.
True. He had some pearls of wisdom to share. Next ball outside the off stump, driven back down the ground for a single. Trying to find out where the ball is.
It's very hard to
circle,
pick that green ball on the grass, the pink ball on the green grass.
And the grass is just a tad longer here than what it was at Kensington. That's the end of over number 42.
Here comes a bit of rain.
And it's 142 for 7.
No one's gone for the covers yet, although there's movement.
Yeah, one bloke, good luck.
Even the dog's gone for cover at the left-hand side of where we are.
It's just decided to stretch it out.
Yeah.
It was it was great teamwork from all the players yesterday.
It was, and that's what probably kept the game going.
Yep. I reckon they'll keep going with this.
Yeah, this is not anything massive, folks. It's building a little bit. It'll be the airport is now clear, so this will be 5 minutes and then it'll be gone.
Robbie Frew doing a bit of fartlek training out there for the New Zealand team, running upwards and down.
What did you say?
Intermittent running.
Intermittent
running.
Yeah. Right, okay.
And he was busy, Robbie Frew. Hope he doesn't grab he's tweaking the back of his left calf. I hope he hasn't done any damage.
Yeah.
Because if you get a bit too carried away,
Ben Warren might get some fielding practice after all.
Here we go.
very quickly what's happening around the Div 1. Over number 39, Victoria 6 for 128. Drain, one of the openers, made 50, retired not out. Over at Goodwood, which is a bit of a postage stamp of an oval, but 41 and a bit overs gone. South Australia, the Silverback 7 for 219.
Wow, that's good.
Meanwhile, 38 overs gone at Port Adelaide, and WA Black Swans held 5 for 141 against the Fireballs of the ACT. So,
Does it say who's made the runs for South Australia?
I did mention that Rankin had retired not out last time I gave an update. Let me check for you. We're going to have 2 here. Well, Valja got a duck. 3 deliveries. Rankin 50. Dawes 43. Martin 53. He's not out at the moment. I think he's about to be retired not out. What have we got here? 7 for 219. Yeah, so there's only a couple left with 2 retired not outs. They might get a couple of those back in the last couple of overs. But that'll, I mean, Goodwood is a small oval.
Yes.
So, and Woodville is not. So
no,
that's for sure.
Petrie again. The arms go up. Everyone's except the umpire.
I'm just trying to work out what the umpire was doing then, Phil. He was sort of indicating with his hand and the palm of his hand open.
Yeah.
Not sure. Obviously the players know, which is what it's all about.
Yeah. I think they got a bit of verbal accompaniment though. We'll see if this is leg buys or not. Either way, they'll take him. Leg buys.
Very petty.
We're just about at the end of the. Oh, we are at the end of the 43rd over. They got 2 off that. 7 for 147. So 2 overs left of the Tasmania Ponting innings. Roberts is on. To update. Roberts is on 4. Farley is on 3. And Petrie has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 12. So he's giving up 2 and over. And he's bowling a lot of these out to death. So that is remarkable figures.
Well, they've got 2 overs to go. They've got the 3 wickets in the hand, plus the 1 retiree. Now they've just got 2 overs to go, start swinging to try and get the 160.
We haven't, with the stats, we haven't kept how many boundaries, but there haven't been too many.
I can tell you, just give me a sec to use my fingers here.
You do that and I'll call the first ball of this over. Hit in the air and dropped. Oh, that was a tough call. Richard Petrie, that would have been one of the catches of this tournament. Went to his left, he was forward of square, and he got the fingers to it, but that was whistling. And maybe I'm being a little bit too hard, but still it touched the fingers and ran away.
10 boundaries, Peter.
That's not bad, is it?
6 to steal, 4 for everybody else.
We got a 6 yesterday.
Hasn't
sure did.
He did.
Let's see if Petrie is ready for this one. It's off pad and goes out towards where he is. He doesn't have to come in too quickly because he gets some assistance that's being rendered by the wicketkeeper Everest, and there's no run. And that scudding shower might have
it's done.
Headed off to another postcode. Wicketkeeper stands up. He's doing a fine job. And that ball is hit down the ground. I'll wait for it to bounce, and I can see it in a sec. Here it is. It disappears.
It is difficult to see. I'll give you that.
Thank you, because I was looking hard.
It's not just you, Pete. I mean, I can see because there's that little movement, but yeah.
Well, they ran a couple.
They did. They're probably going to get to 150. I think they're just about there now. Yeah, that is the 150. 7 for, with 9 deliveries left.
Walk at him, do a single there, maybe go for 2.
I don't think that boundary is wide enough for a 2. We used to play. Yep. There we go, folks. During the adjournment, which is 30 minutes, we'll have a couple of interviews. This is where Peter shows he's the real workhorse of the group. Swing and a miss. Farley on strike at the moment. Two deliveries left of the over.
They're on 151. They've got to really try for 160.
Yeah, well, a runner ball will get them pretty close. Got to make at least contact and at least one. They want to go for two, but the fielder already had it in his arms. And whilst I think that was Roberts had made the first run pretty quickly, I'm not sure that would have been a wise choice. 44, we're into the last over. 7 for 152. And who's going to bowl the last over? It's going to be Petrie, and why not? He's 12 off of 6 overs.
Yep.
All the other bowlers we can give you their final figures. Cleveland has mentioned 1 for 13 off 3 overs. Clark 0 for 14 off 4. Stretch 34, 1 for 34 off 9. Campbell 1 for 19 off 7. Mason 0 for 24 off 7. And Gibbs 3 for 27 off 8. All of them have been so economical.
Yeah, and Campbell's actually bowled 2 maidens in those 7 overs.
Couple of runs there. Takes the total to 154. Yep. That was intended to go, I think, to mid-wicket, and it went the exact 180-degree different direction.
Hit the back of the bat, I think.
I'm pretty sure that was almost a tippy-go situation. Well, I've hit it. It's gone somewhere. I'm just going to run. I hope it didn't end up with a fielder.
45. I think this is the last one.
So we're on 156. No run there.
Just a few deliveries left now. 3 to go, 156, so 160, quite possible here. If they can find a 2 somewhere or a boundary. Instead finds, oh, that was close. Instead finds a short mid-wicket. Almost the catch. 2 deliveries to go. They're calling for 2. I reckon.
Pressure on the field.
Yeah, they're going to try. Here comes the throw. Going to be close. Oh, not even close.
No, he's out.
Out by Meteridge.
Well, that's what they had to do.
Yep.
Boost up the score. Put the pressure on the field.
So, yes, in the end, what the fielder came in, charged hard, clean pickup, throw right on the money. And we're going to see John Weatherburn come out, and possibly we've got 2 deliveries left, and he's going to. Yes, he has to face. Oh, does he? They crossed. I know they changed the rules about crossing, but that was for balls skied in the air.
Yes.
Where you have to go back to where you were, but obviously with running, not such an issue, so. Tassie are now 8-4. 2 deliveries left. Oh. That's again a swing that's gone. That's bamboozled. That's going to be a 4. Oh, is it? Yes, it is.
Just.
Oh.
Wow.
Hit a bit of a
160.
Hit a bit of a green spot. Yeah, Tassie have got to 160.
And that's the end.
And that was the last delivery. 8 for 161 is the total. And off the 45 overs. So under 4. I'll give you the exact run rate in just a tick. But in the end, Farley, that was a pretty quick fire, 14 off 20. That's probably one of the better strike rates. That's at a 70% strike rate. Weatherburn went out there, did not face a delivery. Now, I guess there's something to be said for runs on the board, but you get the feeling it's 20 short.
But then again, we haven't seen New Zealand bat, so...
We haven't seen the other team bat,
No,
have we?
that's right. And we haven't seen the other side bowl, so they could come out with a bowl who gets a couple of hat-tricks or...
That's correct. Now, it looks like we've got a guest joining us, which was the star of the Tasmanian Ponting innings. The star of the Tasmanian Ponting innings. Let's go, we've got the microphone all set. Let's go down to ground level and chat to Peter Walsh, Kate, and our special guest.
Well, I'm pretty happy about this, being from Tasmania for 15 years, and Stuart Steele stands beside me, and we can welcome Stuart, who's been kind enough to join us after a bit of a struggle. What about the run total out there, big fella? What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, it was a tough wicket to bat on. Very slow early and keeping very low early, but I think our total's very defendable, very defendable.
You looked $1 million. You had the pads on, you had the helmet there, the gloves, the bat, but you didn't get out there.
Yeah, I did.
Well, you didn't go for long.
50 not out.
That's not bad. No, I'm just saying, we've spoken to two players yesterday who got half centuries, and you know what they said? It's the first time in the cricket that they've played that they've had to retire.
Yeah, same here. I found it very weird that I had to retire and then had to pad back up to go back out again because we got 9 down, 10 down, so new for me.
I enjoyed the game, firstly because the weather was good, but secondly because it was a real test between Petrie and the boys that did so well for New Zealand and the Tassie lads who worked so solidly.
Yeah. As I said, it was a tough wicket to bat on, but our key for us was working the singles.
Get summary and then
early
we'll
on
go
we
to
worked
break.
them really well, made them tired, which made it easier at the end of the day. Because it was a tough wicket to get 4s and 6s on.
Okay.
To build partnerships, what was it like out there then to look for, I think there were 10 boundaries and that was all, so pretty big ground, isn't it?
It is a big, very big ground, but again, that's where you hit your 1s and your 2s. You've got to work to your strengths. It's hard to hit a boundary when you don't get the ball to hit.
We were asking the questions too of the side that's, there's a Boone and there's a Bailey and there's Ponting and that. Did you actually get to see or to listen to any of those guys when they knew that their team had their name to them?
No, I didn't really know the team name until they come out, but it's great to see those blokes. I love listening to Ricky Ponting when he commentates, so it's great. He taught me a hell of a lot.
And speaking about being taught a lot, how much of a buzz is it to get the gear on, get the old Apple Isle stuff in the system and then to travel away interstate and you're playing against New Zealand you're playing? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that?
Yeah, we would have thought your first game for Tassie is going to be against New Zealand. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And to get here was a struggle for a lot of people, especially from Tassie, yeah.
And what was the struggle all about?
A lot of us left on Saturday and they got to the airport and their flights were delayed, and the fight that we had to get here was very good for some of them.
What does it do for you as a cricketer? We've got a few minutes up our sleeve now. Yeah. Just give us a bit of a snapshot as to what you've been doing in cricket.
Me? Not much I would like to think that I haven't done, but I've done a fair bit. I've coached a lot of cricket down back home for Lindisfarne, women's cricket, junior cricket, senior men's cricket. I've played everywhere from first grade down to 5th grade. I just love the game.
That's amazing. You've got so much in the bank in terms of your commitment. What's been the best thing, do you think, you've done in cricket?
Probably today was one of those up there now to represent your state, and first game make it 50 not out. That holds pretty hard. But there's lots. Winning coaching an under-17 grand final, the first one at Lindisfarne is pretty high up there for me, and getting to play alongside the likes of Shane Watson and Jamie Cox when I was a younger fella. It was something that I only ever dreamed of being able to play to, and yet I got to stand alongside them. Yeah.
And a good group, a good bunch that you've got in the team this time?
Yeah, very good bunch of blokes, yeah.
So what are you doing tomorrow? Well, you probably won't have a rest day, will you?
No rest day tomorrow. We got a catch up the game we lost yesterday. So it's for us, it's 4 games in 4 days.
Where do you reckon you're at? I know it's a tough one because conditions could be different. We had a bit of a sprinkle here today, but it's okay. But where do you think your team is at when you've got a few more days?
You better ask me that at the end of the game. We batted very well on a tough wicket. Now we'll see where we bowl. So as long as we bowl stump to stump, nice and full, I reckon. And if we win this game, well, anything's possible.
You're saying that, and you're pretty confident, aren't you?
Yes. You've got to be confident. You've got to believe in your group.
Yeah. Now, when I was walking over and I was introducing myself to you, Stuart, and everyone was jumping up and down and getting carried away, you sound like you're a real character.
Yes, I am a little bit of a character, yeah. Yeah, don't mind a bit of a laugh and a joke, and to me that relaxes me and makes me perform better, and hopefully it relaxes everyone else around me.
How old are you now?
50, dead on 50.
So I had a question to a few of the New Zealanders who said, yeah, they were 50, but they're already looking forward to being 60 so that they can play 10 years away from now.
Yeah, well, it's exactly. I thought I was going to retire at 40, and there I am at 50 still playing and still looking and playing amongst blokes that are 63 and 64 still going, and they go, well, if they can do it, I can still do it. So you're only as young as you feel.
Yeah, fair call. Now just give us one final one. I know you want to get some lunch, which is good. Yeah. What are you going to have now? Let's see, a bit of Tassie Tiger, a bit of Tassie Devil. Have you got anything organised?
No, I don't know what they got. I'd rather come here and try something different.
All right. Did you know how close you were to getting to the half century?
Normally I would say yes, because I normally count my runs, but today I didn't, no. But I must have knew I was getting close, only because you'll keep an eye on the score and see where we're at. So
what about the feeling when you know that you've clocked over the 5-0 and you walk off the ground and people are thinking, hang on, did I miss that, caught behind or caught in the covers or what? But you had to sit down and, as I suggested, sit around just in case you had to go out again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was good. Nice to walk off with a 50 under your belt straight up. Yeah.
Half a century being played at, do you know what the ground's called?
Yeah, Woodville.
Well done.
Woodville Cricket Club, yeah.
Congratulations, a really fine performance. It's just a real thrill for us to be able to have a chat to you, and congratulations and all the best in the middle.
No worries, thank you kindly. Thank you.
That, my friends, is Stuart Steele, number 33, who goes that way, while Kate Johnson comes in this way. Thanks, Stuart. And Kate's joined us here. What a lovely man. What a guy. When he's got all the gear on and you think, what's he got the gear on for? The rule, of course, is he can go back, even though he was not out 50-odd. Didn't he have a beautiful smile?
He did have a beautiful smile, and I really loved his comment about you're only as young as you feel.
Yeah.
I feel about awesome.
Now, you've had a wander around. The conditions are pretty good. The breeze isn't too bad. We had a sprinkle, but it looks okay.
The sun is out now, and it's nice to be on the oval and soaking it all in.
Now, your first experience at this particular sport, have you enjoyed it?
I have really enjoyed it. Everyone, the crew here has been so welcoming and lovely, and excited to see how the week plans out.
And you'll be excited about this afternoon because this is a good run chase, and importantly from a Tasmanian point of view, they want to chase down these runs and get a win.
Yes, and I love the Tasmanian Devil comment. I'm thinking maybe we could have some kiwi out the back.
Well, you can go on order very shortly. Kate Johnson joining yours truly, Peter Walsh. Thanks, Kate, and I'll see you up there for lunch.
Good on you, Peter. See you then.
That's Kate joining us, and I can tell you that we'll be back after lunch as we start off the big run chase this afternoon with the New Zealand team taking on the Tasmanian team, and it's called the Ponting team.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
So what do we have here?
A record of a lot of Test cricketers that date back from 1877 to 1990. Photographs of them. It was given to me by the owner and manager Grant at the Rising Sun Hotel, and I've had it hanging in the garage now for a couple of years, and I thought it might be of interest in the forthcoming event on Sunday for the over 50s cricket game, which could be a lot of fun for a lot of people, and there'll be a few cricketers in here that have been over 50. I know that my own name, Ron Wall, Tim Wall, came from around this neck of the woods, and I believed he lived around here somewhere. I've been going to Kensington Oval now nearly for 8 years with my dog Gizmo, the singing dog. Most people know him, but it'd be hard to find anywhere in Adelaide a better kept oval than Kensington Oval, and the people are all around the Pembroke School area. Wonderful site, wonderful spot, and credit to everyone associated with it. Good luck to everyone playing in the over 50s game on Sunday at Pembroke. You're playing on the best over in Adelaide, could even beat the Adelaide Oval. Good luck guys, take care. Ron Wall, see ya.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well and quite frankly, in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Always a pleasure to welcome talent, and we have talent all right. Richard Petrie, who is the captain of the New Zealand team, being blown about a bit during the break-in innings. What do you reckon, boss, about how you've been able to restrict? Are you pleased or what?
Yeah, I'm pleased. I think, obviously there's been a lot of rain, so the wicket is a bit low and slow, but I'm pretty happy with that. I think maybe 180, 90 might have been a better score, obviously, but we'll see. I mean, not till we've batted that we know what it's like to bat on.
Yeah. So you showed confidence in your bowlers. You were able to move them around from one to the other, to the other, to the other, and you used plenty of them.
Yeah. Well, you need to, because we've got 4 games in 4 days, so we kind of need to share it around. They let us do that to some degree, because they never really took the initiative from us. We're able to bowl at them for 3 and over for a lot of the game, which meant we could kind of do what we wanted to do. I wasn't under pressure to take people off too much, so it made it a wee bit easier.
Well, you bowl well yourself too. Give yourself some credit.
Yeah, I was happy with that. I've always got, you always got niggles at this stage, but body feels good at the moment, so no, felt happy with that.
Before we started this interview, I noticed you were doing a few stretches. How's the body?
Yeah, well, body's really good. I have had a lot of tendinitis, like a lot of people. But we've got a good physio, and she's got a laser gun, and
that sounds dangerous.
She says it's brilliant, and so far it has been. So no, I'm really happy. I got through 6, and I was sort of budgeting about 4 overs a game for myself. So, but managed to. The captain let me have the wind at the end, so that made it a lot easier.
I have no idea as to how many games you've played, but can you remember a wicket falling off the first ball in a previous game that you've played?
Oh, yeah, been a few, but not often. We just said, keep it forward and swing it round, and it was a pretty good Yorker, so it probably swung a little bit. So, yeah, not a great ball to get first ball of the tournament, a swinging Yorker, but a bit lucky for us. So,
okay, quick one. It seems to me that there's a genuine feeling of we're liking playing this game. I'm seeing New Zealand play at Woodville. I never ever thought that would happen, and I think the players out there are feeling the same. It's Tasmania, little old Adelaide, playing New Zealand, and you've got your colours on and so on. What a good feeling that is.
Everybody's here for the right reasons. you wouldn't bother in over 50s cricket unless you actually just genuinely enjoyed the game. You're not going to make money out of it, and you're not going to become a superstar from it. You do it because you enjoy playing with other guys your age, and you still enjoy the challenge of playing, and you still enjoy the game. So everybody's doing it. It's been really enjoyable. Not just playing with your own team, but also the interaction with the other teams is always good too, because you don't get dickheads playing over 50s cricket, generally speaking.
There's plenty of other dickheads around the nation though.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty around, but they just don't seem to play over 50s cricket. They go off and do other things. So yeah, a good bunch of guys.
Yeah, well spoken too, and thanks to you and to your team for being so receptive to promote, and it's been so easy because you've got a good group of guys out there. Good luck for the rest of today. Forget about the rest day tomorrow. You've got too much cricket to do, and enjoy the rest of your stay in South Australia.
We will. We are and we will. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard.
Cheers.
Richard Petrie joining us. What a true champion he team, and someone who loves his cricket oh so much. We'll take a break and we'll get back there for the run chase later on this afternoon. Thanks.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands
that promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost, not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
So what do we have here?
A record of a lot of Test cricketers that date back from 1877 to 1990. Photographs of them. It was given to me by the owner and manager Grant at the Rising Sun Hotel, and I've had it hanging in my garage now for a couple of years, and I thought it might be of interest in the forthcoming event on Sunday for the over 50s cricket game, which could be a lot of fun for a lot of people, and there'll be a few cricketers in here that have been over 50. I know that my own name, Ron Wall, Tim Wall, came from around this neck of the woods, and I believed he lived around here somewhere. I've been going to Kensington Oval now nearly for 8 years with my dog Gizmo, the singing dog. Most people know him, but it'd be hard to find anywhere in Adelaide a better kept oval than Kensington Oval, and the people are all around the Pembroke School area. Wonderful site, wonderful spot, and credit to everyone associated with it. Good luck to everyone playing in the over 50s game on Sunday at Pembroke. You're playing on the best over in Adelaide, could even beat the Adelaide Oval. Good luck guys, take care. Ron Wall, see ya.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W.
And welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Tasmania made 161 off 8 wickets from their 45 overs. That sets New Zealand a target of 162 and a run rate of 3.60. And we are set to rock and roll with the first delivery of the Tasmanian innings. On strike, John Cleland. And I think having a bowl for Tasmania, bringing a bit of speed, Christian, aka Charlie Farley. Second delivery just played off with a few oohs and ahs from the Tasmanian fielders who, well, they've got runs on the board, but there's a lot of overs for New Zealand. If they can just plug along at about 4 and over, they'll get there in about 40. Saw South Australia really push the accelerator yesterday. The advantage of knowing exactly how much you need to get and how long you've got to get it. There's the third delivery, a bit of a slash outside off stump. No contact, thankfully, for Cleland. So if you've just joined us from the lunch break, you haven't missed much. 3 deliveries, no runners yet. This time Cleland, a confident drive to mid-off. Bit of a backhanded throw made it closer than it initially looked. A bit of cricket smarts there from Stuart Steele. Knew he wasn't going to have enough time to pick it up, turn and throw. He just grabbed it and back-armed it with some strength. Right on the stumps. That was some great fielding work. But New Zealand are on the board. 0 for 1. Mark Finlayson has sampled the lunch at the Woodville District Cricket Club. And Mark, what was your outtake on the lunch?
It wasn't a bad lunch, actually. It was pretty good.
What did I miss?
Well, you're getting a Subway coming soon.
I'm getting a Subway, am I? Oh.
Yes.
Well, she's looking after me. Love it. I thought it was important that someone stay behind. Just as well as there's another swing and a miss. Oh, in fact, that's missed the wicketkeeper as well. That's going to be a bye, I'm going to assume. Yep.
Nippy bowler. The opening bowler for Tassie?
Yes. This is Stuart Steele who... Oh, no, actually, it's not. My apologies. Charlie Farley, my apologies. Stuart Steele had the fielding before. Comes in right arm over. And just a couple of runs off the first over, which will be a win for Tassie. They'll need a few of those to stay in this contest. So what was the vibe, the, what do you call it, the scuttlebutt that you discovered during the lunch break? Anything of interest to share?
New Zealand are pretty confident that they can chase it down pretty easily.
Yeah, whether it's a 0 for 3 after the first over, whether that's... we'll see. If that
10 to 15 overs will tell you whether they can do it or not.
Yeah.
Because the pitch would have settled down a bit from the... might have been a little bit soft in today's beginning of today's play, but probably hardened up a little bit more now with the sunshine.
Yeah. So Cleland on 1. He faced 4 deliveries. Gibb yet to score. He's on 2. This is Gibb. No, Gibb's at the... Yeah, Gibb's about to face. Just looking to pick up the bowler, and the bowler is the captain, Neil Grice. Farley's first over, 2 runs accredited to him. So New Zealand another 159 from 44 overs, required run rate 3.61. It's still very, very blowy here. Thankfully we are sheltered by mainly the grandstand, but also a bit of a window at the top edge. We should be hearing a lot of wind through our microphones. First delivery through to the keeper. In direction pretty much straight across the oval now.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed.
Do you thank the sponsors? The Government of South Australia, the South Australian Cricket Association, Veterans Cricket SA, West End, Explorer Caravans, to name a few. That one's left outside as well. S&W Seed Company, Findex, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, and NXI Sport, part of Nelson Sportswear. Yeah, they're not afraid of lashing out at the moment, just the issue is contact. Yeah. Well, Gibb is yet to get on strike, so. $162 to win for the New Zealanders. And right now, they're facing similar issues to Tassie did in terms of scoring runs early. Although Tasmania had 8 runs after 2, that was actually the highest run rate almost of the entire game. They had 28 after 6, that was about as high as it got. Played out, and well done by, not sure if it's a short gully or a very, well, you can't say that's second slip. That's, we've got a wicketkeeper, first slip, that's probably a third or fourth slip, or is that a fourth slip, you'd say? Not far from being the gully. There's a point and a cover point, so plenty around the ball on the offside, and he's found the gap, and that's off to the rope. That will not be stopped. First boundary of the afternoon for the New Zealanders, and that will get Gibb off the mark with a he didn't have a lot of spaces, and he pinpointed that one pretty well, having had quite a few sighters to get underway. New Zealand 0 for 8. Played on the onside. Got a few scores from around the ground. That will be 5 from the over in the end. At Glandore, Victoria in their 45 overs made 6 for 181. At Goodwood, South Australia in their 45 overs made 9 for 245. So that's over 5 and over. Small ground, yes, but that's going to take a bit of chasing by Queensland. Western Australia and the ACT. ACT held WA down for a while, but the Sandgropers, or the Black Swans as they are on this occasion, got going late. 8 for 191 after their 45. So this game finished before all of those in terms of the first inning. Allowed for a little bit extra lunch break. So we'll see how we go in terms of being able to give you scores throughout the afternoon. Because it's not just they make the final, you've got to keep an eye on what everybody else is doing in terms of knowing where you're going to finish in your pool. this is Gibb, who was on 5. Cleveland is on 1 down the non-strikers end. We're at 0 for 9. 3 off the first over, 6 off the second. Run rate of 4.5, needing 3.6 overall. Keep happy to let that one from Farley pass by. The fielding for Tasmania, 1 player out deep, that's at fine leg. They've got, I'm going to call it 2 slips, a gully and a point. A extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, sort of a short leg. He's just going to field right there. So very much an off-based field, 6 on the offside, just the 3 on the onside. So anything that is a bit wayward on leg, there's really no one between short leg and fine leg, and that's a big difference. Right there is a big gap. Yeah, fine leg has to come a long way, and easy to in the end. Tomorrow is New Zealand. If it is a replay of day 1, we'll be playing Victoria, and Tasmania will play New South Wales. Then they'll flip. Final game's Wednesday. New Zealand will play New South Wales, and Tassie will play Victoria. So that has found the edge just past wide slip. Oh, is that a more gully maybe? Just the single. So New Zealand, without looking in any particular trouble, just rolling along.
They seem to be pretty confident in their batting so far. You know, they're playing the front foot shots and they're just keeping them down. So that actually builds your runs up and puts pressure on the fielding side. If you're playing your shots, but they're not doing anything silly. So it's not putting any pressure on New Zealand. It's more so putting it on the fielding side.
So Gibb doing all the scoring. It's 0 for 12 after 3. So as I said, if they just go at 4 and over, they'll have this done in 40. And Gibb is 8 off 14 on strike. Letting that one pass through as Grice comes in for his second over. First one went for 6. Farley is 0 for 5 off 2 overs. Just watching the body language, a bit of encouragement across the field here for Grice, who bowls to Gibb and left alone. Saw Tasmania shoulder up quite a few and let quite a few pass early on. Got a little bit more desperate looking for those singles. But a different field now. It's a deep point is the sole Tasmanian really outside of the circle that I can see unless they're hiding under my laptop. Played away, no run. This is also a Sheffield Shield game on today. I haven't anyone kept track of how the Redbacks are doing. I know they were 6 for 106 last night. They obviously got about as much playoff as we did. I reckon if you... Oh, they're all up. Except the man in blue. So still 0 for 12. I've got this down at the moment as a maiden over with 2 deliveries to go. And that's a shot. That is a glorious shot through the covers. One man to beat. Didn't beat him by much, but, well, shots of the day, Mark.
It was a great shot. But they're only playing the shots that they have to and not doing anything silly at the moment.
So chasing 162 to win. That's the 4 off the over they just need. Everything else now is a bit of cream on the top.
Yep.
And that's what they'll take out of it. So 5 dot balls, 1 boundary.
Yeah, they're just taking it nice and easy at the moment. See how it's going on the run chase, but New Zealand don't seem to be doing anything crazy at the moment. So they've got plenty of wickets left in the shed. Looks like the rain's kept away from us at the moment.
I think we're going to be all right with it for a while as we start the 4th over. So Gibb is the man. He's 12 off 20. Cleland is got best seats in the house. He's 1 off 5, but he's on the striker's end at the moment. He bowled 3 overs. I thought I'd see a bit more of him late, but turned out not to be. Straight back to the keeper, no run. Just to repeat for those that have joined us late, we've got some scores around the grounds in the Division 1. I'll try and look up some Division 2 because most of these teams have brought a Division 2 team as well. Victoria at Glandore against New South Wales, 6 for 181. Just trying to tickle it down fine leg where there is a fielder. I think maybe try and aim for that backward square leg umpire where there is absolutely nobody and a reasonably short boundary. The one we're all sort of fascinated in is local, South Australia, 9 for 245 at a small Goodwood Oval against Queensland. And Port Adelaide, Western Australia made 8 for 191. We'll try and find some div too. That's another great shot.
That's a great shot, that one. That's 4.
So I think New Zealand have decided, well, we just need a boundary and over, and that's what we're going to hit. The rest will just leave.
That's right. Just one bad ball, hit it for 4.
Yeah.
And then if you can get 1 or 2 runs after that, that's 6 runs and over. Just wait for the bad ball to come along.
Saves you doing some running. Cleveland goes to 5. So how will Farley respond? Played into the off, no run. Will be a rest day tomorrow for us and for ACT and for South Australia, having got the game off yesterday. Played again. He's that poor point fielding. He's had 2 come close, get past him, and there's no protection with a sweeper. That's 2 boundaries off the over. Cleveland is showing some very good skills on the offside of the wicket. And Simon Stebbings is getting a bit of a workout, chasing a couple. That's it for the most expensive over so far for the Tasmanians. We're through 5, not for 24.
John. Right, yeah. No, I'm heading to Gambia.
So you're going to see continuing in the attack the captain and Grice. Cleveland moved up to 9 with those 2 boundaries, but it's Gibb on strike. He's on 12 off 20. So we've had 4-4 so far. I think we counted that Tassie had 11 fours for the so 44 of the 161. All the rest were run. Farley after that rather expensive over, 0 for 14 after 3, but it's Grice who's 0 for 10 off 2 and a bit. Again, played nicely into the gap, this time just the single. As he brought 3 teams, Team Ponting playing in Division 1, Team Boone is playing in Division 3, and I think Team Bailey is in Division 4 from memory. New Zealand have brought out 2 teams, the New Zealand A and New Zealand B. Now this is not the New Zealand first 11, it's a little bit like Australia A. For those who remember back to those days.
Sure do.
Oh, that one,
high.
not sure it got much back, but looked high from here. Because we have the exact different view that the umpire doesn't, how far down he is and how high it is. They were interesting games, those Australia versus Australia A one dayers. And Australia, the main Aussies didn't like it because everyone was going for the underdogs. I think that was the year we had Zimbabwe over, and Zimbabwe were, definitely they were improving as a country, but were very much young'uns at test level at that point. So it needed something of competition. T20 World Cup that's just come by seemed to go on for a while, but I didn't mind the early bits where they had the sort of the minnows play each other. And there was no shortage of upsets along the way.
What was it, the Netherlands?
Netherlands. Ireland beat England.
Oh yeah, that's right, they did too.
You know, Ireland can say, hey, we beat the world champions. You know, and some of those countries now can probably make a case, hey, look, you know, if you're coming over to England for an Ashes tour or whatever, stop by and play, you know, we'll give you the warm-up game and we'll give you a game.
Oh, hell yeah. Who does Tom, is it Tom Cooper plays for the Netherlands?
The Netherlands, yeah. And of course we had that India-Pakistan game, which those last couple of overs, I've never seen anything like it before. That last over, we had rules coming out of everywhere that we didn't know existed. You know, you have that wind predictor graph, and it would have been going on like there'd been a seismic earthquake. Probably disappointing, obviously, that the Aussies didn't make it, but
weren't good enough in the end.
You know, England and Pakistan put on a worthwhile final.
Yep.
And the women's cricketers are ecstatic because more people turned up to the women's cricket T20 final.
Well, I don't
we'll take a break. Oh, the score there: New Zealand 0 for 26. Yeah, more women turned up to the women's T20 final, Australia-India, than turned up to the men's. So they'll take that.
Just Australia weren't playing well enough. They didn't deserve to be in the finals at all. You can't rely on other sides.
They played two shockers, didn't they?
Yep.
The New Zealand game, which put them on the
that was
huge back foot.
Yep.
Then they didn't get the chance to redeem themselves against England. And then they played, by their standards, a shocker against Afghanistan. And look, to be honest, near the end of that, I don't know who I was cheering for. Australia to win or Afghanistan to pull off the upset. As there's a shot over the slip scored and down to the fence, and that's another boundary. And just getting one and over. And they look to be, is it just me or is it New Zealand look to be in a bit of cruise control at the moment?
I think they're in a bit of cruise control, but then again, you still can't take your foot off the pedal.
No. Only take a couple of really decent deliveries.
And you get 3 quick wickets and it puts the pressure back on you again.
So right now, six overs done. And this time it's got past the keeper. That's 4. Now, what was it?
4 wides.
4 wides, okay. 0 for 35. They are, and that they're running at the moment. Well, they've got at least 5 and over, even if they don't score for the rest of this one.
Yeah, Tasmania's really got to start now. Just tighten up fielding and the bowling again, because they're just giving away too many.
And find a breakthrough would be handy. You can solve a lot of problem with a couple of wickets.
Yep.
Played nicely on the onside for a single, no point in the throw or risk of... Actually, we haven't seen any overthrows so far. I've been pretty impressed by the fielding. Not a lot of balls in the air today. We saw, I think, 2 drop catches yesterday. Just prodded away. Without much strength, no run. The interesting concept, if New Zealand win the Australian Championship, just something we do have in other sports. The A-League with the Phoenix and the NBL with the Breakers. But does that mean that the runner-up is then the Australian champions? Is that?
Or if they need 6 off the last ball, bowl them an underarm.
Yeah. We also have it in the baseball, the Australian Baseball League, where there's a team from Auckland, the Tuatara, and a team from Korea playing. So if they win, there's the Claxton Shields up for grabs.
That's a great shot.
There's a glorious shot.
He just waited on that and just flicked it through the slips.
Yeah, they're rolling. Absolutely rolling. They're in the 40s already. I mean, can you imagine a New Zealand team winning the Sheffield Shield and taking that across the ditch?
Well, same as the basketball.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the basketball, yeah, but something, the Claxton Shield, the Sheffield Shield, they go back.
Australia.
They go back forever. As it hasn't happened yet. This is a rarity in cricket with the New Zealanders joining the Australian comp, but great to have them.
But how good is it though, There's another 4 runs.
Well, in theory. Oh, that's another wide. So, Christian Farley is having some directional issues at the moment, and it's costing a fair deal of runs. That sundry total's got to be charging up. It strengthens the competition, because if New Zealand weren't here, then it would be the Victorian Bees or the New South Wales Bees. Instead, they're in Div 2. So, in theory, you are getting a higher level of comp, and you don't have one state with 2 teams at the highest level. Mid-on playing pretty short, no run to be had. There is your over. A good one for the Kiwis. They are seriously motoring. Score at the moment 0 for 46. The extras are 15. Cleland is 13. Gibb is 18.
So they're nearly running almost 7 and over.
46 off of 7, yeah. They're over 6 now. At this rate, we could be having an early night. Their run rate 6.57. They require 3.05 and over from here. I mean, we're very early in this inning.
That was just a great confident shot then, just on the front foot drive. So it could be the pitch could be playing pretty well flat now.
Yeah. They won the toss. Elected to bowl first. Got that wicket with the first delivery. Put Tassie on the back foot. And they're going from strength to strength with the bat. And Cleland's faced 18 deliveries and Gibbs faced about 26 now. So they're in. They're settled. What can Tassie do fielding wise? Well, they've got one player out at the deep point. Pretty heavily stacked off field. That one all collected by the keeper, Claude Orlando.
Short, fine leg, but nothing else. If it goes through the slips, it's virtually going to be a 4 runs.
Yeah, 6-3 offside field at the moment. We're getting the wind building into their faces right now. It's feel for the bowlers coming from the northern end. They've got to work into the wind today. Play to the one of the sole leg side fielders at square leg, no run.
That's why whenever you were a skip, mate, you wanted to open the bowling, you never went against the wind, you always came with the wind.
Yeah. Well, at least it's flat. I'm pretty sure from my knowledge of Woodville Oval, it's a flat oval. You don't have uphill or downhill.
Oh,
Played
that's a great
through.
shot,
This will give Deep Point a bit of a chase. They're just going to go for the one. Almost probably hit that. Well, he had to get it past the gully, which he did.
But that was perfect time to get it through the gully area. He could have gone through covers, or he's just and hit it straight to a fielder, no run. But he's just hit it through that gully area and got a single out of it.
I'm intrigued. Is that a gully position we've got there? Is sort of that fourth slip? It's
fourth slip floating gully.
Yeah, sort of a shortish gully. Trying to cut off that exact same shot. And there ended the 8 overs. That a bit of a better one for Tasmania. Just a couple of runs off of it. And what's your Canada look like when you head down to Geelong, Mark?
So is that, mate?
Geelong for the over 60s. What have you got? How does that tournament map out? Not as big as this one, I assume.
No, I think because probably the over 50s came in first, and there's a lot more guys transitioning from normal cricket into over 50s. But then you get the guys. There's a 10-year gap from the 50s to the over 60s. But there's still some very quality batsmen and quality bowlers in the over 60s. And you don't really want to take them with a pinch of salt, because they've still got the knack of bowling and batting well.
New Zealand 0 for 47 at the moment. 8 overs. So they're just under 6. They only needed about 3.6. The last over, Tasmania conceded just the 1 run. Looks like a new bowler. I think it is. We'll get a number for you, and when we get a number, we'll get you a name. Oh, he's bowling with the cap on backwards, if you don't mind. Who does he think he is? Leighton Hewitt. This is Lindsay Roberts. I have never seen that, Walsh. I've seen a bowler bowl with a cap on. I've never seen them bowl with the cap on backwards.
Didn't Glenn Maxwell do that once?
Oh, possibly.
But he could do anything.
Yeah. Certainly, Dave, if you're going to wear a cap, you better put it on a bit of a tighter notch. Don't quite have the debris here today that we had yesterday.
No.
All those gum trees,
wow.
Leaves, lawn clippings from the neighbours going everywhere. All right. Right now, Craig Gibb is happy just to see a few sighters here from Orlando. The crew behind the wicket's pretty happy with that one. So Cleveland is 13. Apologies, that's Gibb. Is 19 off 32, 3 boundaries.
Yeah.
But this so far is always worried. Is there a commentary curse in cricket, Walshy?
Oh, it depends. What are you going to say?
Well, when you say, he's almost got a maiden over and then the next one goes for 6.
Yeah, I think that's perception.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Different sports seem to think of it different ways. But that is a maiden, and that is exactly what Tassie needed. They've only allowed 1 run off the last 2 overs, and they've tightened the ship a little bit. So, first time we've had you back since the lunch break. How was lunch?
It hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, hasn't it? Okay.
So don't get too cocky because it's on the way.
Oh, okay.
And we've sent Lara out. And Lara showed a good deal of speed as she dashed out of the Woodville Oval and headed for a takeaway shop, which isn't too far away.
Okay.
Kate was going to render assistance, but reneged. I thought that was pretty poor, actually, Kate. I thought you would have jumped up and headed off.
Yes, well, maybe Lara might need some directions because she's not from the city. I think that she might have get a bit lost.
She could be anywhere. She's in a different postcode.
Oh, dear.
She just wants to experience the radio.
Let's welcome back to Kate Johnson, who joins Phil Hurden and Peter Walsh. We'll chat for a while, and we're chatting where the game that is unfolding in the middle is a game that's being almost totally turned on its head by the New Zealand opening batsmen, who are in control, realising, if I just have a look and find my little table, Tassie got 161, best with the bat, and a fascinating story. I hope that you understood what we did when we brought it to you from Simon Steele, who of course reached half century. That's all right, he had to leave the field. We wait now for this ball outside the off stump and playing a missile. So what's happened is he's had to come off, and he went and sat down and didn't take the pads off because if, of course, he had to go back on later on. And it was quite bizarre. We're going to do an interview with this guy who's got his pads on, he's got his gloves on, he's got the helmet. He's ready to go, but he didn't have to go out again. But he was delightful.
I mean, as much as you see the media encroach, found the gap, that's going to go all the way, I would assume.
It's gone for 4.
Oh, no! How close is that?
Well, even if there was a man walking his dog, there'd be a chance to stop it. There isn't, so there wasn't.
But we do media does interviews with coaches and players now, just about every conceivable opportunity. But the one that you think will be the last thing they ever do is interview a batsman just before he's about to go out. And that's what we've done today, or we could have done.
Oh, look, I won't get tired of saying just how well presented the teams are that we've had the chance to work in the last day of yesterday and the day of today. Everybody so involved, and none more so than Ben Warren, who came up here and sat down and had a chat, and he gave us a real detail into Officer Tonuwu, who has got COVID, and he said he was just so disappointed about not being able to come over. And with glowing admiration, Ben talked about the team that he's got and how much he's enjoying it, and I think that pretty much is from everyone. And Kate Johnson was there today watching everyone else eat the lunch, and we just had to move on, etc., etc. But mingling with sports people at this level, and of course you're a netball player, I understand all that, but how have you found it when you're here now and you're watching the athletes and you're watching them and they're prepared to be involved and to talk?
It's a very good camaraderie, I would say. I don't know if I even said that word right.
That's close enough.
But I just love how sport really brings a lot of energy to people. So
I think one of the things that I captured the attention of was the interview that we did with Richard Petrie, and Richard was a little reluctant because he was to move off, but he waved and he said yes, he'd do that. So he jumped in and he did the interview, and when the interview had finished, and we went for quite a period of time, and he was quite giving with the answers, etc., as this ball outside the off stump is smacked away behind point for a single, and I'll check the scores in a sec. But the first thing he did at the end of the interview was walked over to Kate, put his hand out and said, "Thanks, Kate, nice to meet you." And I just thought to myself, that's a bit of class. You should do that all the time, I know, but it says a lot about the man who is captaining the New Zealand team, and I think he did that well.
I agree with that statement.
And you'd feel good about it too, because you're part of this team.
Yes, well, it's very spectacular to be welcomed by people from all across rivers and lakes as these people have come over to Adelaide.
You've got to look at some of the better things that have happened to you since you've been here in a sec. I might pose in a sec. The first ball of this next delivery is pushed away on the offside. No real power on the stroke. That ball delivered by Lindsay Roberts, and there's no run. What have you found since you've been here and you've had a look? You're seeing the players from both sides. What's taken your eye?
What's taken my eye? Well, to start off with, the duck.
The first ball.
It's the golden duck.
The golden duck.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same as a trophy.
No, that's true.
I think some cricket clubs actually do have one, don't they? For the one who gets the most ducks gets a trophy at the end of your presentations.
Or a wooden spoon.
Something like that, yeah.
Yes, that's popular in a lot of Australian sports. I don't think that term actually goes beyond Australia. I've never heard it used in American sport at all.
No, that's true.
Usually they say
ball
first
caught
drafted.
behind, no. Playing a miss outside the off stump. Looked briefly as if it was going to splash into the wicket-keeper's gloves. It didn't, and so there was no registering of a wicket, and that's what Tasmania desperately wants.
I know we had a thing amongst some of the Sandful fan groups about 10 years ago. We had Spoon Day.
Spoon Day?
Spoon Day. I'll tell you about that in a sec.
Okay. This ball outside the off stump, dabbed deftly, good shot. Backward of point on the boundary line, racing in and trying to do the cleaning up. Down there is Christian Farley, who gets the ball and rips it back on the bounce. But these runs continue to flow, and because there's no scoreboard, you happen to be my scoreboard, Phil.
Okay, hang on. I did find that scoreboard you were initiating, but my neck is not that long, unfortunately. Let me go and check this out.
Yeah, I reckon we're almost over the 50 mark.
Oh, we are. They were at 50 before. I reckon they're about 56 at a guess. Oh, close. 55 without loss. So they're cruise control at the moment after 11 overs. So they're going at 5 and over. At this rate, what are they chasing? 160. We'll be over in about 32 overs.
Well, they're bowling along very nicely indeed. And Kate, you'd be picking up different terminologies. I know you said your dad was watching. Your dad would know all these nuances as to cricket terms, etc. And there are a lot in netball that you play for Stirling, and you've got to get used to them too, because you're part of it when you're on court.
That's exactly right. At first I knew what bowling and batting meant. So.
That's a good start. That's a good start.
Yeah, at least I know where we are.
Have you ever thought about women's cricket, playing women's cricket?
I had a bit of a taste in high school. Very fun.
Oh, good. Well, that's good to hear. Now we're going to have the start of a new over, which is down leg side, and it's deemed to be a wide. But women's football, when we talk about women's sport now, you're a good person to talk about with that. Kate Johnson, a netballer from Stirling. A lot of women's football being played. Unfortunately, the Crows missing out in the women's competition, and they're not playing in the grand final. But a lot of women's football starting to really rumble along.
It is, and it's great to be taught from a young age, because then you know how to tackle properly and be safe in the sport.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And we've got a very, very big surprise here.
Yeah. And,
Mark has returned, and there are no fang marks in the subway. There are no teeth marks there.
Good.
You're just checking yours, aren't you?
I mean, I get the joy of...
Thank you very much, Mark.
Peter, you've caught a lot of sport at an elite level. I've tended to do mine at a community, and I've caught a few women's footy grand finals in recent times, and you know that the passion and excitement they bring to those contests matches anything that the lads put up come grand final day. And as you remember, I think you were part of the show with us last year with filming footy. They make quite a day of it.
Oh, they should
grand
too.
Final day, even if they're not participating, they'll still go to the grand final day and dress up and make it part of their end of season celebrations.
Yeah, it's a big day.
And
Big day.
It's probably happened with cricket clubs. As women's cricket has grown, women's footy has grown. It's actually changed the culture and inclusiveness and size of those clubs.
Yeah, it's a good call. Oh, what's happened here? There was a ball that was to be delivered, and then the batsman stepped away.
Yep.
Now the man who
that
did
was
the
almost
stepping
like
away,
that was almost like Mark Finlayson facing Dizzy Gillespie, I reckon.
Oh, that could have been dangerous, but John Cleland was the man who did the backward somersault and the backward flip, and he's okay, so he's ready for the next ball, and he works it wide of second slip, and they'll run through for a single.
I tell you what, their offside batting skills have been sublime.
Haven't done too much wrong, have they? No. It's just been on song, another single being scored. And when you consider that in the bank there's only 161 runs, I think the deposit is going to be sorted out in the not too distant future. They're playing very well. This ball turned away on the onside, straight out to forward mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Both are in their 20s now, and probably the only thing they might, we're probably a bit early for it. Probably wouldn't want to both retire at the same time.
No,
that would be just a bit of a problem to resettle. But
well, bring your table into the equation, please, so I can write down the score, because the only table I've got is the one in front of me with my Subway on it, and you've got a table in front of you with all the scores.
We've got to do a roster, Peter, of who's going to have what Subway win. 0 for 59 after 12 overs, so just one run under 5.
Yes.
They need a tick over 3 at the current rate.
Right, okay, now keep talking to me about Gibb and Cleland.
Okay, so Cleland is 21 off 31, and Gibb is 22 off 41. Both have hit 3 boundaries. Been a while since we've seen a boundary, and as soon as I say that, right on cue, there you go.
That's a hefty blow.
That's a big shot.
And I'm waiting to see. Now the ball has bounced and rolled across into where the covers out there are being protected, and it's being dragged. The covers have to be removed because that was a healthy blow, and it's Kiwi power, it's Kiwi polish, it's Kiwi black. They are dominating this scrap, and the more the balls are being bowled, the better they're enjoying it. You like this sort of stuff, do you, Kate, when they're really getting involved?
Yes, it's a great great introduction to Adelaide.
It is. Now this ball is on leg stump, but the attempt to turn around is unsuccessful, so score stays at 63.
So the way it works for this tournament, 8 teams in Division 1, 2 pools of 4. Basically, to play in the final, you have to finish top of your pool. No semis. We're not the T20 tournament. We have to be run and done in 4 game days. So really, you want to run the card and go undefeated. This pool is Tasmania, New Zealand A, New South Wales and Victoria, which you think about is a pretty tight pool.
It is. We might be seeing, let's not get too carried away, but we might be seeing a team out there at the moment, the All Blacks, who are looking to be in control. All right, the 161 that Tassie got wasn't all that
And they didn't bring a nickname. They're nothing black and they're nothing fern.
Yeah, but we can
have they used has it all been used up?
Probably. There's that many names that are doing the floating around. But what a magnificent country when we think about all of the sport that they do, and they do well. And Kate, have you played any netball with any teams out of South Australia?
No, I have not. South Australia spans out to, you can go to Loxton Carnival.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't know, the netball's good, but the slumber party's better.
Oh, is it now? Okay. The slumber party, all right. We'll leave you with that one. And that's the end of the over.
0 for 63. Keeps taking me back to the Tasmanians, and I know that one. 0 for 63 off 13, so they're keeping it just below 5, which is cruise control.
Yeah, and I don't know what Tasmania can do. They're just wandering around, and Darren Price has the ball, and he's going to occupy the possession of the pink ball and do something of substance, because the only way they're going to get back into this game is to pick up wickets. Let's see what he can do with the first ball in the over. In the air, just wide of forward point, and that did hurry. That's gone out to backward point into the fence for 4. He got a fair amount of wood on it, and that screeched across the outfield here at Woodville. And that's a decent sort of a boundary, if you don't mind.
Yeah, played with power and just the right position. Just some of the bowling stats for the Tasmanians. Farley, 33 runs off 4 overs. Grice 16 runs off 5 overs. Roberts is batting at the moment. Bowling at the moment, I should say. Oh no. I think Roberts was the one with the cap. He's about 9 off 3.
Rice runs in, but then has a problem.
We're seeing just a little bit of that in this inning. That's about the 3rd dead ball run-up we've seen. Price is 8 off 1 and 2 deliveries.
Yeah, that's a good shot too. On leg stump, wayward delivery, so tickled around the corner. And running back there is Roberts who does the picking up, and they go for a run. Now, Kate, what you can do is don't move, but you can eat the Subway because you're looking at it, and you're salivating and you can't eat it. So
one of us has to stop talking and start eating, or else these are going to be.
It's highly anticipated.
Well, good. Well, you can become highly anticipated, and you can get yourself organised, and the mic will be turned off whilst you eat your Subway in 3,
Subway
2, and 1.
Not a sponsor of the tournament, but should be.
As well. Thank you, Kate Johnson. As we see the next ball just outside leg stump and tickled round the corner, straight to Phil Fulton. There's no
How do you go promoting sponsors, Walshy, after so many years where that was just not the done thing on the ABC?
Look, Benno, Mr. Benson, who looks after Caravans, he's helped out with me. And there's a big shout for LBW, we've got a wicket.
Cleland's Gonski.
We've got a wicket. At long last, the wicket falls, and the New Zealand team have lost a wicket. And let's have a look. It's Cleland.
Darren Price, the bowler.
LBW Price. And let's have a look and see if we've got a replay of that. As the helmet's removed, and the New Zealander wanders off, and he is to be replaced by Greg Stretch. And there is just a little bit of chin wagging between the two of them as to what do we have to do now. Let's have a look at the replay. Pick it up there. Big shout. Confident. Let's give it the fingers up from one of the two umpires out there, Stephen Fildes or Jeff Charlesworth. And the breakthrough, thank goodness. Now, Phil, just settle down, mate. I'm doing a fair bit of talking and you've dragged the Subway out.
Just to get a taste of it, Pete.
No, all of the sponsors, guys looked after me. Benno, who was so well known in the community in South Australia, looks after Caravans and does it beautifully. And I've appreciated the support that he's given me, and obviously the support that he's given to the tournament, as is the case with so many other sponsors. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, so that was the last bowl of the over from Price, collecting the first wicket. Now it's Lindsay Roberts.
It's not about right to start. Over pitched, smashed through the covers. I'll get one. I'll come back for 2.
And I think that's Greg who's on strike, so the new batsman gets a chance to see a couple from the other end.
Desperately needed wicket, there's no doubt about that.
Often find in cricket that you have a great partnership, one goes and the other one's not far away. And I've got a tablet that's not turning on anymore, Peter, so we could have all sorts of drama. I haven't even got
a tablet, mate, so you're lucky. As I said, my medication of tablets does not include something that will give you the cricket score.
No.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage on YouTube. Saying hello to all and sundry. This next ball, driven off the front foot, back down the ground, and a good follow-up there from Lindsay Roberts, who did the pick-up, and there is no run. So a break that was absolutely essential. I don't know whether or not it'll turn the game around, but they need another one, at least 1 or 2. Lindsay Roberts said, I'll provide you with 1. And that's on leg stump. That's wayward, flick down towards fine leg. There's no real power in the shot, but it was able to be worked into the open, and they walked through for a single. Just trying to look around with the Tasmanians about a bit of waffling going on, a bit of chin wagging. See John Weatherburn standing there, just doing a bit of chatting. Close to him, Shane O'Byrne. tell you what, the Tassie boys haven't bought their jumpers or their cardigans or their coats because they're all out there and they look to be going okay. This ball, square driven on the offside. No real power in the shot. A jog back and an easy field by number 30 from Tasmania, Shane O'Byrne. They get through for one. How's your tablet going, Phil?
I'm going with Plan B at the moment. So
what's Plan B?
Plan B is getting an app to work on a laptop.
Next ball, square driven, good shot. Well, half fielded.
It's like a single of there if they could have.
On the move, didn't quite clean up Shane O'Byrne there, but they were able to get through for a single. Now, what's the keeper doing? He's just going to take the gloves off. He's taking the helm off. There might be a short break.
Drinks break, I think it is.
Yeah, short break. Now, what's that score on your tablet, please, Phil?
Okay, 1 for 72. Might be how many runs they score off that last delivery?
It's those lines at the top.
One for 70. 1 for 73 off 15. Stretch on 1, Gibb on 30, and
He's batted very well,
out for
Gibb, hasn't he?
25. Yeah. So we might take a break for the drinks break.
So I can eat my lunch.
Yeah, we can all slough down the subway in about 3 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
If our producer's listening to us. We'll be back shortly, folks.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the drinks break. New Zealand, well, they were cruising. They did lose their first wicket just an over or so ago. Cleveland out for 25. Gibb is not out 30. Stretch just out there on 1. Total 1 for 73. Chasing. What are we at?
161.
162, yep. the victory target. So here's the wicket taker. Rice comes in again.
Interesting, the body language, you know, when I was watching when the lads got together, with interest I watched Claude Orlando, who's the keeper for Tasmania, and quite a few of the players getting across, and Claude will be involved with this next delivery as it's hit into the ground and bounces to him, but there's a genuine appreciation of getting across and talking to your teammates. Now he was there and one of his guys went over and put his hand on his back, gave him a pat as he waits for the next one, and this is pushed down the ground on the onside and there's no run. Now, Claude hasn't done anything wrong, but there was that animation from his teammates about staying the game. I can't lip read, but I can go with the body language to say, right, this is really important now. We need a wicket. Yep. And maybe you are the guy. Big shout, LBW!
Well,
it wasn't our man behind the stumps, Claude Orlando, but there is a wicket and 2-4 in a hurry. Maybe, just maybe, the chance for the Tassie Tigers to hit back. Another wicket, the first one falling cheaply. And that one, Phil Hoogan, a surprise?
Only just the fact that often, as I said before, after a decent wicket, you often see another one fall in quick succession. In that case, that was Stretch, I believe, found LBW.
Yeah, maybe they've had a talk during that drink break saying, hey, we've got to get another wicket or two to put the pressure back on these guys.
They've actually got Stretch caught. No, that can't be right. They've got Stretch out, caught Orlando, bowled Price. I think that was not a caught behind. That was a LBW, surely.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 2 LBWs that Price has picked up. So he's obviously bowling a line that is proving tricky to the batsman, but something the umpire is happy to give us out.
Well, you only just got to pitch him on the stumps, and the batsman misses. And if it's low enough and it's pitched in line, you're going to get an LBW.
Maybe he's bowling just that little bit fuller to keep it low.
Yeah, it's simple mathematics, isn't it?
So we go now to Hamish French, who's going to be on strike. Bryce's second wicket. And after a very strong start, Tassie are working themselves back into the contest. 2 for 72.
Yeah, you never give the batsman, the new batsman coming to first ball, you never give him a sider. And that's, you just got to, on the stumps, make him play every shot. So he's played a bit of a loose shot like that there, just hung the bat out. But just make him play every shot.
A wicket can change proceedings.
Well, it can.
Can. Hamish French waits.
Well, after you run up a little bit there.
He still has to wait because Darren Price wasn't able to deliver. Let's do it again. Is Price now just checking the markings of how he's going to run up because it's a little bit gluey out there. He delivers and it's worked away gently on the onside straight to Philip Fulton and there's no run. It's the end of the over. So a couple of quick wickets. Mark, I've got no affiliation or allegiance with any team despite the fact that I lived in Tasmania for 15 years. But a lot of my memories have been in sport in New Zealand.
Yep.
And I just want a good contest. And that's what now. I don't get too carried away. We're going to see Craig Knight come into the attack for the Tigers, or the Tassie team. And another wicket.
A wicket
you
or
just
two.
Don't know.
Yeah, well, you don't know, do you? You don't know what. You get 2 more quick wickets. Puts the pressure right back on at the batting side again.
So Craig is just working out what he wants to do. He's gone over to the skipper. He's had a chat. Neil Grice is having a yarn. I've no idea what they're talking about, but they're doing a lot of hand waving.
They're talking Tasmanian language,
Is
mate.
that what it is?
Yeah.
And they're working out a field placing. Now here is interest. Here is interest, folks, because They've got a man on the deep backward square leg boundary, and they've got a man around at mid-wicket on the boundary.
Deep mid-wicket, yeah.
And they are a long way away from where anybody else is.
Miles away.
So I'm only
But then
presuming...
they've got a fly slip.
Yes.
You don't see that fielding position very often now in cricket.
No. Let's have a look. Who is in that spot? I'm trying to pick up if he's got a number. Take your hand off your back, please. Thank you, Shane O'Byrne.
And number 25's in the fly slip.
Spreading far and wide. What can you do, Craig Knight? Good night. Not yet. Good night later on. Craig Knight's ready.
I reckon he's given them the tote to get past the fielders, and I'll give you one.
Left arm round the wicket. First ball tapped away just behind square on the offside, and there's no run. So teasing, because with the two fieldsmen out there, there's too many gaps on the onside for easy singles to be taken.
Well, you just have near the square leg umpire, and there's going to be two there.
Yep. There's nobody out there with their dog going for a walk to pick it up, because not too much happening. Next ball tossed up and driven back down the ground. Almost fielded cleanly, and just a little bit of a collision, but unintentional, and there's no run. Craig Knight, what have you got in your box of tricks, Craig? Round the wicket, tosses up. Well, he's on song. That's just pushed back down the ground on the onside. Good over.
3 full tosses so far, and they haven't been punished.
I think the respect is being shown to think now, what is this bloke got on his armour? He's in again. And that ball is trapped down the ground. It may be disappointed there because it wasn't fielded cleanly.
No, it should have been fielded.
No,
It wasn't clean.
Christian Farley, I think, might have been down there. And they get through for a single. So that in some way presents now knocking on the door and saying, all right, we've given away a run towards the end of the over. Let's tidy up. Let's tighten up with 2 wickets in the shed in the last few overs. Round the wicket. Ball of full length, hit back down the ground on the follow through. Good clean pick up by Craig Knight, who hurries back. He's in a bit of a hurry. He's going to turn around and say to the umpire, get out of the way, here I come.
Well, it's a bit cold out, so you probably been wanting to keep warm.
And the next ball right on song. That is a very tidy over.
It's a good over, that one.
An over where just the 1 run off the over, and the score is 2 for 73. The target is 161. And a good bowling change. Let's give some credit to Neil Grice, who decided, look, let's do something a bit different. And I wonder now what will happen, because I just see as he walked away, Craig Knight, a couple of the players went across and gave him the high five as if to say, good work, well done. Philip Fulton's watching. He's not watching us, he's watching the ball bowl. And a big shout! A big shout! And he's out. He's been given out now. I'm just going to check to see if the bails have been removed. Let's have a look. No, the bails aren't removed, so he's been caught behind.
Because the umpire was actually pointing to the stumps.
Well, the bails, I just looked there, and the umpire's gone across as he picked up bail.
Yeah.
What they doing? He's got his access, his hands now on the stumps. So I presume from where we are, he must have been bowled. Well, there you are. That's the 3rd wicket to fall in a hurry, and it's now 3 for 73. The new batsman coming in is Ian Billcliffe. Can we pick up what's happened?
Did bowl him. Yep.
Good on him.
Yep.
Well, there's a bit of interaction in the media area as to how we saw it happen. But most importantly, the umpire has made the decision, has given the decision correct, and it's now 3 for 73. Phil, is it 73 now? It is. Thank you.
3 for 73.
3 for 73, and
17.
Gee, this is starting to develop.
A wicket or 2.
Ian Billcliffe, ball back down the ground. It hit hard, but along the ground all the way and fielded by Craig Knight, who undoubtedly will get another over at the end of this one. Firing up now, aren't we?
interesting.
Come on, Ian, take your time, no rush. Bill Cliff waits. Goes forward, taken on the pad. He's shuffled forward a fair distance. We haven't got the ideal spot to look because we are looking from square leg across to where they are in the middle of the Woodville Oval. Not behind the wicket, which is the best still, this ball. And that's worked away beautifully to where we are. Probably not quite enough to get to the boundary. They'll get 2. They're thinking of 3. They're going to run on the throw. Picked up on the throw on the effort there from Phil Fulton is not too bad. But 3 runs, and I think a bit of thank goodness for that, because the pressure being applied by the Tasmanians, and that 3 runs moves the score up to 76. 1 to go in this over. And the stretch forward is all right, pushed away on the onside, straight to Phil Fulton, who does the picking up, or does he? No, he's not. He grabs it now and gives it across towards a chap who I reckon might play a bit in this game. I reckon Knight shown enough is to toss the ball up and to have fieldsman out on the boundary.
That's right, and just tease the batsman.
3 wickets have fallen rather quickly, and we're still nearing the completion of the over, which we do have now. So I'll attack my food with venom with the score of 3-4-76. That's the score that the New Zealanders have, and they're chasing 161.
So New Zealand not far off the halfway point in the run chase. And, but this game was flipped, Mark.
Yes.
The Tassie Tails would be up.
Well, yeah, it's changed in the last 4 overs.
And it's been
maybe the direction of the game is it put those quick wicks they've lost. Has it put the Kiwis under pressure, or have they got more players to come into the bank?
2 established players, now 2 new to the crease, and Price 3 for 12 off 4 overs. Efficient and wicket taking at the same time, and suddenly everybody's bowling hand grenades.
He's tossing it up there to give the batsman a... So if you're going to hit it, hit it.
Yep. So this is French, I think, on strike. It is Bill Cliff wearing the red helmet at the non-striker's end. Hamish French wearing the traditional black helmet on strike at the moment. He comes down the pitch straight back to the bowler.
I think he's telegraphed it too early to the bowler, and the bowler's just darted it at him.
Yeah. Craig Knight comes in. Oh, that's a full toss, and that one for the first time has been put away. Down towards long leg.
That's all you got to do is you got to just wait for the bad ball and punish it. You can block the first 5, but I guarantee there's going to be one bad ball every over.
And given that that's all they need,
that's right.
Just wait for the bad one and put her away. Comes down the wicket this time, and again straight back to the bowler.
He's been very lucky with those full tosses that he's been bowling. They haven't been punished.
Until that one. So we are through another over. Nature of the game changing just a tad. Although that, I think, boundary will relieve the pressure a bit. 19 overs, 3 for 81. Oh, he's the man with the opening wicket. So at the moment, the run rate for New Zealand 4.26, needing 3.12 the rest of the game. And we've got he's been in a few highlights, especially first bowl wicket, had a decent hit as well. John Cleland. John, welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, I'm pleased to be here. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
How's your day been?
Well, yeah, you're right. I did get off to a good start. Pretty nervous about bowling the first ball of the tournament for us, and managed to get it on the money, so it was good. Yeah. I had a bat too. I think opening's probably a good time to bat on this wicket. The ball sort of comes on a bit more than later on. So.
How is the wicket compared to what it is an appeal and turned down? How is the wicket compared with what you used to back home?
Yeah, it is different. You know, when we look at it, I looked at it this morning. I thought this is going to have pace and bounce in it, but we bowled a couple of balls and actually stayed low. There's actually, well, the new ball still comes on. Not that different to some of the pitches we play at home. You know, different grounds of different wickets. So. And
how big is veterans cricket in New Zealand?
It is really on the rise. It's good. For the first over 50's World Cup, which was in Sydney, it was word of mouth in New Zealand. You know, who knows anyone who's over 50 is still playing cricket? And on the back of that tournament, and fine work from Jim Morrison, who manages the veterans cricket in New Zealand, but certainly the over 50 stuff and over 40s too. You know, I think. On the back of that tournament, we thought we needed to have an interprovincial tournament.
Because Ben Warren did talk about this IPC, and we didn't quite have the chance to say translate. So IPT,
interprovincial tournament.
Interprovincial.
So we had the first one 3 years ago. The second over 50's World Cup was in Cape Town in March 2020. So I think the end of about October 2019, we had our first interprovincial tournament down in Christchurch. There's 6 first-class unions in New Zealand, but we merged 2 of the teams together. So more than that, cut it down to 4 teams basically. So Otago played with Canterbury, and the Northern Districts and Central Districts unions basically merged together as well. Nelson Tasman region played with Wellington. So 4 teams just made the tournament a bit more manageable.
Yep.
You play the other 3 teams and then have a final, and it was good. You know, so we then went to Auckland the following year, and down in Blenheim in January this year, and you know, it's been an amazing thing because you know the opposition really well after playing them so many times.
That's probably the one issue with a 4-team tournament is you play a handful of games, you're going to get to play them all again. How have you ended up with teams in the Australian Nationals?
I don't know how that happened. We got invited for that. I think the over 60s cricket has always played in the Australian State Championships. We've been scheduled for the last couple of years to come here. I was supposed to be in a team. I was supposed to be in the full New Zealand team to play in Brisbane over a year ago, and then you know younger 50-year-olds come along in between. So I wasn't in the team that went to Brisbane this year, but I was supposed to come a year ago to this tournament. You know, and Andrew Nuttall in particular, who's our left-arm spinner in the over 50s, he plays in over 60s cricket, and he's always talked about what a great experience playing in the Australian State Champs in over 60s has been.
The experience that you've had out here, we didn't know much about you until one ball was bowled, and then everybody knew about you. But the animation that was displayed, and also during the break-in innings, Richard Petrie came and had a chat, and he was trying to describe what the ball was like that you bowled, and there were a few nerves, etc., etc. Were there nerves? Was this a little bit different? You're playing away from your country, and you're playing against a team that lives just down the road, and they're discovered with Bass Strait on one side of them, Tasmania.
Yeah. I was definitely nervous. Yeah. I kind of feel the cortisol rising in your body. You know, that nervous feeling. Which I quite like, actually. You know, I get a bit of that when I walk out to bat. It just means you care. Yeah, I left-hander. I didn't know it was going to be left-hander. I was just trying to land it on the right spot, and I think it just nipped away a little bit and just got it in the right place. So
yeah, not a bad way to start that.
No, and to prove it was a fluke, I followed it up with 2 wides. I think.
The way that the two teams are working in together, and here you are now popping up to say hello, and this is what we love about those people from both teams who want to be able to tell their story. Now, what is your cricket story? It's all right now, we know what you're doing, we know what you're doing now in November, but beforehand, when you got yourself organised, how did it all sort itself out?
Well, this over 50s cricket has just been designed for me, you know.
Why is that?
I was a first grade cricketer in Auckland and Wellington. I grew up in Wellington and played for Onslow Club down there, a really strong team. And then when I moved up to Auckland, I played for the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland. But I was a decent premier cricketer, like the first grade, but I getting to play with all these guys. Peaches played a dozen of one-day internationals.
Yeah,
a lot of my team's first-class players. But what I've done is I've kept playing most of the way through with a bunch of mates in one-day grades, and and kept reasonably fit, and so that the whole thing's just designed for me. And I got picked in the New Zealand team to the Cape Town World Cup, and I went over there, and it was stuff of fantasy for me.
Was it really? Yeah.
It was amazing. The opening ceremony to that, which was special, and it was just unfortunate it got cut short. But
well, how's your body with all this happening?
Well, it's
be honest.
It's getting older.
We know that, but have you got? Let's go with Harry hamstring. How's the hamstring?
A little bit tighter than it was this morning, but they're not too bad.
What about colon calf?
Yeah, I was feeling them cramping a bit actually. A heavy outfield, there was a lot of left-hand, right-hand, and I was at point. It's like, I think me and the umpire are the two fittest people on the park, because every time there's a single, we had to go to the other side.
There's a lot of people that I think were looking forward to the rest day tomorrow that now aren't going to have one because there's another game. You got 4 games in 4 days in you?
Yeah, we're up for it. Yep. We had a squad of 14, but unfortunately, FISA, our All Black, got COVID just on the eve of coming here, so we're down to 13. But we're all keen. You
have to be, don't you?
Yeah. These tournaments don't come along all the time, and you can't do it forever. So while you're here,
can you give us an idea as well, underneath the scoreboard the other night, when people were getting their photos taken and you turned around and you saw, hey, this is the Adelaide Oval, this is the scoreboard at the Adelaide Oval, and you looked around and you saw the names of those sporting gurus splashed right around the ground. What did that do for you?
Yeah, well, I've been lucky enough to go to the Adelaide Oval before. I've been to Adelaide about 10 years ago, so before the ground was redeveloped, and now it's a magnificent stadium now, isn't it? Much bigger than the old stands and stuff. I actually had a trip to Adelaide maybe 13 or 14 years ago. The Black Caps were playing Australia. We were in Sydney, and then we had a trip down to Adelaide for just at the end of that holiday. And I was arriving on day 4 of a test, Black Caps versus Australia, and I was going to go to the cricket.
Well, what happened?
The Black Caps lost on the 3rd day. So I went anyway, and watched the groundsman sweeping up. And
Did the stadium tour. Yeah, I mean, it has gone from an oval to a stadium now, but still keeps some wonderful parts. And I mean, I'm amazed how that developed, because a lot of us in South Australia were really worried about how that development would play out. Just to update on the game, because it's changing in front of our eyes at the moment. Just 1 run scored from the last 3 overs. The run rate's dropped from 4.26 to 3.73, leading 3.6. So 2 batsmen establishing themselves for sure, but the runs that were flowing with ease have totally dried up, and the Tasmanians now would feel that they are right back in this contest.
Yeah, I think the nature of the wicket is that, the new ball that actually came on, but then as it gets older, it's just a bit harder to score.
Is it keeping a little bit lower than...
Certainly low, low.
As we saw with the 2 LBWs that were given.
Yeah, you get a short wide one, and if you try and cut it hard, it often doesn't bounce. It's actually better just going with the ball and try and running it.
Some of the off-field work that yourself and Craig Gigg were displaying here, there was plenty of players on the offside, but you were finding the gaps very well.
Well, Gibby's a really good player and strong offside player.
The hand moves. It's okay to move out, Pete, just doesn't move out.
Have you got bragging rights there, John? Can you walk into a pub when you go back to Auckland or Wellington or Dunedin or whatever you like in New Zealand? Hey, in case you don't know who I am, I'm the guy that picked up that wicket on the first ball at a place called Woodville when we were playing Tasmania. Does anyone know anything about what I did?
Yeah.
Did that work for you?
Well, it's funny, in the innings break I looked at my phone and I'd been sent a little clip of you guys talking about it, like a 15-second grab by about 10 different people. So, so you've gone international.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, we'd barely settled in.
Oh, it's wonderful. And also the quick discussion from Richard Petrie, who was, he just wandered over, had a chat, was so strong about the cricket, how it was going, the way that it was being played by both countries, and it was just so good. And look, it's just cruise in and say hello.
Having Peaches play for us just gives, is awesome, and he treats it so seriously as well. He's a competitive rooster, but having an ex-international cricketer, he played a dozen games. I think he even played a one-day international where he beat Australia.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a famous game in New Zealand cricket. It was down in Hobart, and Chris Pringle bowled a maiden over, last over to Bruce Reid in a one-day. But
no, I tell you what, I'm being serious now. I lived in Hobart for 15 years, and I know that game because Bruce Reid was booed from the ground after that last over.
Yeah, well, he actually looked back at it again, and there's probably stuff that would be called wides now and things like that. But he couldn't bat an eyelid. That guy.
What a memory you've got.
Yeah. But that was got a famous victory. New Zealand cricket has a history of being polled by Australia in games. So when we win games,
just a spot of rain about. Camera crew's getting the umbrella treatment at the moment. And again, the runs have dried up. And it's really this bowling combination. Price coming in at 6 overs, 3 for 15, and Knight at the other end, 4 overs for 8. So that's
good, isn't it?
That's 2.3 per over 10 overs from this duo.
Yeah. Now, one more question from me, and then I'll throw it back to Phil. And this is all yours, John. Could you describe, because we've got a lot of viewers on our YouTube coverage, can you describe this venue, Woodville Oval in downtown Adelaide? Is there any way that this gives you a memory of any of the tracks that you've played in New Zealand, or what do you think of it when you look at it?
Does it remind me of something like Fitzherbert Park in Palmerston North or something like that? What's notable about this ground is the straight boundaries. It's a white picket fence oval, like a lot of cricket grounds are here, and Australians do cricket well. Club cricket play on awesome grounds, and whereas I've played in Wellington and Auckland, and it's often overlapping ovals. You get a big square of grass like this, and there'll be 3 pitches on it, and but we're right in the middle of a big oval. The straight boundaries are enormous, so the ropes will be at least 20 metres in at either end. But a lovely ground with grandstands on it, and it's a privilege to play in it. And
why aren't you wearing any clothes?
Well,
this is a balmy day from back home, isn't it?
No. When I came to Adelaide in my previous trip, it was about this time of year, and it was about 40 degrees every day. So when we were picking what gear we wanted to buy, all the jackets and jerseys and stuff, we won't need those. And I think when I looked on the weather app this morning, and it's raining pretty heavily now. Yeah, when we looked on the weather app this morning, I think it was 13 degrees, and it feels like 8.
Does it remind you of where's home for you in New Zealand?
I live in Auckland now. Auckland's got a pretty what do they call it, subtropical Mediterranean climate, so it's never stinking hot, but it's never that cold either. Rains a bit in winter, but it has a pretty stable summer.
So when do you get all through this, and when do you go home?
Well, I'm just here for a week, so cricket finishes on Thursday and back on Friday.
Looking at the weather radar, if that is true, this is going to be over almost as quickly as it starts, which players would appreciate.
Yeah, the double unfortunate thing when it rains here and then we fly back home, we get the same storm again. It arrives 3 days later.
You wear it first up, then you fly back through it, and then you get it when you get home. There's a long shot out to the onside. They're thinking about 2. They're going to go for it. Throw to bowler's end is not in time.
So that's Ian Belcliffe on strike with the red helmet there. So.
Yes, I fully endorse the idea of batters wearing different coloured helmets. It helps us out no end.
Well, he actually played in a proper ICC World Cup for Canada.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah, right. So he's got a Canadian grandparent. He played a lot of first-class cricket. And that is
He's
fairly...
given that a hoof.
That is typical.
Where is that? That's a maximum. That's a 6. That's hit the cover on the full. I was looking to see where it bounced, and the first time I saw it, it was over the fence. So that's going to help up the run rate. And for poor Simon Stebbings, I think... Oh, no, sorry, that's still Craig Knight, is fantastic bowling figures have just taken a bit of a belting.
Yeah.
8 off the last 2.
Yeah, Ian is a very strong player down the ground. He's, he's one of the guys who's just turned 50, but he's, I think in the World Cup he actually made a 50 against the Black Caps.
Okay.
Back in the days, Danny Vittori and Shane Bond and those guys.
What's his nickname? You've got to have
Billy.
Oh, Billy! Come
Sure.
on, he's got to be more creative than
I'm sure,
Billy.
I'm sure there's others, but I wouldn't want to repeat it on such a widely broadcast.
What's your nickname? Don't say Johnny.
Well, I get called JC, which is, it's a bit dull, isn't it? It's my initials. But in this team, we've actually got 2 people with JC as nicknames and a JG as well. So I reckon by the time the week's out, we'll have new ones.
Yeah, and you'll make new friends too, won't you?
Yeah, well, I know a lot of the guys in the team already from playing against them at interprovincial tournaments. And we offered, with COVID, when we couldn't go overseas, we'd have a North Island versus South Island game instead, a couple of games, and sort of like a state of origin sort of series, and they're keenly fought, and so we know the guys well. It's a good bunch of guys.
We heard about Afisa, unfortunately, with COVID not being here. Anybody else in the team have any issues?
No, I think we've flown Nikki Cook, our sports therapist, down from Sydney, and she's. There was always a waiting list to get on her table, but she's a miracle worker at getting you on.
I'm just writing this down. Miracle worker, right? Okay.
She's been to the Olympics. She's worked with Roger Federer, so and she
Good.
does things. You've had a 6-month-long sore elbow type thing, and she'll push on something in your arm, and suddenly it's fixed.
Can you organise an interview with that post?
Phil. Just wondering what Ian Belcliffe was just having a chat to the umpire behind the wickets, then the square leg.
Was he trying to get a cap? Wasn't he?
Yeah, slow bowler want a cap, not a helmet anymore.
So you can just keep having a countdown.
So they've changed the bowling. So we'll see if this changes the tempo of the game. So it certainly has for the backward square leg umpire. Sends the sweeper a task. Going to come around here, Farley. Not before they're going to go on the arm. And that's 3 all run. And now they're 99. Is there any number in New Zealand cricket? Australia has 87. I think the English have 111. What's the?
Yeah, Nelson for us as
Nelson?
well. I think, yeah.
Is that 111?
Yeah. Yeah, was it one leg, one arm, one eye? Or something like that?
Okay. I was going to ask you how do we get 111 from Nelson, but almost
dropped.
Yep, that could have been a game turner, but instead it's a single, and that's the ton for New Zealand. And that means 62 to get.
That was disappointing, Phil. It's easy for us to be wise, but it went straight to Simon O'Byrne at backward square, and it just went straight through his fingers.
Yeah, the wickets in cricket are so hard to get.
Yeah, it's hard. Over 50s cricket, you're 45 overs, but guys start getting a bit weary towards the end of it, and just keeping that standard going through it. And we're on day one of a 4-match series, so to keep it up through the week, and the body's a bit stiff and sore, But I think the teams that feel better and take a higher percentage, you're not going to catch them all, but a higher percentage, and you don't give the decent players a second go. It makes a big difference,
Yeah, we saw South Australia drop a couple yesterday, but what they did have was a sensational fielding effort. That guy dived at the boundary line, stopped the 4, picked up and threw out the runner.
Really?
He was sort of spectating to see if it was 4, and probably wasn't going full chop. That's in the air, but safely into a gap to get a single. 101.
That sounds like cheating in over 50s cricket. Did anyone check his passport? Is he really 50?
Yeah, that's right. You're not supposed to do it. Yeah, exactly. But actually, I've been pretty impressed generally by the fielding.
Yeah.
As that is 26 overs in the books, 19 to go.
11 o'clock. Tell me, when you are away from home, we are loving the coverage and loving the responsibilities that you've undertaken to pop up and say hi. That's been wonderful. Is there any feedback or is there much publicity back in your home country about how you're travelling in this tournament?
Yeah, certainly the guys I play cricket with at home are all aware of it. And there was some links to your coverage being sent around on WhatsApp groups that I'm in. So there, people I know are paying attention to it.
Well,
I'm not sure it's on the national news, but
for New Zealand, we're in prime time now. It's about 7 o'clock-ish or 6:30, 7:30 back home.
2.5 hours of time difference. It's actually, the first day you arrive here, we all woke up at 4:30 in the morning ready to go.
Well, normally Phil goes to bed at 4:30.
You got the wrong herd, and that's my son Sam. I wake up, he comes through the door. That's the only time we get to talk to each other.
Yeah. But, I'm not trying in any way to be controversial with this one for you, John. Sometimes we think about the cricket that's on, as we all just wait for this delivery. Just over the wicket and hit behind point for the 1 run. And we think about so much cricket is on. We've had the World Cup 2020, now Australia playing England in the 50 overs each.
Australia in that.
Exactly. No, that's a very relevant comment.
In there.
Is there too much cricket?
Not from my point of view. I love it. I love it. I watched the T20 World Cup. Was actually quite a good time in New Zealand. The afternoon games would be on the evening for us.
Yes.
The games in Perth were too late, but the Eastern Seaboard games
they're
were
too late for us too.
Yeah, the Eastern Seaboard games. Certainly the first innings was quite watchable. Maybe they finished after midnight, but it was good cricket. And that was another way. The Black Caps actually played really well in the first game against Australia.
They did.
Got us, and.
That's probably the biggest thumping any New Zealand team has given Australia, especially at T20 level.
Our Black Caps have actually had a pretty good record in the last 5 or 6 years of getting to at least semi-finals or finals in tournaments, and they won the World Test Championship, of course, which is pretty special.
Is there, and this is not in any way trying to incite any riot between us, the feelings for New Zealanders and Australians when you're talking about, say, the cricket, when Australia play New Zealand. Let's say it's a game in Auckland, or let's say it's a game at the MCG. What is it like with the spectators from both countries?
Yeah, I've been to Eden Park for the World Cup in 2015 at Eden Park. The first game might not have been our first game of the tournament, actually, but we played Australia at Eden Park, and it was an epic game of cricket.
Was it? Yeah.
I think we bowled Australia out. We had them 100 for 9. I think Brad Haddon and Cat Cummins was batting 11. They put on 50. I think got through to about 150. And McCullum absolutely smashed about 60 off about 20 balls to start with, and we were cruising. And then Mitchell Stark came and blew our middle all the way. We ended up winning by 1 wicket. And man, the atmosphere that day was just electric. When Australia was 90 off for 9, the whole crowd was singing "You're Worse Than England" because we'd smashed England in the game before. Australian cricketers, there's a rivalry and it's ultimately a respect.
Well, what do you like as a spectator?
Well, that day I was in a corporate box and
look out!
far too many wines by the end of it. But unfortunately, it was about 20 overs a side actually, so it was over pretty quick. Eden Park. So the problem with Auckland is it actually doesn't have a cricket ground anymore, so they don't play Test cricket in Auckland. They've tried a couple of day-night games there and stuff, but Eden Park is a sort of 60,000 or 50,000 seat stadium, and it just doesn't kind of work for Test cricket. Ironically, it's actually really good to watch Test cricket, but you get 10,000 people there, it feels empty. But you can sit right behind the bowler's arms, and the straight boundaries are incredibly short. So you get a view like you don't at other grounds. But yeah, Test cricket they tend to play on sort of boutique little grounds around the country now.
Some of them are very picturesque, though,
Yeah.
watching some of the coverage that comes back here, by a bay and mountains in the back.
Mount Maunganui, and there's a ground in Queenstown and stuff. The Basin Reserve is probably the home of cricket in New Zealand at the moment. That's a unique cricket ground in Wellington.
Now, Phil, can I seek your permission, please, because I need to ask John our trivia question whilst he's here.
Oh, okay. Well, you couldn't be a guest without copping a Walshy trivia question.
There's no right or wrong. It's just that you'd better get it right. The question, John, is who's the best New Zealand Test cricket player that you reckon your country has had? Doesn't matter when or where, but is there one who stands out? And you can go with 3, 2 and 1s if you'd like. The best 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah.
And your time starts now.
Best player?
Yes.
Sir Richard Hadley.
Well, mate, all I'll tell you is that we all said the same thing.
When I was growing up, Kane Williamson would actually have to be up there as well. But I'll tell you, Martin Crowe for me. When I grew up, Hadley and Crowe were on the same team.
Do people still get knighted in New Zealand?
Yes.
Okay, so there could be a Sir Kane Williamson at some point, maybe.
Yeah, there could be. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Martin Crowe was from my cricket club as well.
Oh, was he?
I had the privilege of bowling to him in his last ever innings.
What was that like?
It was surreal. It was like watching a test match with him. He was serious about it too. He was ill, and we knew that he wasn't going to last much longer. But this was during the 2015 World Cup. It was the day before that game I was talking about earlier, and it was our club's 60th anniversary celebration. So we picked our premier side from 1992, and we played against as many of the Black Caps from 1992, which was when we'd had that World Cup in New Zealand and Australia, and they had a really good run too. So, and Martin came down, even though he was sick, he played, and he got 20 not out. But actually, sort of running into bowl and looking and seeing him in his stance that is so familiar from my childhood, it was surreal. I was trying to bowl him a half volley because I remember his cover drive and I just wanted to see it again.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Can you give us an understanding, if you don't mind, about what the appreciation of the New Zealand sporting fraternity had for this icon, for this man that we saw at the Adelaide Oval, where we got to know him, we got to know Jeff, we got to know the Crowe connection. What was it like for him being looked after so fondly in New Zealand?
He was a special player at top cricket. I guess when did he start? Early 1980s, something like that. And through the sort of 70s, New Zealand cricket was sort of part-time. Sir Richard probably changed it. When Richard Hadley first came on, he was a county professional and was a professional athlete and organiser and stuff. And Crowe took batting to another level. He had a technique. He scored runs against the Great West Indies attacks and things like that. He was a bit of a superstar in cricket, but in a way that probably only rugby players had before in New Zealand. And Hadley as well. Be at the bank at the Basin, and Hadley's running in, and everyone's Hadley, boom, 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 chanting non-stop. So it was a great time to grow up, actually, the love of cricket. That team we had in the 1980s played particularly well at home. So I think they went through the whole decade of the 80s without losing a Test series at home.
But you've got a beautiful memory of him. You've just, to me, created a vision of you coming into bowl to Martin Crowe, who was, and I'm being very careful with my selection of vocabulary, who was on his, in inverted commas, his last legs. People knew that he was suffering, and yet you've been able to create that memory for us.
Yeah, he had Test match head on. It's like he was focused. It was important to him. And it was in Cornwall Park where we played. It was a beautiful ground in the middle of Auckland. It's on One Tree Hill, and from the cricket club you look out over farmland and stuff. It's like this little piece of farmland in the middle of suburban Auckland with One Tree Hill in the background, and his ashes are buried by the ground, I think. Or certainly there's a plaque on a chair by the ground. So it was a special place to him, and I think. He probably died 6 months later after that. He took it pretty seriously. And it was a special thing for all of us that got to play against him.
New Zealand have steadied the ship here and are sitting at 3 for 114. Not too far away from a drinks break. This is the 30th over coming up now. we've got Bill Cliff on 24 and French on 15. The partnership is into the 30s now. So, yeah, they're steadying and still getting their 3, 4 and over, and at this rate look to be the favourites to get up on what for both sides is the opening day of the tournament.
Yeah. You know, it's amazing about when you talk with such passion with players that you used to play with. We had Barry Richards on our program recently.
Yeah.
Now, Barry's one of the nicest people, and I've only met him a few times at the Adelaide Oval. And
well, I've got a little story about Barry, which I can, I've had the privilege of meeting him as well, because South Africa did this World Cup in Cape Town really well, as Australia had done with the World Cup in Sydney as well. But cricket country, they know how to do it. And what they did is they appointed an ambassador for every team, and Barry Richards was our ambassador.
Oh, wow.
So I played my first game for New Zealand in the World Cup in Cape Town, and I had my black silver fern cap presented to me by Barry Richards.
How good is that?
Yeah. And he stayed with, he was good friends with the wives and girlfriends. He stayed and watched every game that we played in the World Cup. It was unreal,
Last delivery before drinks, and that's a very textbook for defensive. So we are 2/3 of the way through the New Zealand innings. They are 3 for 117, which that's a run rate just below 4. It's 3.9. They need exactly 45 runs off the last 15, 3 and over.
I could have worked that out.
Yeah, it's actually nice when you know it's a nice, easy figure like that.
Oh dear. Can I just relate one Barry Richards story?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
And Barry has been very helpful with us in terms of doing interviews because of the time that he spent in South Australia. And it would have been, I reckon, almost 2 years ago. And John, I was on the phone to him from Johannesburg, and he was not himself. And I could just feel it through the headphones. And I said, Barry, do you want to stop the interview and we can do it again? And it would have been 6 o'clock in the morning in Australia. No, let's do it. So we finished the interview, and I just said to him, I said, Barry, are you sure you don't mind me putting this interview to air? And he said, there's no problem, but I don't want you to say anything about the fact that I've just lost my partner through cancer. Oh. And he said this at the end of this chat. And he followed up by saying, and he'd say this now if he was talking to me, he'd also lost a teenage son to suicide. And he related that in a story that he didn't have to say anything. And he said, you know what? I don't want people to feel sorry for me. I'll push on. I'll be fine. I'll play my golf. I'll continue with my buddies. I've got a lot of support here from Johannesburg. And thanks for taking the call. And I have regular contact with him. And he's just typical of the man who was stoic, had to work through adversity, and came out being as strong as that.
Yeah. Oh, what a great story.
A story where you feel sympathy, you don't know what to say, but you have visions, and you're talking about your cap being signed by Barry Richards. How good's that?
Yeah. Oh, special moment in my life. Yeah.
You know, we talked about Richard Hadley, and we talked about him being the best New Zealand player that perhaps you've seen. This is unfair, but I'm having so much fun talking, which is what I normally do. Sorry. Have you got a cricketer, and I'm not talking about a New Zealand cricketer, but have you got someone from another country perhaps that you think to yourself, I really enjoyed playing with this guy? You know, it might have been a West Indian player, I don't know. But I really did enjoy going out to battle, in inverted commas, because I knew when I got out there this was going to be fun.
Someone from that I've played with.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's not that many from other countries, of course, but I did play in England. I lived in London for 5 seasons. And,
who did you play for?
Beckenham in the Kent League. It was in 15 minutes on a train from Victoria Station in London to really suburban London, but they were part of Kent. And the grounds of Kent are amazing, so I saw a lot of, it's an affluent county, and cricket's a big part of their fabric. So, but I did used to open the batting with Rob Key, who's now in charge of English cricket. Yeah. He was a 17-year-old larrikin, and I was about 27.
You were a 27-year-old larrikin.
Well, no, I was trying my hardest, but he had enormous talent. But I never thought he'd be a Test cricketer because he was doing
I always felt, he'd score runs, and I always felt like I wonder what it would be like to be batted properly. But he just. We went down and watched one of the first games he played at Canterbury for Kent, and they were playing against a touring South African team about 1997, I guess, something like that. He made a 50 off about 30 balls in a one day. The first ball he faced, Alan Donald bowled first, changing that. Kesey ran down the wicket, the first ball he faced, and hit him back over his head.
So he ran down the wicket to White Lightning?
Yeah, and he's 18 years old. It's like, it's phenomenal. And man, he could end up with a 90. He's changed to the England cricket around. Since he's taken over, everything's turned to gold. T20 World Cup last week. Their test team, I think they'd won 1 out of 13 tests or something, and they've won 6 out of 7 since he's taken over. So.
Do those nuggets of gold come across your paths regularly, or is it just occasionally that you would be finding someone and thinking this person's special?
There's something about cricket, I think, that sort of brings those sort of people to the game. Some of the people I play with at over 50s cricket are really special. Andrew Knuckles, our best bowler in over 50s cricket, and he's 64, 65 years old. Dean Askew, who I've played at Cornwall, is now 60 years old, still runs and bowls like he used to. Adrian Dale's our over 50 captain. I've played a lot of club cricket with him too. Those guys have just got enormous respect. They've got a love for the game. They do an enormous amount. Adrian in particular is New Zealand captain to promote the game, to organise it. That's all.
One more from me, then over to Phil, because things are happening in the middle. I don't know whether you're a statistically minded person, John. Do you have any idea at all as to how many first-class games you've played?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. None. No, I'm a club cricketer only.
Well, how many club games have you played? A lot, I'd reckon.
Squillions, yeah. I actually fielded for a session in a first-class game, but it was filling in, and it was back in the day we used to get big crowds in first-class games. I've got a funny story about that too. But,
tell me, come on, share.
Well, I was at the Basin Reserve, and Auckland were playing Wellington, and all the internationals were playing. It was Danny Morrison and Ian Smith and Jeff Crow and Gavin Larson and
that's not bad.
Andrew Jones. Anyway, I was playing in the nearest club cricket ground, and they let the 12th man go and play club cricket, so you have a bat. And they said, right, can you guys send someone over to act as 12th man? And I was the youngest in the team, so I got sent. In those days I used to bat 10 or 11, and we were just going into bat. So I went over there, and the first thing I had to do was at the Basin, it was the wicket.
Yeah, it's a wicket gone. And the change of John Weatherburn coming into bowl has proven the difference. That's going to be French bowled. Just thinking that they were back in control, the New Zealanders, averaging 3.9 and over at the 30 mark, needing just 3 and over to win. But the wickets, 4 down. Robbie Frew comes into bat. Got any inside stories on Robbie you can share?
Yeah, well, he's one of the new guys, so I haven't played against him. He's a lovely fellow.
But don't deviate from where you were.
I'll come back to that
story.
Oh, sorry.
Wickets will do that with cricket commentary, won't they, Walshy?
I'll come back to that. No, Robbie is an opening batsman. He played a lot of first-class cricket, and he's got several first-class hundreds, so he's a quality player. I was talking to him at dinner last night about he batted for, I think, 9 hours in a game against a touring England team.
9 hours?
Yeah, so I think he got 60 and 80 or something like that. But he was telling stories about facing Andy Caddick and Hoggard and Harmison and those guys in this touring game. And Nasser Hussain was the opposing captain, had all the fielders behind the wicket against them at one point. It's just a quality story. Anyway, I was back to this first class game. So I was I was the 12th man for Wellington, and the first thing I had to do there was take the drinks out, and they had this electric cart thing, and Adam Peroy was the Auckland 12th man, and he was actually asleep, you know.
Asleep?
So I had to go and find it. I didn't know where the keys to this car were, so I had to just carry them at my hand. But I got out there, and there were several thousand people there, because the people used to go and watch first class cricket in those days, and you know, all these guys, John Wright, and all those guys were playing, so it was a big match in terms of Shell Trophy or whatever they used to call it. Anyway, at the end of it, I was out, I brought the drinks out. Adam Peroy eventually came out on the electric trolley and took the drinks back, and I had to take the empties into the change room. And when I got into the change room, the shower was going, and it's like, well, they've only got 11, and I was like, looked in, and the Wellington opening bowler was in the shower. So, my God, they've only got 10 on the field in the first class game. So I quickly screamed out, jumped the fence in the middle of the over. They fielded 3 balls of first class cricket with only 10. No one told me that he was coming off. And I snuck on down at fine leg in the middle of an over. And I fielded for about 2 hours. And Jeff Crow actually smashed 100 against it. I've never seen the ball hit so hard. You know, I was terrified being out there.
You've got a memory of that and a half, haven't you?
I like a story.
It's a good story. It's a good story.
Yeah.
Our special guest, John Cleland, who's been very kind to call up and say hello. And Phil Hurden and Peter Walsh to continue on with the chat. Kate Johnson in the back of the box who's enjoying this all. And I can tell you, it's been really good value to have you here, John. Thank you very much for calling up.
Oh, you're most welcome, and well done to you as well, you know. For supporting and commentating on this, you know, so thank you so much. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure having you on board, mate. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
And good luck for the week.
You're right, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Some other games being played around. New South Wales, Victoria, the other game in this pool. Victoria was 6 for 181 after their 45. New South Wales 20 overs in, 3 for 82, so I'd put that one evenly poised. At Goodwood, the Silverbacks of South Australia, looking for 2 wins, 2 days, 9 for 245, have given Queensland a target, and after 23.2, Queensland are 5 for 90, well behind the pace and 5 wickets down. SA are in a decent position there. Now Port Adelaide, Western Australia 8 for 191 in their 45 overs. ACT Fireballs 4 for 79 after 25, so the Black Swans of Western Australia looking to get on top there. Here you'd probably say Walshy, after losing those run of wickets, New Zealand had steadied, but they've still lost a handful now, and if they have a sudden collapse, this game could turn on its head again.
Well, speaking of turning on its head.
Oh, no.
Oh, look.
There goes the diet.
What do I have to say?
It's a big bash time.
Thank you to John Douglas,
Thanks,
who's
John.
our executive producer, who has returned. I'm not too sure what this bloke's name is, but I think his first name is Colonel, I think. Yeah. And it could be the man with finger-licking good stuff, which is good here at the Woodville Oval.
So many sponsors that aren't sponsors, but anyway.
But I have to say this, and then I'll shut up for a while. I've got to say that we're very lucky in this commentary box. We have our team. Thanks, John. We have our team. Kate Johnson's here. Mark's here. Phil Hurden's here. John, you don't bring the food in and then take it out. You just leave it if you don't mind. But I have to say, that man, John Cleland, just cruised through. Yeah. I don't know how long he was on air for. I reckon probably 20 minutes, half an hour. He was a gold nugget from Ballarat. Yes. He gave everything. Yeah, and what a story about Martin Crowe.
Yes, well indeed.
Yeah, so congratulations, not just to those from New Zealand, but from those from Tasmania. And yesterday we had the ACT lads, and of course we had our Silverbacks. And we'll have all the cricket tomorrow and all the cricket on Thursday. We might call a public holiday on Friday to stay for another day. I don't know. But what's happening, Phil, and I get a bit emotional with this, we are able to do things because those that are out in the middle are prepared to have a chat, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and because they're over 50s and have lived a life of stories, and they're so happy to share them. And we've gone from netball in Stirling to Antarctica. And there's a big shot. Is that? No, that's going to take a couple of bounces. So I think there's a bit of an urgency from New Zealand to move things along here as the target now hits under 40. And it's great to be able to, I mean, cricket, you can't do this with footy. Footy just doesn't stop long enough to tell stories. But cricket, when you can see the action on the field, and as this game draws to its conclusion, we'll focus probably a bit more on it. But there was some great stuff to hear about and some wonderful memories. There's another 4. And Ian Billcliffe is having himself a day now. He's into the 30s. In fact, just in the last short time, he may have gone into the 40s. He's 41 off 50. New Zealand are 4 for 136. What did I say? 162. So all of a sudden, that target, last time I mentioned was in the 40s to get, is now 26. And there's still plenty of overs left. So, Peter, it's looking pretty good if you're a fan from over the Tasman.
I'll make one comment in a sec, and I'll say that the worst nickname for being totally uncreative and with no imagination whatsoever is Ian Billcliffe, whose nickname is Billy. You've got to do better than that, surely. I can't talk to Phil about it because he's sorting out something else which has got nothing to do with Billy or Ian or Cliff, but it's got a lot to do with something that is quite tasty and much appreciated too. Thanks, John, because we've been up here for a long time today and we'll be here tomorrow. We'll be at... You said something, Phil. I have no idea what language it was, but no, we're going to...
You want to learn about mortgages, Peter? Come and join me tomorrow.
No, we're going to another venue tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll have a good time because we're enjoying things and we're doing things that...
Chili, sweet and sour? Which one?
Pleased as well.
So no rest day for most of the teams, no rest day for the filming cricket team. As Hamish, is that? No, it's not French. It's not. It's Robbie Frew. Oh, that was a wide, and he scored a run. I got no idea how that works. How does that work? I thought the idea of the wide is you can't reach him. So yeah, they're just Tasmanian fielders are spread out now. The power play allows a few more deep, and they got 3. Well, they had 3 deep on the onside end of the over. Let me give you a score update. As I worked out what had happened to my tablet and my laptop, which were about to go off simultaneously, was somehow the power got disconnected to them all, and had run the batteries into the ground. 4 for 144, 18 to get. 12 overs to get them.
And I genuinely believe that the umpires, when they do some of those signals, look like in their next life they'd like to be a wind farm because their arms go out in different directions and you're not exactly sure what's going on, but they know it all, don't they? They've got an awareness. And well done today to the umpires, Stephen Filders and Jeff Charlesworth from the Gold Coast and from Wollongong, respectively. And they're doing a fine job too. We did have a chat to them, or I'm not sure whether we did. I think we did earlier on. But we'll have to wait and see what happens now because this is getting closer to the end as we see darting through for a quick single. That's Ian Billcliffe who gets through without any degree of difficulty, and the run chase continues. 2 runs shy of heading over to where we are. That's Ian Billcliffe, who's at the non-strikers end now. At the strikers end, we have Robbie Frew, wearing number 31. Robbie, on the move, just pushes forward on the offside. No power on the shot. And it trickles out to Shane O'Byrne. And there's no run. Certain that he didn't mind us having a chat with some of the characters and the personalities that are at this particular venue. That's what we aim to please. I hope that's okay with you. Next ball, through on the drive, square of the wicket on the offside, starts the single, can't run, and there's no run. I was going to talk to Kate Johnson, but she's eating something. No, I'm not. I didn't mean that, Kate.
You mentioned running, and there's a lot going on down there, but we've been up here eating fast food.
But we were chatting, and Kate is very keen to become involved in sports broadcasting or doing things as such. And one of the snippets of info to pass on is you get someone like a John Cleland, and you don't know how long the interview's going to go, but when he's coming out with such pearls of wisdom, you don't want to stop. He's got so much to say.
It was interesting, wasn't it?
He was amazing. Amazing. And, I threw a question and I thought, well, he's not going to know the answer. How many first-class games have you played? None. Oh. Okay, none.
It's great how it can start off as talking about it, gets to that deeper level.
Yeah, it's a very good call. And so too is the shot pushed out into the onside, out towards just forward of square leg. Rushing in and doing the picking up is Christian Farley, and they're through for one. Gloves being removed, and the man called Ian Billcliffe is nearing his half century as Phil Hurden does something to a slice of chicken that I've never seen done to before. It just disappeared. But they're good to have it here because it's a bit cold here.
So, Peter, we'll ask you a question. How many test matches have you commentated on in Australia?
To the 20s.
Oh, come on, mate, you've got to get it right on. You've asked us to get spot-on questions, answers, so you've got to give us a spot-on answer.
All I need to do is I've kept a record of every sporting event that I've actually called, and that includes, well, I'm not going to go into detail, but all I'll say is I've got the records. And I just love to go back and pour through books, like we were talking yesterday about Karachi in '94 with Inzamam ul-Haq and Mushtaq Ahmed putting on 57 for the last wicket. And for only the 7th time in the history of Test cricket was a Test match decided by 1 wicket. And that was Inzamam ul-Haq and Mushtaq Ahmed who put on 57. And when I called that into a mobile phone because we didn't have any landlines. But to me, that's a page in the book that I'll always remember because you were part of it.
It's something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and look, there'll be lots of test matches played in the future where you won't remember what did happen, and there'll be a lot of games that were played in the T20 tournament where you won't remember, but to the other extreme, most people remember the test matches as opposed to the one-days or whatever. And most people remember as this is
That's a nice
hit
shot,
down the ground. See you later, alligator. Ian Billcliffe, are you over the half-century mark? He is.
I think he is.
He's turned, and I don't know how the message gets to him so quickly. There are no carrier pigeons down here at Woodville. So he's been given a nod, and he gets on the move and will be replaced by John Gary. And a very small gathering here will be more than thrilled to say to Ian Billcliffe, thanks for what you did out there today. He's just taken the helmet off. But Phil Hurden, a bold performance. He looked his goods. And you called that midway through his innings, he was going to be one of the New Zealanders who needed to do all the way things, and he did. And here's the applause.
He batted very well, didn't he?
4 for 151. And the score now creeps closer to New Zealand having a victory. And if you had to pick the man of the match, I mean, they've got a performance and a half from Tasmania. Yeah, that's true. Score outside the leg stump takes him on the pad. Shuffling forward was John Gary. There's no run. Just doing a bit of pushing and shoving as we now head towards what looks like it will be a fairly sedate end to this game with a victory to New Zealand.
I think it's fair to say that it's a game that has meandered to a point. But I don't mean that in a critical way. It's had a steady flow to it without getting into a slogfest, which you sometimes see at the tail end of these games. New Zealand have been so steady. Getting it, boundary and over, set up a great foundation, able to lose a few wickets in a row. And then Billcliffe, along with the French to a degree, steadied the ship. And now it's about a run and over. And they've still got Billcliffe to come back if they're really desperate, but they're forfeit, so.
New Zealand haven't had to slog.
No, they haven't had to.
Just put pressure on when they've needed to do it.
It's been a game more of finesse than force.
Yeah.
probably a better way than saying it's meandered.
But just seem to be in control. It's a couple of fours, and all of a sudden, take the pedal off the accelerator, and the game changes.
Indeed. So I know where you're going tomorrow, Walsh. You're going to Goodwood Oval, which you'll enjoy. It's a great spot to call any sort of sport. The actual game, I'm sure it's a Division 1 game, just not sure which one it is that got rescheduled there.
Right. I might go there straight after this game tonight, so I'll get there early.
Take your sleeping bag and then back to Woodville with me for Queensland and WA.
Queensland, WA tomorrow.
No, that's us on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. What's today? What day of the week is it?
Yeah, you get like that.
Monday today.
It is Monday. What a great way to spend a Monday, sitting with you calling some cricket.
It's Sunday. And I thought, no, I'm on the holidays. It's Monday.
It's like that time between Christmas and New Year when you know that it's 2 days after Christmas and 3 before New Year's, but you've got no idea what actual day it might be. Robbie Frew is the man to face. Tries to find a gap on the onside, does so, will get a single. So the offside. So careful to get that correct early.
Now the news on the dog. The dog has returned with father and mother. The dog now with 2, looking after a he or a she, working out beautifully. And on the far side of the ground, just where one of the big light poles is, it's good to see the dogs had a good day.
Night footy now a part of the repertoire here at Woodville for the Eagles. I wonder if they'll have I wonder if they could play a night cricket game here. Bad light, just turn the lights on.
Nothing surprises me.
I think they play 2020.
Yes, they do. It's a usual annual tradition that the footy club plays the cricket club. Usually the cricket club get up, which is probably important. I used to play a charity game out at St Clair War in the West. Steve Wall
That's one. I remember that.
was involved in that a couple of years as the community guy, doing activities for the kids.
Harrity, some of the Grange cricketers.
Yep, Grange became the provider of cricketers.
Yep.
He provided some footballers. Steve Raw came out and had a little cameo.
Yes.
I think one time he got out like second delivery and he just stayed out there.
Big drive there,
This ground actually over 100 years old. I think 1919 was his first year. It was a memorial park for the returned soldiers. Just take the document beside the rubber. The complex here, it's got cricket, it's got footy, we've got tennis, we've got lawn bowls. We've got the Dog Obedience Club. And that's just up the road there, Walshy, for you. And we've got croquet. Yeah. So it's quite a nice setup here, close to the main road.
And we are, for the first time, and I'm saying this with a fair degree of confidence, for the first time we're going to see an international cricket team all the way from New Zealand playing a team from across the Bass Strait. And that's, of course, Tasmania playing here in the competition.
I don't think I can put this down in the resume saying I've called international cricket. I think I'll just have to still call this interstate. But not long to go now, folks. We think just 9 runs needed, 4 for 153. 9 runs, 9 overs. Just a case of whether we're going to get it grafting. I mean, there is a huge gap on the leg side for a single or 2 if the bowler should stray here. That's right there, caught and bowled. And that was going to slow New Zealand down, was wickets, and there's one right there. Great reflexes from Christian Charlie Farley. This game will go that little bit longer as New Zealand change over their batters.
some news for you, Phil, that I'm sure you will appreciate, as will our viewers and those who hope to enjoy our coverage. Ben Tippett will be along with us
fantastic.
next to the microphone tomorrow for the game that we're broadcasting. Now, I think from memory, did you tell me that was Queensland and New South Wales? Not sure. Did you tell me that game tomorrow what Woodville was? South Wales
Queensland versus WA, I think.
WA,
oh, look, we'll just turn up, tell us who's playing, we'll work it out.
That's okay. Well, that's what we're doing tomorrow, which will be something I'll enjoy very much. But of course, the reason we're doing that is because Mark's left us, which is a pretty bold performance for someone halfway through what's been a wonderful stint to all of a sudden leave.
Thank you for that. It's been really enjoyable.
As long as you drop me off to where I have to drop off after tonight, that's pretty important, okay?
Now, if they still had the pie cart, I would have dropped me off
they
with
want
the
a pie cart.
Oh, best thing ever. Pie with sauce.
Never got into the pie floater ever.
Never had a pie floater.
You've never had a pie floater?
No.
Oh.
My after-hours haunt used to be the lamb spit down at Glenelg for a nice gyros with extra garlic sauce.
Why are we talking about food all the time?
Because that's what you do.
You should have had a floater, a pie, Balfour's pie floater outside the casino.
For those who are wondering, what are we talking about? Pie floater, you get a bowl.
You get a bowl.
Filled
with
with
your dog, are you?
You get a nice bowl. You fill it with pea soup, nice thick green pea soup.
Sounding good so
And then you put a
far.
meat pie on top, and then on top of the pie you put some tomato sauce.
You had to turn the pie upside down.
Oh, so that's of course right, the pie upside down, so you could get to the meat a bit easier.
Oh.
So then you ring 999, is it, for emergency services and tell them where you are?
And we used to have a couple of pie carts at the railway station in the GPO here that used to sell those.
And the parade?
And the parade, yes.
Talk about food.
Back to this game, we probably do need it. Oh, that's going to help end it fairly soon. That's going to be at least 2. Just checking on
some
that.
very famous people went to the pie cart in Adelaide.
Well, that was the place to be seen.
Joe Cocker.
This is the captain, Richard Petrie's come out.
Yep.
Sammy Davis Jr.
I went to the pie cart.
Yep.
I know someone who went to a hamburger with the lot Caravan at 1 o'clock every Monday or Sunday morning. That was my father, Jack Walsh, because he worked as a bouncer at the local dance and he bought a hamburger on the way home.
Another single and the total ticks over again.
Yeah, Joe Cocker, Sammy Davis Jr. A couple of other celebrities went there as well.
6 to win.
I should also mention we've been given the instruction from our executive producer we'll be wrapping this game up straight afterwards.
Okay.
And we'll be looking forward to the commitment tomorrow, and hopefully you will be enjoying what we've got to offer, because there's a fair bit going on at other destinations this evening.
So wherever you found us today, try the same trick and you'll probably find you good folks tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
And back Wednesday, and that'll be the 3 pool games hopefully all taken care of, and then it will be the placings on Thursday before the final gathering at Adelaide Oval for all the presentations Thursday night.
So is there a clash with South Australia and New Zealand in the Group 1?
They're in different groups.
They're in different groups.
So it could be a New Zealand-South Australia final. It won't be New South Wales-Victoria, which can be one of the traditional matchups because they're in the same pool with New Zealand and Tasmania. That leaves SA, ACT, Queensland and WA in the other pool. SA beating ACT. They seem to have the edge on Queensland at the moment.
Do you have a score?
It was 5 for 90 after 23 overs. I'll let you talk some. Let me just get a updated score here, because I want to make sure that we don't miss the winning run here by. Yeah, it's 5 for 156 New Zealand, so 5 to tie, 6 to win, 8 overs remaining.
I reckon Richard Petrie might be just the man to finish the game off. Not with that shot. He just leant forward and headed it away on the offside and there's no run.
Update from Goodwood. Queensland is 7 for 119 with chasing 246 to win. Not quite sure of the overs, but I think the wickets are going to get him more than anything.
Petrie waits. Drives down the ground, gets a single. No, he doesn't. It was punched away on the onside. Was hit fairly cleanly, but good piece of fielding there by John Wetterburn.
That score for Queensland is after 30 overs, so Queensland would need 126 off 15 overs. That's a tough ask when you've only got 3 wickets left. Yeah.
Now this ball outside the off stump and punched away forward of point on the offside for the easy single, and the jog through from Richard Petrie means the score is 5 for 157, 4 runs required for victory.
Interesting one at Port Adelaide. ACT chasing 192 to win. Have 13 overs left and a 4 for 121, so 70 off 13 with 6 wickets left, and they're not out of it, they're fireballs.
It's good that there's so many games that are on and that we don't really know the result of. That's really good.
And the last one, New South Wales chasing 182. It looks like they're going to fall well short. They're 7 for 92 after 27 overs. So, yeah, they've got 18 overs left to get about 90, but only 3 wickets left to do that.
This ball wide of the off stump. Well, a half-hearted attempt from Frew, but no real venom attempted in the shot, and it fizzes through to the keeper, Claude Orlando. 4 to go, not long to go, and we're going to be working through a day where the weather conditions have been pretty good.
Yeah, we've had 2-3 showers, but all of them pretty slight, and the players after yesterday just looked at them and said, "You call that rain? That's not rain."
That's a sun shower.
I was amazed too, and I was to be congratulated with John Cleland, who had the shorts on, and he had on the sponsored top.
Yep.
Telf, you've done brilliantly with the sponsored tops. They're being worn by everyone, and so they should be. But he was just sitting there, and I thought, now I'll do dot to dot with on his legs just how many goosebumps. He didn't have any.
And we're sitting here freezing.
I know.
Yeah, I've got a couple of layers, some natural insulation, a hoodie, and I'm still feeling cold.
Well, last over maybe. You'd think it might be just 4 to go. 4 to go for New Zealand to record a stirring victory. The skipper's there, and he drives off the front foot. Hits it well, though. Didn't he give that a clunk? But straight to the field.
4 to tie, 5 to win.
4 to tie, 5 to win. That was Craig Knight who did the fielding. And the Tasmanians will be keen to get off and have a spell, have an ice bath. Just joking, just joking. Next ball, pushed away on the offside. Now we're going to say, yes, they're not going to take many, they're not going to take many. Well, I haven't scored any in the last 8 balls.
No, it's sort of just the nature of it, or they've tightened up a little bit with victory on the horizon.
How many balls left, please, Phil?
Enough. 26, 28.
Oh, well, it's plenty. And there's runs, or maybe just the one. That's a good shot. Hit with precision. A very crisp shot out through square leg. The return bounce is on the way, and it's a good one to Orlando, but they're through for 1. And the skipper walks away and flicks his bat around, and he's quite happy to settle in because the score now is 5 for 158.
A boundary will do it.
Okay. Let's go.
Will they tease Tasmania?
Come on, let's go. This ball is edged, and they'll run through for the quick single. It's skidded along the ground. It's flicked back to the keeper there, Orlando, and they get through for 1. So we're going up by 1s. We're up to
159. 2 to tie, 3 to win. 2 deliveries left of the 39th of 45 allocated
You're
overs.
a font of knowledge, Phil. 2 to win. Will it be the skipper? 2 to win. Full toss. There's one of them. He's thinking, no, he's not thinking of the second. Why bother? He just jogs through. It was interesting doing the interview earlier in the day with Richard. Just before we went to air, he was doing his stretching exercises. He was standing there with one leg, like an ostrich, and up went the other one. And it's like he's got Harry hamstring going, but he was all right. He said, no, I'll be okay.
But I could smell the deep end.
Yeah. This ball to finish the game, and they run through for a single. They'll get back for 2, and New Zealand will win the game here today at the Woodville Oval and do it in style. Congratulations to the New Zealand team, superbly led by Richard Petrie, as the handshakes are plentiful, and that's been the order of the exercise with all of the games. They win the game handsomely in the finish, losing the 5 wickets and the Tasmanians earlier on knocked over for 161. Let's get a quick thought from you, Mark, and also from you, Phil, as we wrap it up from Woodville. A win today to the New Zealand team over Tasmania with the Ricky Ponting team.
Well, in the end, it ended up just being an easy win for New Zealand. They didn't do anything silly. They played the shots and scored runs when they had to. They were really never under any pressure throughout their whole innings.
Yeah, from delivery one, New Zealand on top. Never really did Tasmania have a moment of domination. Maybe a good over here, a couple of wickets there, but pretty good effort with both bat and ball for mine from the Kiwis, and they will be a handful for the for the New South Welshmen and the Victorians that they will face over the next 2 days. Tasmania, well, they'll face the same two sides. Competitive, never took their heads down. Certainly not a thrashing, but they'll take a bit out of today. I think with that they just need a little bit of run support, and different pitch might provide a little bit more bounce and maybe a bit more effort for them to get the runs.
Probably just need to regroup a little bit more.
First hit out after a long time waiting.
Handshakes down below are plentiful. That is always the way, in the spirit of the two teams. The spirit of cricket is clearly evident in this match played today at the Woodville Oval. It's a wrap from us. Congratulations to New Zealand for defeating Tasmania, and a thanks to all of those who made this happen, to Mark and of course to Kate and to Phil and to those who worked so well in the various geographical points around the place, and there are a few of them dotted with cameramen and the sound recordists. We thank them all for their assistance. We're wrapping up quickly because we've got lots to get through tonight, and a big day tomorrow. Ben Tippett joining us from the Goodwood Oval as we continue our coverage of the over 50s, the veterans. But that's all this afternoon from the Woodville Oval, with victory going to New Zealand.